Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Betrayed Deku Joins Wargame. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Pavanless said otherwise. There is little in this world to be thankful for. My life has been nothing but pain ever since the doctor had recognized me as quirkless. Pain, abuse, torment, and hate, which was all I ever knew since then. All Might, the #1 hero himself, had told me to give up. But I proved him wrong. I earned his trust, gained his quirk, and I thought for once something good was finally happening, but it only got worse. It made me want to ask whoever people pray to why it was me he hated so much. Analyzing heroes, a habit I forced myself to start, had turned into a reason of scorn. I idolized heroes, and every time I found their quirk interesting, I wrote them down. Analyzing was my bread and butter, but my friends and teachers found that villainous. They accused me of being a villain and that I worked with the LOV. Obviously, I had thought of the repercussions if a villain got their hands my notebooks. I just wanted to keep myself sane to have any form of normalcy. But betrayal because of my hobby was something I never believed would happen, and why should I? I risked my life and my body to help them. I never turned them down when they were in a bind, so why didn't anyone look out for me? Apologies were all that I received from my friends when my innocence had verified. I still remember how they said they were sorry, but it was not because they were genuinely apologetic for what they had done. No, it was to make themselves feel better, to ease the guilt that had started to consume them. They tried to sweep everything under the rug, and the teachers did just the same. In fact, they had not even apologized. Today, however, was different. Having stayed up all night for the past 3 days caused my eyes to have deep bags underneath them. I could not get to sleep. Pain kept me from properly resting, the scars of my childhood plaguing me constantly. Even now the aching of my bones protested the slight swaying of my arms. My back in a state of burning even with the absence of fire. The painkillers I was now reliant on only lessened the pain to a manageable level. It was my mention of painkillers that reminded me that I had to take them. Taking the lid off my prescription bottle, I looked inside, seeing the last 4 white pills waiting. I had class today, and although I loathed the idea of attending, I had to maintain appearances. Downing the pills in one gulp, I stood from my bed, already dressed in my uniform, before stepping out of my dorm room. Stepping out, I wanted to throw up, unease creeping into my stomach. Something was wrong. I knew there was. This feeling was familiar to me. Closing my eyes, I tried not to recall on the past before I headed to my class. The dorm was already empty, something I was glad to see. That feeling did not last when I reached my desk within Class 1A. The feeling in my stomach worsened as I sat in my desk, placing my head down. I had attempted to soothe my pain when a fellow classmate interrupted me. "Hey Deku, are you ready for class today?" Achako Uraraka, a girl I used to consider a friend, one that I used to hope would be something more to me. Now she and her irritating voice brought forth a wave of anger. "Sure, I'm ready." Setting my head back down, the voice of an overbearing shithead of a person Tenya Ida also invaded my desk. "We should sit down, Aizawa could be here any second." Chopping his arms like a robot, Ida ushered Uraraka to her seat before he took it. I stared at them for a few seconds and felt my nails dig into my palms. The large classroom opened slowly, Aizawa walking in. Aizawa's tired eyes swept across the class. "All right, quiet down class. Today Nezu is going to make an announcement in the assembly hall in a few minutes. So if I were you, I would get up and get ready to go." The class understood, saying nothing before they slowly packed their bags. Stepping out of the class, the students followed after Aizawa. Izuku followed as well, his stomach still holding an uneasy feeling. "I wonder what Nezu is going to announce," Uraraka blurted out, her brown-colored eyes sweeping over her classmates. "Yeah, me too. Well, we are going to find out soon. It's got to be important though." Mina Ashido, another one of Izuku's classmates, laced her pink-skinned fingers behind her curly hair. Her carefree and energetic attitude, one of the highlights in Class 1A's dreary class. Walking down the hallway, Izuku's ear picked up the faint sound of heavy footsteps. Being at the back of the group, he was the first to see Class 1B being led by their teacher Vlad King and class representative Itsuka Kendo. Kendo was an athletic girl with orange hair and a sideways ponytail, her eyes teal blue in color. Her physique was built for combat, yet she was the center of teasing due to her tomboy personality, bringing a sense of insecurity, though it was hidden by her nerves of steel. Izuku kept his eyes focused on her for a total of 4 seconds. At one time he had been shorter than the girl, but now he towered over her. Still, that did not bring a sense of superiority to him. He knew she, out of everyone in her class, could give a good fight. As it turns out, Izuku was not the only one to notice Class 1B's appearance. Momoge Urazu, Class 1A's black-haired beauty, spoke, her refined voice carrying a small amount of joy due to seeing a friend. "Oh, hello Kendo." Her white teeth showed themselves with a smile before she continued speaking. "I don't suppose you know what this assembly is about, do you?" Sorry, but I don't have a single clue. Vlad-sensei didn't tell us anything about it. Isn't it obvious? Principal Nezu has finally seen the superiority of Class B over that one scum. Monoma, blonde hair with gray eyes. Those were the most defining features of the sneering boy. His words barbed and laced with smugness, a side effect from his superiority complex, one that was common in this world. Izuku looked ahead, eyes falling on a head of spiky ash blonde hair. Two narcissists could never coexist. He commented dryly within his thoughts. What the F did you say, you blonde copycat extra? You and your class of nobodies can't beat me. What a big ego for some. Getting chopped in the neck. Monoma was knocked out by Kendo, who apologized as both classes made it to the assembly hall. As I entered the large auditorium, my gaze looked to the large white screen that hung above the stage. Below it, the UA staff except for Aizawa and Vlad waited, clearly stalling until the students found their seat. The message had been clear enough that it warranted no instruction. The students one by one took their seats while I was forcibly placed between Ada and Uraraka. It sat down, biting the inside of my cheek as my body screamed. Placing my hands on the armrest, I sat forward so that my back avoided touching the seat. I felt queasy, my vision blurring slightly, a bead of sweat dripping down my face and towards my chin. A panic attack. I bounced my knee. Why was I panicking? I looked to the walls, the seat in front of me, and white screen repeatedly. My thoughts became jumbled up. Welcome, students. I'm glad that you all could make it to this very special announcement. I looked up, seeing Nezu on stage with a microphone in hand. Special announcement. As far as I knew, there was not any big holiday coming up, nor were there any school events planned. I was not the only one confused. Small murmur breaking out between the students. Is it another villain attack? Did something happen? It can't be bad, right? Those were only the small glimpses I could catch before Nezu spoke once more. Now, before you all assume the worst, this announcement is not because of a villain attack. There were small gasps of relief in the crowd, but that all ceased once Nezu continued. No, instead I bring news of a once-in-a-lifetime experience for a UA student. This year we will be bringing back a long-standing tradition. That is the Hero vs. Villains WARGAME. The screen above Nezu lit up with large text displaying an image of All Might and Endeavor clashing, both noticeably younger. The last time this game was held was when All Might himself was but a first year in UA. Now it is time for this generation to bring it back. Narrowing my eyes, I could tell Nezu was doing this for himself and that he just wanted drama, a form of entertainment, like we were his own personal toys. My peers were shocked at this announcement. It shone on their faces clear as day, while the pain in my stomach remained. The teachers were excited at the prospect of spectating a game they had also participated in, while Aizawa looked indifferent. Seeing all the shocked faces, Nezu spoke once more. All right, students, on the large board above us we will randomly select 2 leaders, one for the villain team and one for the hero team. After that, the rest of the students will split away from the leaders and choose their team, the villains on the left and the heroes on the right. Now let's see who the leader of the hero team is. Pressing a button, a long list of names and pictures spun in random order for about a minute until it stopped. And the leader of the hero team is Katsuki Bakugo. Ha, eat that, you shitty extras. The hero leader. Cackling, Bakugo popped explosions in his hands. My eyes closed and my hand gripped the armrest. Hero, him, that bastard, even now he. I held my head, trying to slow my breathing. It was burning again. Looking back up to the board, I heard Nezu commence the selection for the villain leader, and as I turned my head, I saw every one of my classmates praying it wasn't them when I heard the magical name that blasted throughout the auditorium. The villain team leader is Izuku Midoriya. I could only stare blankly as I stifled the small chuckle building in my throat. Of course, it's me. This was on purpose. The look in that bastard Nezu's eyes told me so. I was not the only person who found this stupid shit ironic, apparently, as the familiar voice of Bakugo yelled out. I guess it's only right that the traitor of you is the villain. You shitty effing DAKU. I ought to crush you now. Explosions burst from Bakugo's palms and all I could do is stare at him. I knew the teachers would not step in. They were not the first ones to not help, and they certainly will not be the last either. This was the reality I had been forced to accept, but that did not make it better. The grip that had slowly been lessening grew hard once more, a spark of OFA running through my hand. I could hear the wood creaking before my body grew tense, a hand being placed on my shoulder. It's all right, Deku. I know you wanted to be a hero. It was Uraraka, her eyes saddened with a small smile on her face. Hearing that, I looked at her before my surroundings, and all around were looks of pity. It was in that instance that I was back in Musutafu, in a time before UA. Just like everyone else, I was so tired of that stare, that tone of voice. They act like they are sad for me, but all of them are happy they aren't me. I could not help but remember when they betrayed me. All of them act like parasites. They leech off someone until they either end them or get what they need. These things are not people. Now that we have our team leaders, it's time for the rest of you to pick teams. Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku Midoriya, please come down and wait for your teammate. Following his instruction, I made my way down before being told to stand on the left side of the stage and wait, which I did. After about 10 minutes of choosing, every student went on the right side, meaning they were a part of the hero team. Whether it was a game or not, they didn't want to be a villain, so obviously they chose the heroes, which meant I was left alone staring at all my friends, even Shinso, who I got into the class. This was a familiar sight. Everyone I knew was against me, even the ones I helped. Wait, Deku is all alone. This can't be fair, Principal Nezu. What can Deku do to all of us by himself? Yelling out in protest about the teams, Uraraka turned to Principal Nezu. Alone? You say you hate seeing me like this, but I don't see your feet moving. I shook my head, teeth clenching with only slight pressure. Those doubtful eyes, I will tear them from your skulls. No more will you look down on me. I'll show you just how far I can bring you down. Third person Pav. Oh my, it seems some rearrangements in the teams are in order, saying that almost all of the hero team complained. Before Nezu could explain to them that it would only make things fair, Izuku spoke up. Principal Nezu, leave the teams as they are. Are you sure, Midoriya? With concern, every teacher looked at Izuku, wondering if he was all right with going against everyone. I'm sure. This will be a fantastic opportunity to see how I do when I work alone. Not every situation in hero work will the hero outnumber the villains. Like the USJ, it can be a whole army where the odds aren't in the hero's favor. Izuku brought his stare to the floor. Opening his left hand, he activated OFA, the lightning bouncing on his arm before it cut off. That was not before a stray bolt crawled up his arm, hitting his left eye. The teachers could not argue with Izuku's statement. Aizawa, more than anyone else in the room, knew that what he was saying was the truth. Nezu put a paw to his cheek, a contemplating look on his fur-covered face. Well, it seems as if Midoriya has made his choice. What, you can't be serious? Increased protests were thrown around by a select few, mainly the people who once claimed to be his friends. I'm very serious. Midoriya wanted this, and I respect his decision to do this alone. So now that we have that settled, I will hand out rule books to the leaders, and I will call each leader one after the other so they can ask any questions about the rules. Bakugo, make sure you read the whole rule book, and after you are finished, be in my office in 1 hour. You are next after him, Midoriya. Now classes will be suspended until the game is over, so you are all dismissed back to the dorms. Prepare yourself, you all have 5 days before the game begins. Prepare. Yeah, right, this is going to be easy. Putting his hands behind his back, Kaminari walked with the rest of the class, some muttering how this wouldn't be a game at all. After they left, Nezu handed the rule books to Izuku and Bakugo, telling them to study hard as it is their responsibility to share the rules with their team members. Taking a different side of the stage, both Izuku and Bakugo got to reading the rule books, with Bakugo sending a glare at Izuku's way on every page. Izuku took more time, and by the time Bakugo had been called up to Nezu's office, Izuku had already started his 7th reading of the rulebook, the words engraved into his eyes. Izuku Pav. I closed the rulebook. There was nothing more it could offer me, and as such I had no intention of starting another read. The rules were simple: no maiming, no ending, and no permanent injury to participants. Yet the word permanently was loose. In fact, most rules here had a lot of wiggle room. The other rules were worded by Nezu in ways that could be interpreted in many tones. All that mattered was in what way. This was deliberately done. I rubbed my forehead. Nezu was a cruel and sadistic bastard. Though that was just an overstatement. By far he was less cruel than... No, he was far better than them all. I sighed, my left hand sliding down my forehead into my left eye. I had mostly ignored it until now, but my iris burned. Digging into my pocket, I pulled out my phone, or what looked like one. It was not as advanced as the ones everyone else had. Rather, it was 3 generations behind. But this was all I had. Staring at the cracked screen, I forced my eyelids apart. My iris had gone slit in the emerald green. It seemed to glow whenever the light struck it. I wanted to look more into it, but before I could, the loudspeaker in the room went off. Izuku, Midoriya, please come to my office. Sighing, I got up, taking my rule book with me. After a short walk, I finally got to his office, and after knocking on the door, I was allowed in. Midoriya, I hope you have more questions. Unlike Bakugo did, it only took around 1/3 of the time to answer his question. Folding his paws over the desk, Nezu looked me straight in the eyes. Bakugo was in the top 5 in Class 1 in academics, but he probably figured I wasn't worth the brainpower, underestimating me again. Good. I looked back at Nezu taking a seat placed before his desk. Yes, I'm confident that I do. Assuming we can get straight to it, am I allowed help from other classes? Why, yes, you can. I was sure someone would find that loophole. I am glad to see it was you. As long as that help does not involve the hero team in any way, then it is permissible. My lips formed a smile hearing that answer. There were plenty of more loopholes I could ask about, but unpredictability is anyone's strongest weapon. Nezu was brilliant, so revealing anything to him was not in my best interest. Still, I had to make him think I was competent. As such, I asked 3 important questions. Alright, continuing. Nezu, to what extent can I hurt the members of the other team? And if I'm allowed, may I use guns and explosives? Not to end, of course. Finally, what if a hero ends another hero? Nezu looked to me as if he were sizing me up before nodding. Well, anything except for ending and permanent immobilization is allowed, and for the guns and explosives I will allow it. However, during the 5 days of planning, you are going to be training in how to use them properly with snipe, at which if he deems it, you will be certified. As for the hero ending another hero, the one who had done the ending would be disqualified from the game. Thank you for your time, Principal Nezu. Although this conversation was short, I so enjoyed it. If I have any more concerns, I will return here regularly. Well, I look forward to that time. Now before you go, I must ask. These questions aren't random, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't wonder what you were planning. Nezu, if you knew how everything in the world was going to play out, would it be interesting? No, I can't say that it would. Then why should I tell you what my plans are? This is a game after all. I got up from my chair. There was no reason to stay. I had already gotten what I wanted. A word of advice, Nezu. I would avoid asking the questions that turn this fun little wargame into an actual war. Actually, maybe you should. This is just for your entertainment. Walking out, I felt Nezu's questioning glare in my back, but all could do was grin as I closed the door. I already knew what my next stop was, and it so happened to be the support studio. I made my way down the empty halls. The students not involved in this wargame were still in class. I was okay with this. It was during rare times like these that I did not have to deal with another person. I walked for what I estimated to be 5 minutes until the metallic clangs of metal pierced my ears through the wall next to me. Good, she's here. I could not fight the smile that tugged at my lips. Mei Hatsum, an eccentric, blunt girl. Her salmon-pink shoulder-length hair fashioned in thick dreadlocks. Her golden cross-pupiled eyes and beautiful face. Shit, what am I thinking? I shook my head, clearing my thoughts. Now was not the time for this. Maybe there never would be. I grabbed the handle of the support studio door before throwing it open. May, I need your help making a baby. Closing the door, I looked. May snapped her head towards me before coming close to my face, but had trouble due to our height difference. Still, she did try a heroic effort in doing so, eventually just grabbing my collar before pulling my face down closer. Muscles. What type of babies do you have in mind? Clutching at my shirt, I could see her eyes filled with excitement. She did look a bit happy to see me, but I chalked it up due to my sudden request for her to build something. Relax, I need some drones so I can spy on the hero team and a suit to wear for protection. Grabbing her wrists gently, I unclasped her hands from my collar. Oh, okay, I heard about that, but I know you can manage it. May waved dismissively as if the situation I were in was just a mild annoyance, though her confidence in me was refreshing. Have you been sleeping? Because you kind of look like shit. Worse than how used to be, actually. I could not help but chuckle. That bluntness was what I most liked about May. Not for 3 days. Sitting down at May's design table, I rubbed my eyes. Was it because of the pain? May's voice sounded a little down. I watched as she took a seat next to me. Yeah, it's been getting worse. I did not lie to her. She was one of the few people who knew the amount of pain I was in. I still do not know why she cared, but I never asked. I was just grateful. Have you seen Recovery Girl yet? No, but I plan to. I placed my hand on my thigh before May put hers on top of it. Good eye. It won't be so good if the specimen for evaluating my babies suddenly couldn't do it anymore. I looked at May as she took her hand away, the warmth of her hand disappearing. It sounded like she wanted to say something else but stopped herself. Still, she looked into my eyes before raising an eyebrow. Hey, did your eye color change? Third pav. May stared at Izuku's left eye, perplexed by it. Still near Izuku, she subconsciously took a hold of his face. Her palm on his cheek, she leaned forward, her mouth nearing Izuku's, the boy feeling her shallow breath tickle his skin. She stared at the eye with intensity. Why is it? The way it glowed dimly, the dangerous look it held deep within, it drew her in. May blinked, eyes searching the area before she realized how close she was to Izuku. She could almost feel his lips on hers. Her cheeks heated up rapidly, a growing blush spreading across her face. Her heartbeat went erratic before she jumped back and off her chair. She spun on her heels so that her back faced Izuku. Yeah, your eye changed. Looks cool. Better make sure you are not dying or anything. A suit, drones, and new gear. I will get right on it. Izuku looked at May with a questioning gaze. Yeah, I'll do that. He could see her blush even though she was not facing him. Scratching his cheek, he knew that this was not the time to mention it. By the way, the drones need to be small enough to where they cannot be detected. And the gear needs to be intimidating, something that will help me strike fear. So whatever idea you produce will be appreciated. May shot her arm out to the side with a thumbs up. All right, Muscles, I can get the drones done by tomorrow, but the gear is going to take a lot longer. Izuku smiled before he turned to face the door. Thanks, May, you're the only person I can ask for help. It's no big deal. Thanks for letting me work on these babies. Before you go, make sure you get some sleep. Sure, I'll try. I will be here tomorrow when I can. See you then. As soon as Izuku left the room, he heard a metallic crash before the sounds of Mei frantically working reached his ears. Izuku's pav. I left the area after hearing Mei working. There was a quarter left in the day, but my body was exhausted. That itself came with its own set of problems. The painkillers I had taken earlier were already losing its effect on me. I've built up too much of a resistance. This happened every so often, so I knew that I had to go to Recovery Girl, the one other person in this school that I can trust. It didn't take long to reach her office, and once I did, I entered, seeing the elderly woman dressed in a nurse outfit typing on the computer. My entrance caught her attention almost immediately, her head turning to my direction. "What is it, Sonny?" "Hey, Recovery Girl, I need some stronger painkillers and some sleep medication." Leaning against the wall, I watched Recovery hop out of her chair using her cane, walking over to the large medicine cabinet, grabbing 2 sets of pills. While Mei knew of my pain, Recovery Girl understood it. As such, she did her best to provide me with the medication I needed to function. "Now, Sonny, I recommend you only take 2 of these painkillers. These are almost double the strength of your current prescription, and for the sleeping pills, only 1. Now, is anything else wrong with you?" "Yeah, my eye seems to have been affected by OFA." Sitting down on the medical bed in the room, I opened my eyes as Recovery Girl shined a light in them. "Yes, your left eye seems the most affected. Is there any loss of vision, focus, hurting, anything of the sort?" "No, there hasn't been any change other than the eye color and shape." Taking the pills off of the table, Recovery Girl set them on. I took out 2 painkillers, taking them, waiting for them to take effect. "Well, if there isn't anything wrong, then it seems to be fine. Now, if at any point you need more pills, come see me right away." "Yes, ma'am, thank you." Standing up, I made my way to the exit, hearing RG's voice. "No problem, Sonny, anytime." Smiling, I left, finally heading to the dorms. And after a short walk, I made it. Opening the door, I saw all my classmates laughing and hanging out. Going to the stairs, I was stopped by Uraraka. "What do you want?" "Deku, I want you to reconsider going alone. There is no way you can take us all on." I did not bother turning my head. "Maybe not. Still, I won't know if I don't try in the first place." Not even looking at her, I turned my attention back on getting to my dorm room when I heard the last voice I wanted to hear tonight. "You should listen to round-faced Deku, because this is going to be the easiest fight. You might as well give up like you should have done in the first place. You're nothing, and the hero team will kick your sorry ass." Just by his voice, I could hear the grin he had on his face. "We'll see, Bakugo. After I'm done, you and your hero team will be nothing." Clenching my fists, I didn't say anything more as I continued to my dorm, while more and more insults were thrown at me from Bakugo. Finally, I arrived at more dorm. Setting the pills from Recovery Girl on my nightstand, my chest grew hot, my body tensing slightly. Soon, they will all know how wrong they are. I will break their confidence. I will break their bodies. I will reduce them to nothing. Gritting my teeth, I looked at the All Might posters decorating my room. The urge to tear the posters down was nigh unbearable. I did not do anything about this feeling. Instead, I sat back down on my bed and stared at my collection of All Might paraphernalia. My head thumped in pain. Grabbing at OFA activated, but it was not of my own volition. Lying back on my bed, the pain got worse. It did not match the intensity of the pain I felt every day. However, this did not make it hurt any less. It was not only in my head, as I felt burning on the left side of my chest, abdomen, ribs, back, and arm. I blinked. I could feel myself slipping away before my vision went black. Opening my eyes, I woke up in the familiar void of One for All, with all the users looking straight at me, and unlike before, I could see most of them. Nana Shimura was the first to speak up. "Izuku Midoriya, we have seen your trials and tribulations as of late, and in regard to Toshinori, I apologize. The users before you have decided that although you're working on your control, we will permit you to use 30% with no repercussion, and along with that we will grant you one of our quirks, which you would have been able to inherit later." Looking at the users in front of me, I saw the 5th user stand up before walking towards me. "Kid, my quirk Black Whip is dangerous, but since it's fully augmented with OFA, it's going to be harder to control. Now, this wasn't how you were supposed to unlock it, and when you wake up there will be some changes. Your left eye was the first, so prepare yourself." Looking down at the 5th's hand, I saw him holding a colored star that was black with a colorful outline. Watching, I saw him shove the star into my left arm as pain filled my senses. Waking up in sweat, I felt the burning sensation still running down my arm and to my waist before it stopped. Standing up, I went over to the mirror, taking off my shirt while lowering my pants, seeing what looked like a large marking wrapped around the parts of my body that had burned before I fell unconscious. Looking back in the mirror, I saw my hair changed. A large patch as well of it had been bled of color, only remaining pure white, while the rest of my hair was still dark green, but unlike before when it was curly, it laid flat on my head. Checking my eyes, I still see the glowing green slit eye with bulging lines coming from below and atop it. Checking my other eye, I saw it had also gone slit, but it didn't glow, remaining it still emerald green. The more I looked, the more I realized I looked the part of a villain. I smiled, the wheels in my head turning. "So, these are the changes," they said. I wonder. I stopped my line of thinking, which would be something I would need to assess later. Let's get the preparation started, shall we? Izuku Pav. Wiping the smile off my face, I looked at the clock on the nightstand, reading that it was 5:30 a.m. I guess that OFA dream took longer than I realized. Standing away from the mirror, I reached inside myself like how I usually went full Cali, but unlike the normal 8%, I bumped it to 30%, feeling a much bigger boost without any hurting whatsoever. I felt the lightning dance around my body as it was vibrant green. Raising my left arm, I extended it, feeling a tugging feeling in it. I pulled, and like that I watched as the tattoo started getting darker before a black tentacle whipped out of my arm, hitting the floor, causing a loud crash, but luckily nothing was broken. Cutting off OFA, the substance receded into my arm, the tattoos going back to normal. Shaking my head, I felt my stomach rumble as I skipped dinner last night. Going into my closet, I grabbed a long sleeve and a sweater, putting the hood up, covering my hair while the tattoos were covered up. Grabbing the jar of painkillers, I exited my dorm room. Ada was right in front of my face. As quickly as I could, I put my head low, hiding my eyes as he spoke to me. Midoriya, are you okay? I heard something crash coming from your room. I'm fine. A hole closing my door fully, I walked past Ida, the pills rattling in my pocket as I took slow steps down the stairs. Coming into the kitchen, I headed straight to the cabinet, grabbing a bowl and a spoon, setting them down before getting the cereal and the milk. Putting my spoon in the bowl, I took a few bites before the rest of the class woke up. Seeing them enter the common room, I tried not to get angry, especially when Uraraka ran up to me. Good morning, Deku. What are you planning on doing for the prep time? Sorry, Uraraka, I can't tell you. Turning away from her, I took the spoon back into my hand. Why can't she just leave me the F alone? Bringing the spoon up, I was hit with pain, causing me to drop the spoon back in the bowl. My hand had the familiar sensation of when I broke it and shattered my bones, saving Kota from muscular. Pushing through the pain, I picked the spoon back up, finishing my cereal, as I couldn't just take painkillers right in front of the class. They would look at me with pity like in the assembly. Standing up, I put the bowl in the sink. Before making my way outside the dorm, taking 2 painkillers, the pain in my hand stopped as I entered the main UA building. Heading up the stairs, I went to Snipe's office. Knocking on the door, I heard Snipe call me in. Midoriya, Principal Nezu told me to expect you today. I must say that your request for guns, explosives, and being alone surprised me. Yeah, well, I wanted to test myself, and the guns and explosives will help me win this, and also could you keep this secret? I'll keep it secret, so let's see how you do. Follow me. Walking after Snipe, he leads me into a shooting range that he used for practice. Watching, I saw him load a Glock 18 before pulling the slide back. Putting the safety on, he handed it to me. Directing, he placed me in one of the ranges a body target was placed on. Alright, now using guns, you have to make sure you know where your finger is at all times. Next, never point your weapon at anyone who you aren't targeting. And make sure you keep aware of your surroundings. Now by your left finger, there is the safety. Right now it's on, but if you push in the little button, it turns the safety off. Listening to his explanation, I switched off the safety when he told me to. Aiming at the target, I decided to get a few test shots. Shooting, I felt the recoil heavily affect my aim, not nearing anywhere on the target. No good, I have to keep my aim steady as to not let the recoil affect me. That's alright, it was your first shot, now try again. Aiming again, I took several shots, adjusting every time until I hit the last shot right in the center of the chest target. Holding out another clip, Snipe showed me how to reload efficiently, and following his instructions, I did it flawlessly. For the next 3 hours, I used as many clips as I could, becoming deadly accurate, hitting the center of the body, arms, and head. Even Snipe was impressed. Jesus, kid, you're a natural at using guns, and I can say that you're allowed to use them. Though I have to ask you, obviously not allowed to use real bullets, so what do you plan on using instead? Well, I plan on using red paint. Alright, well, now it's time for you to learn how to use explosives. Now from what I understand, you intend to use C4 and grenades. Yeah, the C4 will be real explosives, and I will check in with Nezu before they are set off so no one is accidentally injured. But the grenades will be like my bullets. Alright, well, we will start with grenades, and after C4 this will take longer, so I want you to come here every day to train in whatever guns you will use in these explosives. Yeah, I planned on doing that. After that, Snipe and I practiced using grenades in the C4 in another area Snipe had requested Nezu Meeting. Through this process, however, a mishap caused the hoodie I was wearing to uncover my hair in my left eye. Without being able to cover it, Snipe called me out. Midoriya, what happened to your hair and eye? It's nothing, Snipe-sensei, my quirk caused a few changes with my hair and eye, but I already checked in with Recovery Girl, nothing is wrong. Saying a white lie, I saw Snipe's eyes narrow before he conceded. Alright, well, as long as Recovery Girl said it was fine, then it's alright, but training is over for today, so meet here tomorrow same time. Nodding my head, I put my hoodie back up before walking out of the room. Heading to the support studio, I planned to pick up the drones May said she had made. Walking in, I saw May sleeping on the work table, drooling. Sighing, I took off my hoodie before laying it on top of her. Looking across the table, I saw our blueprints on the other side, and on top of them were 3 miniature drones. May really outdid herself. These will definitely work. Examining it, I didn't know May woke up until I felt her hands on my shoulders. Turning my head slightly, I heard May speak to me before her grip tightened on my shoulders and an eerie smile was adorned her face. Who are you and why are you touching my babies? Remembering the appearance change, I set the drone down. May, it's me, Izuku Midoriya. Oh, muscles. How do you like the drones? They might be some of the best babies I've made yet. Realizing who I was, May turned me around, staring directly into my eyes, smiling, expecting my praise. Yeah, I was really impressed. They are perfect. Smiling, I looked back at May, who was extremely happy for some odd reason before her look turns to one of confusion. Muscles, what is all this? Why is your hair different and your eye have marks near them? Realizing she could see my hair and eyes, I looked to the floor where the hoodie I put over her lay. Worried, May started scanning my hair and face. Muscles, is something wrong? Are you okay? It was at this point I saw May almost in tears. Quickly, my hero instinct kicked in as I pulled her into a hug. I'm alright, May, this isn't anything to worry about. My quirk changed some things in my appearance, but it's alright. Still hugging me, May rubbed her face in my chest before she looked up, a blush on her face. Huh, that's weird. Are you alright now? Keeping my hands on her back, I rubbed it up and down. I'm alright. Sorry, Muscles, for ruining your shirt. Third person. Still embarrassed, May stepped back from Izuku, taking in his new looks. Ever since the other day, whenever she was with Izuku, she felt a sense of embarrassment for some of her actions, and whenever she thought about him, her heart beat faster. Shaking it off, May put her attention back to the drones Izuku was looking at. Well, back to the baby's muscles. Going over to the table, May picked up one of the drones before turning back to Izuku. These babies are super special. The drones are completely undetectable. The stealth capabilities make this baby completely silent in the air. And the cameras come with mics as well, so you can hear everything that comes through. Give me your phone. Holding her hand out, May waited for Izuku, who pulled his phone out in confusion. Why do you need my phone? Well, I'm going to install software to where you can watch the cameras and control the drones. Now give it. Looking, she saw Izuku hand the phone to her with his left hand, which she noticed some markings on. Grabbing the phone, May figured she would ask later, as she tinkered with Izuku's phone. After a few minutes, May handed the phone back to Izuku, going over to his side as she explained how to control the drones. Okay, it's done. So to turn on the drones, you press this button, and these buttons are used to control the drone's flight. The camera footage will be uploaded directly to your camera roll, so all you need to do is scroll through it. Wow, May, I was impressed with the design itself, but this is amazing. With a small smile, Izuku looked at May, who shared his smile with him. May was excited. Izuku actually thought her baby was amazing. Her blush returning full blast. After speaking about the progress of his new villain suit and the gadgets, discussing a little further, May and Izuku decided that he would come back after tomorrow as he had to focus on training his quirk. Izuku's POV. After saying grabbing my hoodie and the drones, I said bye to May before leaving to train Black Whip. From this morning I could tell it was a dangerous quirk if my desk being split in half with no effort was any indication. Sighing, I walked down the halls until I heard my name. Young Midoriya. Breathing out, I made sure my hood was up before turning to All Might, my supposed mentor. Yes, All Might. Looking at M, I really wanted the conversation to end. My boy, I was concerned when you want to do this alone, so I came to ask, do you need help with anything at all? So now you want to help. What about when I was accused of being a traitor? You didn't help me then, so why are you offering it now? You don't think I can do this, do you? Breathing slowly, I tried not to lose my cool. Turning around, I gave my answer. I don't need help, All Might, I'll do this myself. Storming off, I had to release my pent-up anger. Going to the nearest gym that was empty, I activated full cowling before extending Black Whip, using it as much as I could while I raised full cowling to 30%. It took hours, but I finally got done releasing my frustration, but by the time I was done, it was nearing the end of the day. It was then that I realized that due to my anger that I neglected to use the drones to spy on my class. Angry with myself, I sighed before going back to the dorms. And entering the common room, I saw all my classmates laughing and having a good time eating snacks while watching TV. Seeing all of them lazying around, it was apparent that even without me using the drones today, these effing pricks. Walking into the kitchen, I grabbed 3 sports bars before walking up the stairs, ignoring all of the commotion until I reached my room. Opening the door, I avoided the trash and rubble before sitting on my bed. Taking my painkillers out of my pocket, I put them on the nightstand. I guess these work. I didn't need to take more than 2 for the whole day, thanks, recovery girl. Eating the sports bars, I drank from a water bottle I kept in my room. After finishing, I took a sleeping pill in my hand before drinking it down. Undressing, I put on a pair of shorts before heading to sleep, but not before I set the drones on my desk, placing my phone on the charger before the sleeping pills started taking effect. Laying on my bed, I closed my eyes as sleep overtook my senses and I faded into unconsciousness. Izikupov. Waking up, I wiped the drowsiness off my face. Despite going to sleep, I might as well not have. Sitting up, I looked over to see it was 4 a.m. and so I grabbed a towel, planning on showering before anyone can see my tattoos or hair. Getting out of my dorm room, I arrived at the showers and seeing no one there, I took my time washing off my body as the hot water woke me up. Making a mental list, I thought of what I needed to do today. First, training lessons with Snipe. I would visit May, but I should use the time to spy on the heroes. And finally, train Black Whip. I still don't have any control, and if I'm going to win, I need everything within my disposal. After finishing my shower, I cracked my neck. Before using the towel I brought to dry myself, wiping one of the mirrors in the bathroom, I stared at my reflection. Breathing, I shook my head before exiting and going back to my dorm. Getting dressed in some sweatpants and a long-sleeve shirt, grabbing the drones May made and the painkillers, I left, making a stop at the kitchen, grabbing a water bottle and protein bar, heading out before anyone woke up. Going to Gym Gamma, I had about an hour or two before training with Snipe, so turning on the drones, I tested them, recording footage, audio, and everything, especially making sure they wouldn't just explode on me. After a thorough test, I was more than satisfied with the results. Just like May said, any recording was set directly to my phone. Flying each drone one at a time, I set them up in specific locations, not being able to control them while I was training. I set the first drone in the common room of the Class 1 dorm, as it seems that's where everyone meets up. The second drone was placed on the balcony of my room. All of the open space that I would assume the heroes would use for training was under surveillance. Finally, the last drone, I decided to place it inside Gym Gamma just in case anyone were to train in here. Making sure they were all recording, I checked the time to see that setting up the drones took most of my time and I only had 15 minutes left until I train with Snipe. Quickly, I ate the small breakfast I had with me before leaving, heading back to Snipe's personal training area. Walking, and he treated me as usual, and the training started. Shooting the usual Glock 18, Snipe suddenly stopped me. Midoriya, I see that you're ready for something stronger in regards to sidearms. So here, this is a customized 45mm long slide hard baller pistol. This comes with a laser sight, so all you need to do is aim, put your finger on the trigger, and the bullet will go where the laser is. Loading the gun, Snipe slid the chamber back before giving it to me. Taking aim, I put my finger on the trigger, the laser sight coming to life as a red dot showed on the target I was shooting. Pulling the trigger, the recoil was definitely higher than the Glock, but some minor adjustments quickly fixed the problem. After a few shots, Snipe decided to have the targets move like we did last time, and each time after correcting myself, I was able to land hits on fast, slow, and non-moving targets. Running out of bullets, I placed the pistol down, and although I had taken a liking to the Glock, this was definitely better. This would be my primary sidearm, while I'll keep a Glock in reserve. Now, as that part of the training was done, it was time for primary weapons, and while at first I was going to use an assault rifle, I had quickly found my favorite during yesterday's training, the Barrett MR-ADS-MR. Using it, I quickly found out this would be perfect for taking out the hero team in droves, giving them no chance to escape. The accuracy was pinpoint, and the power was devastating, so I wanted as much practice with it as I could. I practiced as much as I could with Snipe, but as I was shooting the Barrett, my plane flared up, making me miss my shot entirely as I let go and gripped my right hand. Snipe, seeing me fall to the ground, running up to me, kneeling while supporting me. Midoriya, what's wrong? Do you need to go to recover, girl? I am fine. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out my painkillers, which Snipe raised an eyebrow at. Taking a pill, I swallowed it as the pain went away. Leaning on the wall, Snipe looked at me. Midoriya, those are pretty strong painkillers. How long have you been taking these? These exact ones. I've only been taking for about a day. Before this, though, I took painkillers daily ever since the training camp attack. Recovery girl said that my bones never healed properly, so they constantly flare up my pain receptors. Closing and opening my hand to get the feeling back in it, I looked at Snipe, who through his mask I can tell was very concerned. Don't look at me like that. I don't need your sympathy. Let's just continue. Getting back up, I ignored Snipe as I continued practicing, blocking out everything else in my mind, the target and the holes I caused to appear being the only thing that mattered. Later that day, having finished training with Snipe, I headed to the roof of the school. And making it up there, I immediately started watching the drone footage, and what I saw was exactly what I wanted. Barely any training was happening. Bakugo hadn't told them the rules like he was supposed to, and most of the class slacked off with 1B, with only Kenda, Uraraka, Pony, Ida, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Tetsu were training, but it couldn't really be called that. It was more like light exercising, like someone following a disciplined routine they had already been accustomed to. Switching from camera footage to the next, I cycled through them, seeing nothing worthy of note. Turning my phone off, I sat on the edge of the roof. As expected, they aren't taking me seriously, but that won't end very well for them. Taking a sigh, I looked at the floor below me. You know, it wasn't long ago that I considered jumping off the roof of Alder. Chuckling at myself, I still toyed with why exactly I didn't jump, but I guess fate decided otherwise. Shaking my head, I got away from the edge, deciding now I would start training Black Whip. So leaving the roof, I went to the small forest area that was near the dorms. Stretching, I activated OFA lightning bouncing off of me, and focusing, I felt the same sensation of my tattoo when I first attempted Black Whip. Letting out a lot of the black substance, I held my arm, trying to contain it as it tried to go haywire. Clenching my arm, I focused on containment, and after a few minutes, I was finally able to rein in on the whips, them going slack before they almost all of them returned to my arm except for one. Figuring it was better that way, I slowly got the feel of it, trying to visualize it as an extension to my arm that I can control. It was rough, but I can somewhat get the beginning stages of what seems like partial control. Practicing for a few hours, it was quickly turning night, and at around sunset, I heard the voice of someone coming into the woods. Quickly, I jumped into a nearby tree before cutting off OFA as I hid in the tree. Waiting, I saw Uraraka walk into the open field looking at the sunset. Watching her, I narrowed my eyes before hearing her speak out to herself. "Oh, Izuku, why won't you give up? But that's what I love about you. That is what made me want to be with you. I don't want to have to fight you, so please give up." Sitting down, Uraraka kept muttering to herself. Hearing this, I wasn't surprised or happy. My schoolboy crush on her died the moment she betrayed me. If anything, May was the only girl he felt anything for now, so now she claims to love me, to not wanting to fight. Not realizing it, but the bark my left hand was holding onto was slowly breaking. Sitting in the tree, I watched as that sniffling pile of garbage wallowed in her own self-pity. But then it hit me. She just allowed another tool for me to use. Her love will bring me closer to victory. Smiling, I sat on the tree waiting to hear everything I could use to manipulate the hero team from the inside. "Thank you, Uraraka. Your idiocracy will lead my victory." Listening to all her secrets, to all her vulnerabilities, I smiled through it all. More and more information than I could possibly hope for came directly from the source. After an hour, Uraraka finally left, and making sure she was gone, I started training Black Whip once again. Plan after plan came to my head all the while. Staying up all night, I never rested, getting used to the 30% of OFA in Black Whip. Until the night sky started getting a little brighter, it was then that I decided to relax before I start another day of training. Laying in the forest near the dorms, I looked up at the ray of sunlight that shone on my face. Blocking the light with my arm, I sighed. I was utterly exhausted. I hadn't slept at all last night. My mind was on overdrive after Uraraka spilled her guts out, and training Black Whip was harder than I had anticipated. The fifth user even told me this himself, but for the most part, I think I've done a lot. I managed to gain full control over one strand of Black Whip, but that isn't what I want. I need to release and control even more, and despite having control of it, I have yet to find a way to use it effectively. Checking my phone, I saw it was time for training once again, so reluctantly I dragged myself up, walking to UA. No rest for the wicked. Later, walking down the halls, I was heading for the development studio. During Snipe's training, I received a text from May, who had said she finally accomplished most of my villain suit if I wanted to see or make some critique. Not seeing any harm, I thought that if I wanted to change something, now would be the time. Getting to the door, I knocked, waiting for the go-ahead, which I eventually got. Third person Pav. "Come in." Yelling, May scrambled in the development, trying to tidy up as Izuku walked in. Seeing him, May brightened up, smiling. "Hey, Izuku, are you here to see the cool villain costume I made?" Going up to Izuku, May got as close as she could to the boy. Smiling at her enthusiasm, Izuku answered, "I sure am, May. I really want to see what you have done. And if it's anything like the drones you made, then I'm sure they will be fantastic." Hearing this, May was happy about the drones, so rushing, she pulled out all the gear and the villain costume she made. Setting it down on the table, she presented everything to him. "All right, now we have your costume, some custom blades, and finally your mask." Looking at them, Izuku picked up the knives first, seeing to small, easily concealable knives. You know I'm not allowed to end right. Inspecting the blades, Izuku looked curiously at May, who swiftly took one of the knives, slashing it against her throat. Shocked, Izuku ran to May, holding her neck. "May, what the hell did you do?" Holding it, Izuku was confused when no more blood appeared. Blushing at Izuku's close contact, May spoke, giggling a little bit. "Izuku, it's fine. I know you can't end, so these knives only make a line of fake blood once pressure is applied to the skin. See?" Setting the knife down on the table, May took Izuku's hands away, where only a small but noticeable line of fake blood was. Sighing in relief, Izuku shook his head. "Jesus, May, you couldn't have shown me another way." Whispering, Izuku muttered under his breath, "What would I do if you were gone?" Izuku didn't know that May had heard what he said, and turning around, May breathed slowly, calming herself and her blush. Sorry, but it was pretty funny. Anyway, the blades apply more blood the more pressure you place. Now for the rest of your gear." Turning back around, May grabbed Izuku, showing him a nice suit and a mask. Picking the suit up first, Izuku took it to a small room near the development studio, putting it on before walking out. Checking himself in the mirror, Izuku loved the outfit, and by May's blush, One could tell she did also. Walking up to the mirror beside Izuku, smoothing out the shoulder before explaining it. Alright, so this baby is equipped with the best armor I could make. The entire suit is made from a polyethylene and titanium armor mesh, providing protection and flexibility. Now in addition there is some added insulation providing resistance against explosions, electricity, and extreme temperatures. And although it looks like the undershirt won't be of any protection, it's actually the toughest part, only appearing weak. The shoes are special as well, having steel implanted on the bottom soles, keeping your feet comfortable while your attacks with them stay devastating. They are also fitted with sound dampeners, meaning although you won't be unhearable, it definitely helps. The gloves also have knuckle plating for your punches. Mei, turning to Izuku, waited for his say on the villain outfit. Fitting himself, Izuku listened to Mei's every word and realized how much care she put into this just for him. And as she said, despite there being massive upgrades, it was still comfortable and easy to move in. Stretching, Izuku turned to Mei. I don't know how you do it, but you always impress me. The drones were cool, but this is absolutely astonishing. Never in my wildest dreams could I have come up with something like this. You're truly a one-of-a-kind genius. Blushing, Mei's heart jumped at the praise Izuku gave her. That's what she wanted to hear, but looking at the table she remembered the final piece to tie it all together. Grabbing the mask, she went behind Izuku before reaching up and putting the mask in front of him. Wait, don't forget the mask. Grabbing it, Izuku looked at the inside, seeing a weird mesh. And his mask, like his previous ones, looked like the resemblance of teeth, but instead of All Might's smile, it was a dragon's mouth. Putting the red mask on, Izuku looked in the mirror, and there he saw that Mei was right. The mask fit perfectly with the outfit. Despite it being one solid piece, Izuku had no trouble breathing, and it felt perfect for him. This mask is made from the same alloy as your suit, and it's breathable. Inside there are filters so that if by some chance something other than air were to get in, it would quickly be filtered out. And before you ask, it's a dragon's mouth because I thought it fits your hair and eyes, while the red makes it all the more intimidating. Looking at himself, Izuku spoke. Thank you, Mei, this will work perfectly. Talking for a bit more, Mei looked straight at Izuku, asking him a question she had been dying to know. So Izuku, what's going to be your villain name? Still wearing the suit and mask, Izuku put a hand to his chin. The question Mei had asked him made him think. So far he didn't have a villain name. Racking his brain for a name, Izuku finally settled on one. I think I'll be Lucifer, the fallen angel. Liking the name, Mei immediately spoke about how cool it was and how it really fits with his look as well. Izuku couldn't help but agree, and for an hour or two Mei and Izuku just talked to each other, enjoying each other's company until Izuku had to leave. Taking the villain costume off, Izuku entrusted Mei to keep his gear until the event started, and Mei was more than happy to, although she was sad Izuku had to go. Finally getting out of the development studio, Izuku was happy he got to spend time with Mei, but no, he had to train. Leaving the main UA building, Izuku finally got to the forest area he trained at last time. Taking his phone, Izuku checked the camera footage, and again no training was happening until he checked Gym Gamma. Looking through Gym Gamma, Izuku saw Shinso training with Aizawa in his capture scarf. The more he watched, the more Izuku thought about applying the techniques to Black Whip. Pausing the camera footage, Izuku copied Shinso's and Aizawa's moves down to the smallest detail. Their stance, position, body movement. Everything Izuku copied, and he continued to do so even late into the night, once again missing out on a day of sleep. Today I decided to talk to Nezu to make sure. Now I had been told that the game was being held in a city that Powerloader and Cementos built. Apparently, every class in UA had the option of joining in the game with certain roles, be that employees for a store, business associates, journalists, reporters, small-time criminals, etc. The first time I heard this, I had thought of having a cover for my villainous activities. It would be perfect. Walking up to Principal Nezu's office, I had another hoodie on, and as I was walking I saw Uraraka and Ada walking out. Spotting me, Uraraka and Ada ran up to me. Hey Deku. Hello Midoriya. Smiling, both of them looked at me, apparently happy to see me. Hiding my malice and disgust, I put a smile on my face. Hey guys, how is everything going? It's going, I guess. Bakugo hasn't before Uraraka could give me any information, Ada cut her off. Uraraka, we can't give any information on our team away. That would be extremely unheroic if we revealed anything. Scolding Uraraka, Ida made the girl deflate, scratching her head. Oh yeah, well it's not like it would really help him, Ida. But anyways, where are you heading, Deku? Turning back to me, Uraraka put the sweetest smile on her face. Effing prick, I'm heading to Principal Nezu's office. I have something to speak to him about. Still smiling, I was glad for what Uraraka said next because my plans had just gotten a head start. Oh okay, but hey Deku, I know with the whole game going on it's better if we stay clear of each other, but I was wondering if maybe you would like to hang out. I saw the light blush tinting her cheeks when she said that. Looking Uraraka straight in the eyes, I moved closer to her before grabbing her chin, making her look up to me, her blush growing larger. Sorry Uraraka, I would love to. Pulling back, I started walking forward, gently gliding my thumb on her chin before it left. Maybe next time. Leaving the pair alone, I slightly turned my head to see Ida fanning Uraraka, who had steam coming off her head. Grinning, I thought about the other classmates' weaknesses. Uraraka's one-sided love, Todoroki's abuse, Shinso's past, Ida's brother, all of them could be manipulated and broken, and I was going to be the catalyst for it. Wiping the grin off my face, I finally came to the door of Nezu's office. Knocking, I waited for Nezu to call me, in which he did. Midoriya, I wasn't expecting to see you. I just had a chat with Uraraka and Ida. I assume you have some things you would like to talk about? Please sit. Sitting down on the couch in the room, I saw Nezu's eyes scan over to my left eye. Figuring I should get it over with, I took off my hood, revealing my hair and eyes fully. The look of surprise crossed Nezu's face, but before he could ask, I interrupted him. Before you ask, this is due to my quirk. I already checked with Recovery Girl and there hasn't been any problems. Well, if there isn't anything wrong, then you may ask what you came for. Care for some tea? No, I'm alright. I don't really drink tea. Knowing Nezu, I knew there had to be something more to the tea. It's not unlikely that he is suspicious of me, especially with our first Q&A. A shame. So what brings you in here today? I'm sure you have more things to do for your preparation. Taking a sip, Nezu looked at me with his paws folded. Yes, that's true, but these are a priority. There is gear that I will use that are not the weapons we have previously discussed. A glint passed Nezu's eyes as I told him that. Now I have been made gadgets from May per your allowance, but there is something else I need. Oh, and what would that be? Now we discussed using red paint for ammunition in the guns and some of the explosives I will use during the game. However, there is something I want to change. Instead of red paint, I request to use fake blood. Sitting down on the couch, I put my fist to my cheek, leaning on it. Why fake blood, may I ask? Narrowing his eyes, Nezu looked straight into mine. Principal Nezu, this school was built to teach the foundation of being a hero. Battles, training, rescue, villain attacks, and the list goes on. This war game is a part of that. It is to teach us how to adapt to a real situation. The fake blood will provide a sense of realism and urgency. In real life, no one bleeds red paint. The new upcoming heroes need to be better prepared than the last if we are to do our jobs. Still leaning on my hand, I saw Nezu deep in thought. What Midoriya said makes absolute sense. Fake blood will give the students the shock they need to realize the danger of potential villains. If they aren't prepared for this before they become pros, they aren't going to make it. Midoriya, you're smarter than you really show, aren't you? Nezu thought this, repeatedly debating internally of Izuku's request before he finally nodded his head. Very well, Midoriya. Fake blood will be provided for the ammunition and explosives. You made very valid points and I see no reason to decline. Is there anything else? Yes, if I could a civilian cover whenever I need. I would like to have at least several pairs of civilian clothes and colored contacts, as such I could converse with other students, people, and if need be shop for any supplies. It would be a useful tool for an alibi. Nezu was nodding his head, so I assume he was thinking about how far I had thought this through, but really this was more of an on a whim situation. That will be provided with your weapons and explosives. There is something I need to discuss with you. You asked to use C4 and different explosive devices, and as you know, those can be quite destructive, so before you blow anything up you must contact me so that we may evacuate any student out of the area. Robots are exempt. Now, as much as I would like to know more of what you plan, I feel as if this is the extent of the information you will tell. They don't call you the smartest for no reason. And thank you for listening to my requests and accepting them. Bowing to Nezu, I finally left the office, making sure to pull my hood up again. Nezu Pav. Watching Midoriya leave, my animal instincts told me this was definitely going to be interesting. His demeanor had totally done a 180 from the beginning of the year, or maybe this is who he really is. That bright smile that was always on his face is no longer there, only a cold and calculated stare in his eyes replacing the warmth. There is, however, the situation with OFA. I haven't heard about this change from All Might, RG, or Snipe, so he must have told them to stay quiet, or he has kept it to himself. Very well, Midori, I'll keep this secret as well. His question from the first session still rings in my mind: to what extent can I hurt the members of the other team? But I find it crazy to believe he would hurt his friends too much. Well, I guess we will have to wait and see. Now I had to start some paperwork for the requests Midoriya had made. This year was definitely going to be one to remember. Izuku Pav. The talk with Nezu was successful, so walking to the dorms I had to make sure everything was at my disposal, so using OFA I jumped to the balcony of my room. Walking in, I still hadn't cleaned up the mess I made, but I could worry about that later. Going to the underside of my desk, I searched the floor nearest to the wall where a single plank had a bump in the wood design. Putting my hand to it, I grasped the edge with my fingers before slowly pulling it up and sliding it outward. Digging inside, I found what I was looking for. Pulling my hand out, I had my hand grasped on my Hero Analysis 13 notebook. Making sure to put the piece of the floor back, I sat on my bed. Reading through all the notes, I made sure to memorize each and every page. I wouldn't be able to have these readily available, so making sure I had the right weaknesses and their strengths noted down. I studied late into the night before looking at the time. Seeing as it was around 1:30 in the morning, I wanted to take a shower now that everyone is asleep. Getting up, I grabbed my towel, heading to the showers. Turning on the shower, I started taking off my shirt, and like always, my new tattoo was there. Looking in the mirror, I turned my back, littered with scars that I hid from everyone around me. Tracing some of them, I remembered how exactly I got them as the mirror fogged up with steam. Shaking my head, I finished undressing before getting inside the shower. Closing my eyes, the hot water brought me back to my past. Flashback. Izuku's POV. Your son is quirkless. Those were the exact words I heard the doctor say as I dropped my All Might figure. I still remember looking over at my mother, seeing her silent before her mouth open. That can't be true. My husband has a pyrokinesis quirk and I have a weak telekinesis quirk. There has to be an error. My mother's shocked face questioned the doctor, who sadly shook his head. Mrs. Midoriya, there isn't an error of any kind. We ran it 3 times and all came back with the same result. Your son is quirkless. Although it's rare, it's still possible. I'm sorry. All I felt was shame, sadness, and scared, my mind asking whether or not I could become a hero without a quirk. I looked at my mother's face only to see 2 conflicting emotions, sadness and anger. Initially, I was confused, but that wasn't for long. At home, my mother told my father what the doctor had told her, and the amount of rage that crossed his face at that moment was something I couldn't forget. He looked ready to end me, but before he could get close to me, my mom stepped in. I was glad at that time. She said she would take care of it. The sensation of her grip on my wrist, dragging me to my room before she threw me to the ground, and before I could ask her anything, she hit me. The anger from before coming out full force as I cried for it to stop. After she was done, she had the nerve to look at me with sadness, like she didn't just hit me. It only got worse. Dad started drinking and Mom started fighting with him every day, and the end result would always be the same, a fist hitting me, as they both used me to vent their anger towards each other. It never progressed until a year later. My father, I guess, had finally had enough screaming at my mom. He packed his bags, leaving the family entirely, and my bipolar beach of a mother blamed it on me, hitting me like usual before cranking up the punishment, using whatever she could get her hands on. Baseball bats, wooden spoons, anything that could hurt me more. For the rest of my life, she was nothing but a tormentor. She would barely leave any food after she was done eating for me to survive. She beat me daily, never allowing a day for me to heal, treating me like a dog she could use and abuse whenever she wanted. I remember school life as well wasn't that much better. Picked on, hit, spit on, insulted, especially by Bakugo. I envied him for his quirk. My thoughts always led to the same thing. If I had his quirk, my life would be better, my dad would have stayed, and I wouldn't be hit. My scars from the hands of Bakugo and my mom served as a constant reminder this wasn't true. Every day got harder. My mom dialed up the punishment every time I stepped out of line. The problem was I never knew where that line was. It had gotten so bad that my mom used knives on me, cutting and carving into my back, and the explosions from Bakugo at school only added to the pain. This carried on until I met All Might. After Bakugo told me to take a swan dive off the roof, I walked a different path home that day, and it was thanks to that I met the person everyone idolized. At first, my dreams were crushed by him, but through some sheer luck, I was able to gain OFA and become a hero. My mom, the greedy beach, saw this as an opportunity to gain fame and fortune off of me. And despite now having a quirk, the routine of beating me was too familiar for my mom to deviate from. But when the dorm system was implemented, the abuse finally stopped, and since then I haven't seen my mom once. End of flashback. Turning off the shower, I dried myself, reliving those memories that happened too often for me to cry anymore. My tears had dried long ago. I couldn't find it in myself to become sad at the memories. The only thing I felt was rage. Getting dressed in the clothes I brought with me, I went back to my dorm. Sitting on my bed, I grabbed a sleeping pill, swallowing it. If I'm gonna relive my past, then I'd rather do it sleeping. Closing my eyes, the memories invaded once again. Flashback, 12 years old during school. Hey, Deku, I know how you can get a quirk. Pray for one in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof. Those words hadn't been the first time I was told to end myself. It started with my mom, classmates, people who I tried to ask for help, and finally it was Bakugo. Though really I have to thank Bakugo for his words. It was what led me to All Might and where I was now. Though at that moment I didn't know that all I felt was anger, sadness, and shock. My childhood friend had told me to end myself, and I remember considering that option as I walked home. There wasn't anything else I could do. No one would hire a quirkless person for any job. No one even wanted to deal with me. So when All Might at first denied my dream and crushed it, I found myself staring at the street below me on the edge of the building he left me on. What exactly stopped me from stepping off that day? What was I afraid of? Why couldn't I just move my feet forward and let every problem end? Instead, fate had other plans. I prolonged my pain, my torture, by stepping away from the ledge and going to a villain attack a few blocks away, saving one of my tormentors before being offered a quirk. And again the choice to end my pain came. Like before, I extended my suffering, taking the quirk and becoming the successor to the #1 hero. This memory started fading as another played in my mind. One that happened recently. It was like any other day in UA. I woke up in my dorm room, got ready for class, and put the smile I had practiced for years on my face. I didn't see any of my classmates this morning, but this had been happening for around 2 weeks and I never understood why they were avoiding me. Reaching class, I opened the door to glares coming from every single one of my classmates. Even my friends gave me dirty looks. Confused, I was about to speak, but before I could, Aizawa-sensei wrapped me in his capture gear before a purple gas covered me and I fell unconscious. Waking up, I had quirk suppressing handcuffs on my wrists, and I was sitting in what looked like an interrogation room. Confused, I looked around. What happened? I remember Aizawa-sensei capturing me and then smelling purple gas and passing out. Was that Midnight Sensei? Struggling, I pulled at my handcuffs when the door opened. Seeing Aizawa, Midnight, and Nezu, I immediately asked them the question on my mind. Senseis. Principal, what am I doing here? I got no response, only the cold and hate-filled eyes of the principal and my teachers. I instantly hated those eyes. They looked exactly like my mom's when she took a knife to my skin. Walking forward, Aizawa sat down across from me, glaring straight into my soul. I have some questions for you, Midoriya, and you are going to answer them. Did I do something wrong? Am I in some sort of trouble? Flinching from Aizawa's glare, I sat back nervously. Aizawa had nothing but disappointment and anger as he answered. That all depends on your answers, Midoriya. My answers. Reaching down, Aizawa pulled up a small bag before he dug inside of it, throwing down all of my hero analysis notebooks that I lost a few weeks ago. Midoriya, are these your notebooks? Looking at them, I already could tell what this was about. My extensive writing of quirks were gonna be my downfall. Yes. Did you sell any of the information in these books? No, I didn't sell anything. I guess my answer pissed Aizawa off because he stood up and slammed his hand on the desk. Don't lie to me, Midoriya. You sold information about your classmates and the teachers to the low. V. Getting up in my face, Aizawa activated his quirk, glaring at me. I didn't sell anything to the low. V. Yelling back, Aizawa got even angrier, grabbing me by my collar. You're a traitor to you. A. Why? Did you want money? Did they promise you power? Answer. Tossing me back into my chair, Aizawa slammed the table again. Looking at this, I just couldn't believe it. My own teacher didn't believe my innocence and is actively thinking of me being guilty. Gritting my teeth, I couldn't believe I allowed myself to become weak like this. I had already been betrayed before, but I still didn't see this coming. I didn't betray you. And I never even came into contact with the low. V. Going back and forth, me and Aizawa glared at each other as he accused me of crimes I didn't commit. Eventually, Midnight stopped Aizawa while Nezu took his turn to question me. Midoriya, why did you betray us? Your friends. Again, I didn't betray anyone. Mentioning my friends, them avoiding me came to my mind along with their glares. Those effing bastards. I tried to save everyone at the USJ and several other times and they turned their backs on me. Midoriya, if you don't start telling the truth, we are going to have to take extreme measures. Trying to threaten me, Nezu mentioned the possibility of something worse. Having nothing to say, I stayed silent as Nezu sighed, leaving the room with Midnight and Aizawa. Sitting there, I was surprised when All Might entered. My mentor, someone who I thought I could trust with anything, also had the same eyes Aizawa and my mother had. All Might questioned me like Aizawa had, yelling at me, buffed up, and I shouting back the same things I told Aizawa, and Nezu hearing it, All Might flipped the table, pushing me up to the wall, yelling directly into my face. My mom replaced All Might in those moments, and all I was expecting was to get pushed down before the burning sensation of cuts and carving marked my back once again. Eventually, having enough, All Might left the room, and with that Aizawa came back and putting the table back before sitting me back down, leaving with a hateful glare. For 3 days this was the routine, and no matter what I said, they already had their minds made up. On the 3rd day, someone other than All Might, Aizawa, and Nezu showed up. Seeing him, I recognized him as a detective. Carrying a notepad, he sat at the table introducing himself. Hi Midoriya, I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I was brought here to ask you a few questions. Now to be. Shut up. Glaring at the shocked detective, I yelled. You and those FS watching this already made up your minds. If I'm guilty, then throw me in jail. What am I still doing here? Putting his hands up, Tsukachi spoke calmly to me. Please relax, Mr. Midoriya. Please just answer these questions one more time. I will know you're speaking the truth with my quirk. Please, I'm asking you just once. Glaring, I nodded my head. And him, seeing this, started asking me the same thing everyone else had for the past 3 days. Did you sell information from these notebooks to anyone? Did you betray UA in any way? No, I didn't sell shit to anybody, and I didn't betray UA. Speaking low, I saw him writing down my answers in his notepad before he asked me more, and again he wrote stuff down. After about 10 minutes he left, and I was alone in the room, lost in my thoughts. Everyone betrayed me. They took my trust and crushed it just like everyone else. I thought having a quirk would make things better, but I see now things only ever get worse. Looking down at the table, I heard the door open again as All Might, Aizawa, Midnight, and Nezu all had faces full of regret. What do you want? Aizawa, stepping up first, uncuffed me before bowing his head. Midoriya, I'm extremely sorry for how I treated you. Going on and on he apologized, and so did the others, all of them trying to suck up to me. All Might, placing his hand on my shoulder, tried to speak to me, but I cut him off. Shrugging his hand off of me, I walked to the door. Don't touch me, I'm fine. Walking out, I clenched my fist, hatred flowing throughout me that I needed to release somehow. End of flashback. Groggily, I woke up, putting a hand to my head. Any of those dreams would terrify a person, make them cry and want to give up, but these painful memories are what drive me to show everyone else that despite the shit I had to go through, I will be the one on top while they struggle for footing. There was something I did like about reliving these memories, and it was that without these experiences I wouldn't have found the one person who truly cared, Mei Hatsume. Seeing the sunlight through my window, I realized the last preparation day was upon me until I was allowed into the city at 8 p.m. where the heroes would be arriving in the morning. Yawning, I got up from my bed. The nightmares didn't affect me like they used to, so I had no issues. Grabbing a painkiller, I swallowed it, taking a drink of a water bottle, taking it before I would need to later in the day. Getting up, I got dressed, looking at the time, seeing that it was 7 a.m. I didn't have to meet up with the teachers until 8 p.m., so I had about 13 hours to make sure I was completely ready. Grabbing my hero analysis journal, I read through them again, and that took about an hour before I finally finished. I had a plan for almost everyone made. With it being 8 a.m., there wasn't any way the class wasn't awake, and I really didn't want to see them, especially not before the game, so putting away my notebook underneath my desk and grabbing everything I needed, I walked over to the balcony, scaling down the other balconies before landing on the ground. Brushing myself off, I walked into the forest, planning on training with Black Whip before checking the camera footage that had been collecting for the past few days. Using Black Whip, I practiced swinging in the trees of the forest, memorizing how Shiro and Aizawa used their quirk and scarf. Having a greater range of mobility would be essential for moving throughout the city and escaping situations that I could find myself in. Practicing for what seemed like hours, I could gladly say I learned how to sufficiently move with Black Whip, but it wasn't the best. If someone like Shiro pursued me, there is a chance he could catch up. Taking a break, I got a text from Mei on my phone. Reading it, I saw that she wanted to meet up in the development studio at 6. Texting back, I told her I would be there. With that taken care of, I got back to the main purpose of today, and that was checking the camera footage. Footage of Day 3 Common Room. Pulling up the footage, I skipped to the third day, having already watched the second day. Scrolling through my gallery, I clicked on the Common Room footage of the second day. Watching, I was already seeing what I expected to. Many of the students were lounging around in the Common Room, but a few of the 1B students and my classmates walked up to Bakugo. A silver-haired, spiky teeth guy who I remembered as Tetsu spoke to Bakugo. Hey Bakugo, do you have a plan to capture Midoriya? Bakugo, hearing this, got red with anger, glaring straight at the boy while everyone in the Common Room heard him yelling. What the F do you take me for, you extra? I don't need a plan for that effing Deku, so get the F out of my face. Pushing past Tetsu, Bakugo walked up the stairs, presumably to his dorm room. The students he yelled at simply scowled at their leader's attitude before they left, doing their own things. No plan, no collaborating, and he didn't tell them the rules. This is perfect. Gym Gamma footage. Watching the gym footage, I saw Aizawa and Shinso practicing their hero gear, with Aizawa making sure Shinso's moves were solid and movable. Seeing this, I was frustrated that Shinso was the only one doing any type of training. No one other than him was training in the gym. Outside dorm footage. Absolutely desolate, no one was training, there weren't even any marks that would signify light training. They must think I'm a effing joke. This is the third day, and there wasn't any training happening, and Bakugo didn't even order light training just to stay loose. Sighing, I shook my head before switching to the next day. Day 4 Common Room footage. Bakugo was nowhere to be found, and unlike the previous day, fewer students were in the Common Room. There was, however, still a few that refused to move, watching TV or making conversation. No strategy meeting, nothing about the game, just casual conversation. Gym Gamma. Like Day 3, Shinso was once again practicing in the gym with Aizawa. Along with him, a few students were doing light gym training in groups, presumably making their own plans to catch me. And from what I saw, it wasn't bad. There were always at least one capture or speed hero on the team, but without real training, they wouldn't even touch me. Outside dorm. On the outside, Bakugo was training alone. And unlike the students in Gym Gamma, Bakugo was doing heavier training, but nothing strategic or planning. He was only doing pure strength training. It seems that he was trying to live up to the promise of hurting me, but his strength training will only get him so far. If he doesn't have a plan, then he'll be the winner of every scenario. Day 5 Common Room. Checking the time, it was barely 4 p.m., so I still had time to watch the last footage of today's training before meeting with Mei. So switching to the live feed of the Common Room, I heard a conversation between almost the whole class of both 1A and 1B, with Bakugo, Shinso, and Todoroki seemingly having come back from training, which from what I saw were individual and grouped. The first voice I heard was Yoarazu. Alright everyone, this was our last day to train. Now I know Bakugo said we didn't need to discuss a plan, but I still think it would be beneficial for us to at least speak about if we have any idea of what Midoriya intends to do. Uraraka, do you know anything? Being put on the spot, Uraraka quickly thought if she knew anything, but she only shook her head. Sorry, Yomomo, but I don't know anything. I haven't seen his Deku since yesterday, and I was distracted when I saw him. Teasing Uraraka, Ashido jumped in. Was it because he grabbed you by your chin romantically? What? You know about that? Blushing heavily, Uraraka folded in on herself as Mina started poking her. Realizing the conversation was off topic, Zero cut in. Well, despite the love-dovey stuff, I honestly think that Midoriya can't do anything. I mean, he is not only facing us, his classmates, but also all of 1B by himself. Nodding their heads in agreement, many of the students thought it was too much of a stretch. Ida stepping in gave his account of the situation. Now hold, Midoriya is a very smart student. He certainly has a plan for the game. Kirishima also joined in. Yeah, Midoribro definitely has a plan. We should be at least a little careful. Monoma, however, just put his feet on the coffee table of the common room. Oh, Simon, do you really think that he would have a plan for everyone in every class? Not only has he not been here, if he was spying on us we would have noticed by now. He can't do anything. He's useless. Relaxing, Monoma grinned as he put in his opinion, and everyone who had agreed with Zero also agreed with him. Well, I think Monoma might be right. So how about this, we go easy on Deku and capture him without too much of a fight. Looking around, Uraraka got many nods from the class. Sorry, Uraraka, but I disagree. Midoriya had asked for a proper challenge, and it wouldn't be very heroic to not give him our best. I agree with Ida Ribbit. Midoriya can surprise us like he has before, so it's better if we give 100% because we all know what Midoriya can do, Ribbit. Reluctantly, the classes all agreed. Tsu and Ida did make some good points, so why not? Maybe they will end the game early. After exiting the camera footage, I was grinning. I easily have the advantage in my palms. They have no idea what's coming, do they? Getting off the ground, I saw that the time was nearing 6 p.m, so hurrying, I still had to meet up with May before I left with the teachers. Running to the development studio, I made it right on the designated time. Opening the door, I saw May working on something, looking extremely nervous, which was odd for her. Hey, May, I'm here, what's up? I have to go pretty soon. I guess seeing me surprised her because her head snapped up as a blush covered her face. Fixing herself quickly, she ran up to me. Izuku, you're here. Smiling, May grabbed my hand, pulling me to the work table. Oh yeah, you asked to come. Oh right, well there's been something I want to tell. Why you and with you about to go and leave for the game, I thought it would be good to do this now. Watching her, my heart started beating faster as her golden eyes stared into my eyes. Izuku, after spending so much time together, my heart started beating faster around you, and I've never felt this feeling before, so I didn't understand, but I do now. Izuku, I love you. Hearing this, I couldn't help myself. Pulling May close to me, I kissed her on the lips. Third pav. May, feeling Izuku's lips on her own, went wide-eyed as she slowly returned the kiss. Her heart and mind racing in happiness as her feeling were accepted. Her stomach had fireworks inside. She had been wanting to do this for a while. At first she ignored this feeling, but over these last few days she couldn't hide it, and now she was happy. She told him. Running out of air, the pair pulled away, blushes on their faces. May, I love you too. Ever since I was betrayed and accused of being a traitor, you were the only one who took the time to listen, to hang out with me, and I couldn't help but love you for it. Smiling, Izuku pulled May into another kiss as she was crying from his words of love. Izuku, pulling off May, snuggled into Izuku's chest as he hugged her close to his body. Embracing the warmth, May and Izuku stayed for a long time before Izuku spoke out. May, I have to tell you something. Hearing her name, she looked up to see Izuku with a conflicted face, and wondering what was wrong, she placed her hand on his cheek. What is it? Sighing, Izuku told May a part of his plan. May, Uraraka has a crush on me. I overheard her talk about her love for me in the forest, and I plan to use it against her in the hero team, but with this, I don't want to go through with it if you're not okay. Looking into May's eyes, Izuku said nothing but the truth. As much as it was an advantage, he wouldn't be willing to lose May over it. He can plan around this. May was deep in thought about the situation. I love Izuku, and I want him to win, and he loves me, so I should trust him that he won't do anything with Uraraka. Izuku, yes, I will allow you to do what you need to, but there are some rules. Looking straight into Izuku's eyes, May narrowed hers. First, no kissing Uraraka at all. No saying you love her, and you can't be too intimate. I'll be watching the entire thing, so you'll know. Crossing her arms under her bust, May looked at Izuku seriously. May, I swear I'll follow these rules to the absolute letter, but May, are you sure you want to watch? I might do things you won't like. Worried, Izuku asked the most important question on his mind. May simply smiled, pulling herself up, kissing Izuku on the lips and holding it there for a few seconds. Izuku, this is just a game. I know who you are, and no matter what, I will always love you. May, grabbing the girl, Izuku put her on the work table, kissing her deeply, not wanting to leave his new girlfriend. And May felt the same, not wanting to leave the embrace of her boyfriend. In fact, May was toying with joining the game just so they could have a date in the city. For about 2 hours, the couple couldn't let go of each other, and while they stopped kissing, they held each other, speaking to each other while Izuku told Mei some of his plans, she even adding on to them, admitting that she didn't really like the heroics class that much, and after what they did to him, she disliked them even more. Eventually, Izuku saw the time reading 7:45 p.m., so although he didn't want to, he had to leave Mei, giving her a goodbye kiss as he activated OFA, running back to the dorms, as that was where Aizawa was gonna pick him up to take him to the mock city. Izuku Pav. Not stopping my run, I eventually made it back to the dorms. With OFA still active, I jumped up to my balcony, avoiding my classmates while I waited for Aizawa. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I couldn't help but think of Mei, a smile gracing my face. Maybe this time I found someone who cares. I was taken out of my thoughts by a knock on my door. Getting up, I made sure I had my hood up and everything I needed, such as my pills, my phone, and a charger. Opening the door, I saw Aizawa, All Might, and Nezu looking at me. After they made sure I was ready, they guided me to a car getting, and we drove down the road heading for the mock city. Time skip. Finally, we arrived at the mock city, and I had to admit that it was very beautiful. A large amount of time had been put into the construction, and for that, I had to mentally apologize to Powerloader and Cementos. The beauty that is this city would be brought to flames and rubble. Being handed an earpiece, I took it and placed it in my ear as Nezu said that if the staff needed to contact me in any way, the earpiece would be needed. He then handed me a map to where my villain lair would be, along with everything I had requested as well. Now, Midoriya, you are allowed to move your gear and equipment to another area if you would like, but do not go out of the walls surrounding the city. Doing that would mean you forfeit from the game. Now you may begin your scouting of the city. The heroes will arrive early tomorrow morning, so time is limited. Good luck. Nodding my head, I spoke out. Thank you, Nezu. I do hope you enjoy the show. Activating OFA, I jumped off, scouting the city. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, I marked several locations on my map, marking important key locations such as the power station, water plant, news stations, police, and fire stations, while also marking down hospitals, banks, churches, and the building I suspected was the Hero HQ. It had taken me 3 hours to find and mark everything down, but when I did, I was satisfied with the info I had gained during this. The best way to beat an overwhelming force that has better equipment and larger numbers is to drive them to desperation. That was the thought that ran through my mind as I planned out where to plant the explosives. Limiting the supplies they would have will drive the hero team to buy or steal food, and when they are at their lowest, it'll take out the biggest threat of Yaoyorozu. Figuring I spent enough time scouting out the city, I went to where my villain lair was located on the map. After going through a few tunnels, I finally arrived, and when I saw it, I admitted it wasn't bad, but there wasn't any way this was going to be the main base. Walking forward, I found several crates in the middle of the room. Going up to them, I opened them to reveal all of my gear, guns along with several attachments, ammunition, and the explosives I would be using. Inside, I saw a case that didn't look like it belonged. Grabbing it, I set it on top of the gear before slowly opening it. The suit and mask Mei made were snuggled deeply inside of the case, along with the knives placed carefully inside. Grinning, I closed the case. Now that I had everything, I just had to move it to another location. Checking my map, I found several apartment complexes closer to the locations where I would plant the bombs. Making my choice, I started moving the crates to an apartment complex that was far enough away from where the HQ building would be. Finding a large room, I moved everything there, and after placing everything down, I immediately went to where my guns were, pulling them out and loading them with the blood bullets. Placing my Glock and hardballer on a table, I took my sniper out. Attaching a suppressor, I placed it on the table. With everything I needed set up, I brought out my phone, seeing that with me moving everything, it had taken me over 2 hours, the time being 1:30 a.m. Realizing I was on a time crunch, I grabbed some C4 charges before leaving the apartment, but not before closing the blinds fully. Running on the rooftops, I went to 2 of the most important locations that the heroes will need to have a chance at winning. Arriving at the power station, I looked at the area, finding the main generators inside. After breaking in, I started going to them, breaking open panels on the bottom, placing the C4s inside before forcibly closing it with OFA. With that done, I ran to the water plant. Being the main control between the sewage and water supply throughout the city, I opted to take out the station from underground by placing charges on the main pipes that pumped out water before placing the rest on several sewage pipes that took all of the sewage away from the city. Making sure they were hidden, as looked at my phone again for the time, and sure enough, it had taken almost 2 hours, so quickly I went back to the apartment building. I didn't want to risk having the heroes enter with me snooping around, as all Nezu told me was that they would arrive early in the morning. Getting back, I laid on the bed inside the bedroom. Placing my phone on charge, I set a timer for 6:30 a.m. and putting my pills on the bedside drawer, I took off my hottie, tossing it to the side before I closed my eyes. If I had taken a sleeping pill, there wasn't any way I would be up for when the heroes arrived. With the teacher's third POV, the teachers were tense, watching Izuku scouting around, systematically marking down the key locations that were of utmost importance. Watching, they saw him even locate the Hero HQ, surprising them by how he had found everything in a short manner of time. Nezu, seeing this, already had an inkling of what Midoriya was planning. Aizawa, however, was curious. He hadn't seen his student like this before. From what he could see, Izuku's eyes were different, not just by how they looked but how cold they seemed. Aizawa wasn't the only one to notice this as Nimari called it out. "Hey, has Midoriya's eyes always been like that?" Drawing everybody's attention, they all looked at Izuku's eyes, seeing exactly what Aizawa had, and although they were all surprised, Recovery Girl, Nezu, and Snipe didn't seem to be affected. Suspicious, Aizawa turned to Nezu, raising an eyebrow. "Nezu, you don't seem all that surprised by his eyes. Care to explain?" "Yes, well, Midoriya told me this was a side effect from his quirk. He revealed it to me when he came to ask some questions. He also said Recovery Girl knew about it, and there wasn't anything wrong, so I kept this to myself. Am surprised he didn't tell you about it." Nezu explained this calmly, a hint of surprise in his beady black eyes as he stared at Aizawa. "No, I didn't know about this at all. All Might, did you know anything about his quirk doing this?" Aizawa, turning, All Might only saw the man shake his head. No, there hasn't been anything that I could see. In fact, young Midoriya hasn't even spoken to me during his preparation, which was odd because usually he would come to me with questions, but when I offered help he denied me, saying he didn't need it. Hound Dog, hearing this, jumped on the train. "Yes, well, it seems we may need to schedule a meeting with me and him, as behavioral changes don't happen instantaneously. There is something deeper. I see it in his eyes." Thinking about it, Midoriya really hadn't changed until before the game and team placements. It may be that he still holds something against everybody since the incident, but I thought he had just needed more time as he was collaborating with the other students again. Turning back to Nezu, Aizawa saw him thinking. "Yes, well, we may all be wrong. Throughout the first Q&A he revealed himself somewhat to me. He found every loophole and asked complex and simple questions, satisfying his own goals while keeping me in the dark about his plans. Now, although I have some clues, there isn't anything more." Looking back at the monitors, the staff kept what Nezu had in mind as we saw Midoriya enter the lair that was made for him. Watching, we all saw him look around the lair before shaking his head. Midoriya grabbed his boxes, opening them, where once again a heavy atmosphere settled in the room. We saw he had guns, ammunition, civilian clothes, and a large amount of C4. "Jesus, problem child, what did you plan?" "Nezu, are those live explosives?" The staff went crazy looking at Nezu, who nodded his head, explaining. "Yes, those are indeed real explosives. Midoriya had asked to use several explosives during the game, and I agreed. He, along with Snipe, not only trained with the bombs but the guns as well. Although they didn't like it. If Midoriya was trained and Nezu approved it, then there shouldn't be any problems." Turning back, they saw Izuku moving all of his supplies to an apartment building, effectively abandoning the villain lair. "Wait, why is he moving all of his supplies to an apartment building? The lair would have done just fine." The other staff members agreed with her, except for a few such as Nezu and Snipe. No, it was a smart move. In the lair his vision is limited, but Midoriya not only has access to the street level, he has several escape routes, along with the opportunity to mislead the heroes into busy streets where civilians roam, and they can't just bust down the entire apartment complex as there are civilians placed inside. Snipe and Nezu had both thought the same thing, while the other teachers slowly saw the advantages of such a move. Slowly, all the teachers watched as he moved everything he could before grabbing his weapons, reloading, and placing them on the table before checking his phone. They all saw Izuku close the blinds to his apartment windows before leaving, grabbing a large amount of C4 before rushing to the power station, placing his C4 under the panels of the generators. Watching, Powerloader spoke out loud. "He isn't doing what I think he is doing, right? He is doing exactly as you think, Powerloader. Cutting off the power to the entire city will cause it to fall into darkness, providing him as much cover as he needs, making it easier for him to escape." The bomb planting didn't stop there, because they all watched Izuku go to the water plant before going underneath it via the pipe system, placing them on the main pipes that lead the water into the city. It seems as though Midoriya wants to cripple the hero's supplies. Midoriya has put some thought into this. No one had seen Izuku like this. Nothing he did was what the normal Izuku would do. And while they could just add it to him just playing the role of a villain, but his eyes didn't say that. It felt as if he didn't think of this as a game. Nezu had especially been concerned about this, especially with the changes Izuku had been showing, so he turned to Hound Dog. "Hound Dog, prepare yourself for some new attendees in need of counseling. My instincts are telling me that once they enter the city they won't be leaving in the same mindset." The alarm bells rang within the staff's heads. Just what did Nezu see and feel for him, of all people, to tell Hound Dog this? Being called upon, Hound Dog turned back to the screen, accepting the task if the time comes. Eventually, Izuku reached the apartment again, and after setting everything down like his phone on the charger, Izuku laid down. Placing down 2 pill bottles, the teachers except for Snip and RG were alarmed. Not a single one of them knew about this, and now they were concerned about Izuku's health, being the most concerned for his successor. All Might spoke. "Where did young Midoriya get those pills? Does anybody know what they are?" "Calm down, All Might. Those are pills I prescribed to him. They are painkillers and sleep medication. This happened after the training camp attack. His bones didn't heal properly, so they hit his nerves, causing pain in his hands, and I prescribed him pills to help alleviate the pain while also letting him sleep. He mentioned to me he had several issues getting to sleep. Hearing RG, All Might was a little disheartened that Midoriya hadn't told him this, but the incident of accusing him of being a traitor came to mind, and All Might couldn't help but feel that it was his fault Midoriya didn't tell him. Aizawa also felt similar. He of all people should have noticed this during his training and class, but he didn't. It only got worse as Midoriya took off his hoodie, revealing some of the tattoos on his arm along with the patch of his hair being pure white. The feeling Aizawa and All Might felt was only increased. This was a huge secret to have hidden from them. Seeing all the faces of surprise even from Recovery Girl and Snipe, Nezu commented as he didn't even know about the tattoo. It seems Midoriya had more than one secret to hide. It seems as if he doesn't seem to trust any of us at all with the changes he has been going through. All the teachers couldn't help but think Nezu was right. They were supposed to be the first people their students could confide in, yet the one they thought would ask for help the most kept so many secrets from them. Watching him close his eyes, the staff all thought to themselves of how much Izuku actually trusted them. Izuku woke up to the sound of his phone's alarm. Eyes opening, he quickly scanned his surroundings before his mind caught up with the recent events. That's right, the wargame already started. Reaching over, Izuku shut off his alarm. Getting up from the bed, seeing the time was already 5:30 a.m. Sighing, he left the bedroom, heading to the crates of supplies provided by Nezu. Searching through the crates, he pulled out several items of casual clothing along with pairs of colored contacts. Placing a pair of clothes and contacts on the main couch, Izuku went to the bathroom provided by the apartment. Turning the shower on, Izuku stripped bare before stepping inside, washing his body with the hot water. After a quick wash, he got out, drying himself with a towel that was hung up nearby. Exiting the bathroom, Izuku got dressed in the clothes he laid out before putting the contacts in his glowing emerald eyes replaced with blood red. Checking the time once again, he figured now would be the best time for some reconnaissance of the streets below. Going to the dining room, Izuku grabbed the pistols off the table, placing them on a counter before grabbing the edge of the table, making sure not to tip over the sniper still atop it. Moving the table to the edge of where the main windows and wall connects, Izuku opened the blinds slightly as he climbed onto the table, laying down across it lengthwise, taking hold of the sniper. Putting his eye to the scope, he looked at the street, seeing the early business commuters, both robot and students alike. Ignoring them, he focused the scope and sniper in the direction of the hero HQ. Slowly adjusting the lens of the scope, he couldn't see the absolute details, but he could still spot the majority, including the heroes having already arrived, setting up their rooms, while a few sat in the common room of the building as he could see through the main large windows. Thinking to himself, Izuku focused on those resting in the common room. They think they will be able to start slow, that this will be easy, but I won't allow that. I'm gonna make them see that I didn't come here to play, I came here to break them. Scoping out the HQ for about half an hour, Izuku finally saw the entire hero team came together into a separate room, and after about 15 minutes they finally left the HQ, all forming different groups amongst each other before moving on what seemed like patrol routes. Taking this opportunity, Izuku grabbed his hardballer pistol, hiding it in his waistband, while also grabbing a thin durable capture wire. Closing the blinds to the window, Izuku prepared to leave, putting on some sneakers before grabbing a baseball cap, hiding his hair when he put it on. Exiting the apartment, Izuku arrived at street level, basking in the early sunrise before walking down the sidewalk. The plan he thought of when he saw the patrol groups replaying in his head. Matching in with the civilians already on the sidewalk, Izuku kept a careful eye on his surroundings. Going towards the hero HQ, he saw some of his classmates on their patrol route. Izuku's watchful eyes laying onto one of the students, specifically Rikido Sato, a former friend who was one of the first to distance himself from Izuku, one of the first to betray him. Following the group that consisted of Sato, Gyro, Kaminari, and Siro, Izuku was able to see that just like in real life, fans consisting of robots and other students stopped the heroes asking for autographs and pictures. With the crowds forming, Sato was particularly held back, furthering himself away from his group by a large margin. Taking advantage of the growing distance between the heroes, Izuku quickly adopted a face of panic as he ran to Sato, pushing past the crowds before gripping on the hero's costume. In Sato's eyes, a random citizen had suddenly grabbed onto him, and while he initially thought it was Izuku attacking, the red eyes and the small patch of white hair that poked out of the hat quickly quelled that notion. The man who was gripping onto him suddenly yelled out above the crowd, "Sugarman, please come quick." I heard a scream coming from an alley. Hearing the man's plea, Sato was quick to reply, "All right, show me where." Running with the man, Sato put a finger to his ear, pressing on an earpiece, speaking into it. "This is Sugarman. I'm investigating a report of screaming coming from an alley. It might be Midori. I'll update you as soon as I investigate." Many answers we heard from the other side of the comms, with the loudest being the leader of the heroes himself. "If it's that effing Deku, you better tell me straight away so I can kick his ass, you hear me?" Reluctantly, Sato agreed with Bakugo before he and the man finally stopped at an entrance to an alley. "Please, I heard it here, Sugarman. Looking over at the man, Sato held his hand out as he prepared to go inside the alley. "Stay here, call the police." Seeing the man nod, Sato walked into the alley, staying on guard as he searched high and low. Walking slowly, Sato didn't hear the second pair of footsteps following him. Searching everywhere, Sato was confused when he couldn't find anything. He kept looking until he heard the man's voice behind him. "Sugarman." Turning his head, Sato opened his mouth. "I thought I'd a crunch." Before Sato could finish what he was saying, a forehead collided with his nose, the sounds of bones breaking accompanying it. Holding his nose, Sato couldn't defend himself from a foot hitting the side of his head, sending the hero into the brick exterior of the building that made part of the alley. Without his quirk active, the boost from sugar didn't help alleviate the pressure and strength of the kick to his head, leaving him not only dazed but feeling as if his head had been split open. Falling to the ground, Sato leaned on the wall as he tried to grab some sugar he always kept on his hero costume when his hand was stepped on, the fingers creaking in pain. Without access to his sugar and his broken nose, Sato sat there as his vision cleared, coming face to face with a barrel of a seemingly real gun, a laser pointed to his forehead. Playing Sato didn't know if this was part of the game or not, as the man from before spoke out in a condescending voice. Shaking his head, Izuku tapped the gun to Sato's head. "You're strong, but definitely not the smartest. You should have tried to escape after the first hit, or at least call for some backup, letting the other heroes know of your location. Yet you neglected that. Tusk, tusk, tusk." In a mocking, disappointed face, Izuku sighed before a grin took over on his face, one that sent a chill down Sato's spine. "Well, now that you're like this, you can't be of help to anyone in the hero team. Don't worry, I have the perfect way you could help me, however." Activating OFA, Izuku stepped down harder on Sato's hand, breaking his fingers before he lifted his foot, planting his heel into Sato's face, burying the hero into the wall, breaking some brick and knocking him out, breaking Stao's comms in the process. Putting a finger to the earpiece he was given, Izuku spoke clearly as he grabbed Sato, lifting the heavy man before jumping off with OFA activated. "Nezu, don't take Sato out yet, you're not gonna wanna miss the show." "Very well, Sato is still in the game." Tapping the earpiece, Izuku formulated the next steps of his plan as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, ignoring the screams of confusion from civilians who had arrived at the broken brick wall. Avoiding all of the patrolling routes on the ground, Izuku made sure Sato was secure before he jumped to the entrance of the original villain base he was given. If he wasn't gonna live in it, why not give it another purpose as the place to hold Sato captive? Arriving at the original villain base, Izuku placed Sato on the ground, taking the capture wire head before tying the hero up, but not before stripping Sato of every piece of hero gear, leaving only the suit and his mask. Sighing, Izuku began phase 2 of his plan. Heading back to the apartment, Izuku made it without incident, even being able to see a few of the squads that the hero teams had set up, with a few noticeably worried since Sato hadn't checked in. Ignoring them for now, Izuku got back into his apartment, grabbing a few C4s before walking back out. His next stop was the hospital filled with civilians and the central system of healthcare within the Mock City. Walking to the hospital, Izuku went through the front doors, spotting a few of the other classes and roles of doctors and nurses. Looking around the waiting room and the main area, Izuku tried to map out where the bombs would need to be planted in order to make this entire building a pile of rubble. Walking past the receptionist, Izuku ignored the girl as she called out to him, while scoping out a few of the areas in the hospital that would be the best place to set the bombs. Eventually, after exploring around the hospital, Izuku found plenty of rooms that would suit his needs. Quickly, Izuku went into the rooms containing oxygen tanks, chemicals, cleaning supplies, anywhere that held anything that could explode. Izuku planted a C4. Avoiding getting caught by the hospital staff, Izuku walked out, his plan almost ready. All he needed now, a place to broadcast his message, and the news station would provide just that. "Bakugo, Sato hasn't reported in hours. Should we go looking for him?" "Shut the F up, dunce face, we don't need to look for that extra." Yelling at Kaminari, Bakugo glared at the hero team who had gathered in the hero building, having completed their patrol routes and were waiting for orders from their leader. Turning away from the group, Bakugo was left in his own thoughts. That shitty Deku got big lips already. That shitty extra couldn't even do his job right. The classes watching this could only look at their leader with apprehension. They all wanted to say they were going to look for Sato, as he had been missing for hours and it was already 6:30 p.m. But the face Bakugo was making sent them all silent. Eventually, a few stumbled away from the group and into the common room, turning on the TV, trying to find the nerve to talk to Bakugo in his current state. Watching the TV, they were all confused when the station switched to pure darkness before a small countdown in red numbers was displayed in the background as it said live on the top right. Setsuna and a few of the students were obviously confused as to when they switched channels, the same thing was seen on everything channel. "Guys, get down here." Yelling, Setsuna and the other students watched the countdown as the steps of the entire hero team got louder. "What is it, Lizard Beach?" Stomping, and Bakugo stopped when he saw the screen. The countdown already down to 4 seconds. Finally, the countdown was brought to 0 and a single light flashed on, allowing everyone to see a robot head while the rest of the body was still shrouded in darkness. Initially, the heroes had thought this was a body when the head moved, not making any noise while it moved erratically. Staring at the screen, they heard muffles of several people before they were drowned out by a voice. SHHHH, the show hasn't even started yet. Revealing himself in the light that was on, Izuku stepped into view just above the robot head, showing off his hair, eyes, and mask, stunning everyone watching at his looks. Looking at the camera focused on him, the heroes saw nothing but coldness and hatred within Izuku's eyes as he spoke out. Hello viewers and heroes that are watching this live. I am the villain Lucifer, and I welcome you to a sight to behold. Spreading his arms out, every light came to life, revealing several tied-up students and robots, all with tape covering their mouths. The students and robots hostage visibly panicked. Gasping out loud, everyone turned to Ibara, who had her hands in prayer as she heard Izuku's villain name, as he had taken the name of the devil Lucifer. The rest of the class also gasped, but it wasn't because of the name, it was because of the many hostages that Izuku had with him. They, however, were confused. The middle robot was tied to a chair with a black cover across the body. They couldn't think more about it as Izuku spoke again. Now, before you all start panicking, I'll tell you I am currently residing in the local news station, taking control of the airwaves. And before you start racing to come after, I want you to see what happens when someone tries to be a hero. Watching, the heroes and civilians everywhere saw Lucifer grab the black sheet on the middle robot before ripping it off, showing a blood-soaked hero suit and a body that definitely didn't belong to a robot. The heroes were all tense as they recognized the costume that belonged to Sato. Now, earlier today, a hero by the name Sugarman stopped to help a citizen in need. Now, being the best hero he could, he diligently followed the citizen, ignoring all signs of potential danger, not even letting his fellow heroes know about his location. Putting both his hands onto the moving robot's head, green lightning sparked around Lucifer as the heroes saw his gloved fingers dig into the head before he ripped it in half, showing a severely beaten Sato with his nose purple and broken along with blood around his face. The classes stared at the screen in horror, especially Class 1 and more specifically Uraraka, who covered her mouth with tears in her eyes. They couldn't believe the condition Sato was in, and with Lucifer having the entire building hostage, they couldn't even save him. They were stuck watching this horror, and it was enhanced by the thought that Lucifer had essentially stuffed a dead civilian's head on Sato's head before ripping it in half. Ah, poor Sugarman. Grabbing Sato by the chin, Lucifer shook the hero's head before harshly pushing it away. Looking at the camera, Lucifer walked in front of the camera. Heroes, I have but a single question. How are villains made? Walking behind a robot hostage, Lucifer's quirk was still going strong, except it was in his leg. Let's see, it could be a villainous quirk: rough childhood, abusive parents, bullying, being born quirkless, but my favorite one so far is betrayal. Enunciating his point, Lucifer lifted his leg before stepping on the robot hostage's head, crushing it as the voice box let out a loud and hurt-filled scream through the tape. The other hostages, seeing this, got scared as Lucifer walked over to a student hostage, ignoring Sato trying to struggle in his chair. Putting his foot on the student's head, Izuku started digging his heel into the poor female's head, her whimpering in real pain. The heroes couldn't take their eyes off the screen as Class 1 was struck right in the heart with his comment of betrayal, all of them remembering how they turned their backs on him when he was accused of being a villain. Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki, and Shinso all feeling the worst of it. Yes, betrayal is my favorite reason. Now you may wonder why. It's simple. All my life I was betrayed by those I let close to me, over the fact I was quirkless. My childhood friend turned into my worst bully, beating me every day for 12 years. My father left me a year after I was labeled quirkless. My mother turned on me, becoming an alcoholic drunk, abusing me nonstop every day and night. A hint of absolute rage clouded Izuku's eyes as he stepped off the girl, moving to the next hostage. After years of this treatment, I was at a breaking point, but I refused to give up until the last day of middle school. After the usual treatment, I was told by my bully to end myself. He wasn't the first to do it, but he was the last, and after that, school had ended, so walking a different route home when I met my idol All Might. Being the hopeful boy I was, I asked if I could be a hero while I was quirkless, and instead of living up to his words of everyone can be a hero, he simply told me no, throwing my dreams and hopes into the trash as it lit on fire. Bending down, Izuku grabbed the head of the next hostage, which happened to be another robot, before he, using his pure raw strength, punched his fist through the chest piece. The pure malice Izuku did in his every movement sent chills down the heroes' spines, while many became teary-eyed hearing Izuku's backstory, while some of the more sensitive sobbed. Bakugo, on the other hand, was pissed. How effing dare that nerd tell his shitty little sob story? He deserved everything I did. I'm glad Auntie and Co. also thought the same thing. Smirking, Bakugo didn't see the angry eyes Uraraka had sent his way. Why is he smirking? Izuku is hurt and we didn't help him. We betrayed him. Turning away, she looked back at the screen, crushing another robot hostage. Izuku moved over to behind Sato, putting his hands on the frightened hero who jumped at his contact. When I awakened my quirk after All Might told me no, I thought everything would be better. I could be a hero, so of course, I enrolled into UA High School bright-eyed for the first time in a while as I stared at my dream school. I didn't have the experience as the other kids had, but I tried my best to get into Class 1A. In fact, Sato here along with all of you heroes were my classmates. I thought I could be friends with you all, but once again I was betrayed. So I thank you, heroes. You were the ones to finally open my eyes. Although I hold hate for all of you, there is one I can't for the life of me think of negatively. Going in front of the camera, Izuku held his hand out, hiding the disgust in his voice as he said his next line. May, I'm sorry, but please believe me when I say I wish I could throw up. Gravity, you are someone I hold very dear to me, and it pains me to be fighting against you. So, please join me together. We can reach heights no one else could reach. I will give you a day to decide. We can be together, so please, I'm doing this all for you, so I ask you to ignore what I do next. Reaching into his coat pocket, Izuku pulled out a small cylinder that had a red button on top. I thank you all for witnessing what the heroes had created. Oh, one last thing. Bakugo, do me a favor and take a swan dive off a roof. Going back to Sato, Izuku pushed the button before pulling out his butterfly knife, slashing Sato's neck, officially taking him out of the game. With that, Izuku walked off screen, laughing manically as screaming from the hostages and those watching saw Sato sit there as a waterfall of fake blood ran down the hero's neck. The hero team watching was in a state of shock, believing that Sato's neck was actually cut open, but they were all snapped out of it when Bakugo started yelling. What the F are you extras doing? That Deku blew up a effing hospital, move your asses. Running out of the building, the hero team followed as Bakugo was noticeably angrier than usual. That effing nerd. His useless ass tells me to commit suicide. No one can tell me that. I'll show him his place. The rest of the team was also stuck in their thoughts. Class 1 thinking about how they betrayed Izuku, with Uraraka thinking about the current situation, especially with what Izuku had said last. Izuku said he was doing this for me, but why would he end those hostages? Does that mean he loves me too? Ugh. Uraraka was conflicted. Her feelings for Izuku and her duties as a hero were clashing against each other. Running farther, the heroes came to the site of an absolute inferno of a building that used to be a hospital. Screaming from civilians all around them, along with the yelling from the firefighters who tried to put the flame out, it all became too much too quickly for the group of heroes as the yelling and screaming didn't stop there, as panic, sorrowful, and hurt screams resonated from the hospital as well. Following Bakugo's orders, Todoroki was focused on helping extinguish the flames while the rest held back and helped any survivors. Despite his yelling, Bakugo gave clear orders as he also sent a team to investigate the news station. All the heroes knew at that point that the chaos had only begun, and Izuku or Lucifer wasn't someone that they should take lightly. Satsuna, Kirishima, Tsu, and Ajiro were worried. Not only did Izuku have real explosives, but Sato's throat was cut right in front of them, and the thought of it being real made the group nauseous. Currently, they were heading to the news station per Bakugo's orders, and that was another reason they were worried. They were heading straight to Izuku's last location, and he already took Sato out of the game like nothing. Relaxing their nerves, the group of heroes prepared themselves, but were confused when civilians were pounding on the entrance of the building, yelling for them to help, although it was muffled by the glass. Help, please. The heroes saw them hanging their fists on the doors in a panic, so investigating, they found the entrance locked by a padlock, trapping everybody inside, robots and UA students alike. Ajiro, taking initiative, broke open the padlock, and the floodgates were open upon the heroes. Civilians screaming as they ran out of the building, knocking themselves into the heroes in the process. Trying to calm the civilians, Tsuyu and Satsuna told Ajiro and Kirishima to check on Sato and the other hostages. Red Riot. Tailman, check on the hostages inside and keep a lookout for Lucifer. He couldn't have gotten far. Satsuna yelled out the order as she held a crying man, his coat and hat covering his face as he held onto the hero with one hand and the other on his heart. Satsuna, realizing this man may be having a panic attack, deviated some of her duties to Tsu before she looked down at the man. Sir, are you okay? My heart. The man clutched his heart under his coat harder. This was a difficult situation. The hospital was already destroyed, and if this was a real emergency, then the man's condition could worsen. Holding onto the man, Satsuna turned her head to Tsu, about to speak, but was stopped when something poked her in the gut. Looking, a long silver barrel was planted firmly where her liver was. Stunned, Satsuna felt multiple small impacts against her stomach, hurting extremely bad before red fluid dripped down her hero costume and onto the floor with what looked like casings as well. In her ear, Satsuna heard the voice of Vlad King, sad and regretful. Satsuna, you are out. You can't move or speak. Ectoplasm's clone will come and pick you up. Just sit tight. Satsuna was out. Looking at the man she was holding in pain and shock, she saw a single slit green eye staring at her before she hit the floor abruptly, as gravity was taken away from her feet and an impact hit the side of her head. Her vision fading, she saw the man disappear into a nearby crowd before she fell unconscious. The civilians nearby, who had calmed down somewhat, only screamed more as one of the heroes that had saved them was dropped to the ground, red liquid flowing on her hero costume. Tsu, hearing the screams, turned to see Satsuna on the ground bleeding. Running up to the girl, Tsu placed her hand on the red liquid, examining it as she panicked, the fluid looking like real blood. Owl lizardy, ribbit. Trying to move the girl and speak to her, Aizawa's voice came through her ear. Tsuyu, Setsuna has been eliminated from the game. She can't speak or move. She is considered dead. Sue, hearing this, only looked at the body, stunned and racked with conflicting feelings, as her fellow hero essentially died right next to her and she could have just as easily been ended. That realization plagued Sue's mind as she imagined herself covered in blood, dying on the side of the street, unable to cry for help. Sue couldn't move. She was too scared to do anything, but the troubles didn't end there. Inside the news station, Kirishima and Ajiro walked through the corridors of the building trying to find where their friend and classmate Sato was. Along the way, they stopped several times, seeing absolute carnage as the halls were filled with ripped apart and caved-in robots. No hope for survival if this was real. I can't believe Midoriya would do this. Ajiro's eyes went to a single robot, an arm replacing where the head would be, while said missing appendage was halfway through a wall, crushed like a soda can. Did you hear his laugh too? What about Sato? He looked pretty beat up. Kirishima, walking forward, checked his surroundings as they got closer to the recording area that the news broadcasted. Reaching the double doors, Kirishima looked to Ajiro, nodding his head, in which he got one back. Breathing out slowly, Kirishima hardened his body as he went through the doors, searching for anybody in the room when Sato came into his line of sight. Rushing closer, the two heroes saw students tied together in a half circle, their hands all together on the back of the chair Sato was sitting on. Sato, running, Ajiro went up to his classmate, seeing the red liquid now partly dried covering his neck. A look of fear in Sato's eyes as he looked at Ajiro. Sato, are you okay? Speak to me. Ajiro, Kirishima, Sato is eliminated from the game. He can't speak or move. He is dead. Make sure to share this info with your teammates. Aizawa's voice gave clear instructions to the two heroes, who both looked at their dead friend in sadness. They were too late, but hearing muffled screams, their attention was drawn back to the other hostages in the room. Duct tape covering their mouths, berating themselves internally to lose focus on the other hostages, Kirishima took hold of one hostage's shoulders. Don't worry, you're safe now. We're here to save you. Pulling the tape covering the male student's face, Kirishima was yelled at. Don't, you'll end us all. The male student yelling this stayed as still as possible, as the other students did as well. Curious about their behavior, Kirishima chalked it up to the fear of Lucifer still being in the building. It's all right, we'll get you out of here. We already checked the building, it's fine. The villain isn't here. Grabbing the man, Kirishima started trying to free the civilian. No. The student's warnings came too late as Kirishima pulled the civilian forward, moving him when the sound of a pin dropping to the floor was heard in the room. Why, you ended us. Wide-eyed, the man looked at Kirishima's confused face for a few seconds before an explosion of blood erupted, painting every civilian's back as they froze in horror. Pulling back, Kirishima felt drops of the blood coat his face and arms. All he felt was guilt, regret, and panic. The people he was trying to help were ended in front of his face. Lucifer had to have done this on purpose. It wasn't my fault. Shaking, he felt the hand of Ajiro on his shoulder. Kirishima, are you all right? Looking at his friend, Kirishima slowly nodded before looking back at the frozen students, who were all slumped forward, their eyes closed, playing the part of a causality. Knowing that they were essentially dead, Kirishima went forward, trying to look for the cause as guilt ate away at his mind. Looking past the bodies, Kirishima looked at their tied hands, seeing that all of them had a finger loose, with blood seemingly flowing down an invisible line. Curious, Kirishima looked closer before grabbing what the blood was sliding on. Pulling it up, Kirishima saw that there were strings all connecting to a single pin. Is this what caused the explosion of blood? Pulling the strings up, Kirishima showed the pin to Ajiro, who was checking on the students. A pin. Ajiro, confused at what Kirishima was showing him. He investigated further, looking to the floor where the explosion happened, finding bits and pieces of something sticking out of the pool of fake blood. Picking a single piece up, Ajiro felt the texture of plastic similar to those used in paintballs, dark green in color from what he could see. Connecting the dots of the explosion, the plastic, the strings, and the pin they were tied to, Ajiro realized that this was all an elaborate trap. Speaking out loud without realizing it, Ajiro only made Kirishima's mental barrier from his guilt weaker. This was a trap. Lucifer has grenades, and he tied the hostages to the pin of the grenade. If we moved them, it would be set off, and we did just that. Guilt and sadness were in Ajiro's eyes, but unlike Kirishima, Ajiro wasn't the one who physically caused the civilians to die. That responsibility fell to the hardening quirk user, who stood still at Ajiro's words. It's all my fault. I caused their deaths. If I had just listened, this wouldn't have happened. Shaking his head, Kirishima tried to get the thoughts out of his head. He was supposed to be the cool and manly hero that Crimson Riot was, but no matter how much he silenced the thought, it returned. Just as the two heroes were going to contact Sue and Setsuna about the situation inside the building, they both heard screams erupt louder than before from outside. Acting on instinct, the two boys ran out of the room they were in, leaving the dead hero and civilians trying to rush to their fellow heroes. Getting outside, they saw sobbing civilians, panicking robots, and students, while some stared at the ground. Looking in the direction they saw a small puddle of red liquid with Sue sitting on the ground looking down. Assuming the worst, the duo ran to the frog girl, but were surprised to see said girl shaking and crying with fear etched on her face as Setsuna laid unconscious, blood pooling on her stomach. Oh my god, what happened? Sue. Anjiro, taking control, shook Sue by her shoulders as Kirishima checked on Setsuna, seeing a large bruise mark on the side of her head. As she is already dead. I could have been the one dead on the ground, ribbit. Sue, looking at Kirishima, told him the news, making the heroes realize why she was crying. While they were saddened to hear another one of their teammates was already out. Sighing, Anjiro pressed his earpiece, speaking into it. Everyone, Lucifer isn't here, but there are multiple casualties, including Lizardy. Waiting, Anjiro heard the voice of Bakugo yell into his ear. That shitty lizard beach. Whatever, get your asses back here and help with this fire. Hearing this, Anjiro took the earpiece out, not wanting to go deaf, as police cruisers showed up at the news station, taking control of the situation. After explaining the entire situation, the students saw 2 ectoplasm clones enter, one grabbing Sato and the other Setsuna before leaving. A group of dead students walking after them, all shaken up. Listening to the order given to him, Anjiro told both Sue and Kirishima the situation, and although they both hesitated for a second, they both got up before going back to the area of the hospital. The sun already falling as the night sky bled into the area, the fire becoming more vibrant than ever. Reaching the site of the fire, the heroes saw multiple buildings near the hospital also on fire, and while Todoroki and Manayama, who copied his quirk, were doing their best to put out the flames, the chemicals they combusted with the bombs not only spread the fire but also harder to contain. The heroes were doing all they could be at rescuing civilians from the apartment buildings, crowd control, or working on quenching the fire. It was obvious that it would take more effort. Jumping into the fray, Anjiro, Kirishima, and Sue tried to help in any way they could. The screams of help from civilians in the building didn't help the everlasting chaos. Going through a burning building, Tetsu and Oase were going through the building's 6th floor. And although the heat was nigh unbearable, they had to save the civilians inside. Searching inside, Oase welded the walls that were weak as the fire was ruining the integrity of the building. Real steel, did you find anybody? Wearing a gas mask provided by Yaorazu, Oase looked at his steel classmate as they searched room by room. No, nothing yet. Maybe everyone got out. Help. Hearing the voice of a robot, the 1B students rushed to the sound which came from the end of the hallway. Running, they didn't expect Lucifer to burst through the wall. Quirk activated, shoulder bashing Tetsu through the walls beside them, crumbling parts of the building faster. At the sudden appearance of the villain, Oase tried to reach the man to weld the villain in place, but was met with a punch, knocking the student back, before being yanked from his launch by a hand grabbing his ankle. Gripping harder, Lucifer snapped Oase's ankle before bringing the hero to the floor, stomping on the kid's chest, sending him down the already burnt floors until they reached the 2nd floor, with the previous floors above them almost collapsing. Screaming in pain, Oase tried to catch his breath as the toxic glowing eye of Lucifer was all he could see. Although I would like to enjoy this. The heat is getting unbearable. How about we continue this outside? Saying nothing, Oase looked up to see Tetsu back up and staring at him. Signaling with his eyes, Oase grabbed on the sleeves of the jacket Lucifer was wearing, welding it to his hands as Tetsu jumped down the levels, aiming for Lucifer, while Oase tried to keep him in place but was confused when Lucifer put up no fight at all. So Real Steel cares to join after all. Very well then. In an instant, the roles were reversed as the jacket Lucifer was wearing slipped off before it was wrapped around Oase's neck. The metal fist of Tetsu hit Oase in the jaw, knocking the hero out while Lucifer remained unscathed. Oase, stunned that his fist had hit his classmate instead of the villain Tetsu, enraged, looked at who was responsible, seeing Lucifer standing still, not a look of regret or concern in his eyes, only a deep bloodlust and hatred. Shaking the fear of Lucifer's eyes, Tetsu charged Lucifer, surrender. Punching, his steel fists hit nothing but the walls of the building, but blinded by his own idiocracy, Tetsu failed to realize Lucifer's plan and his surrounding. Lucifer continued to dodge, making sure to move to the spots most beneficial to his plan. Before maneuvering around Tetsu grabbing the knocked out Oase by the hair before putting his karambit against the neck of Oase, making Tetsu freeze, remembering what happened to Sato. Put the knife down and give up. There are heroes and police everywhere. There isn't a way for you to escape. Trying to reason with Lucifer, Tetsu held his steel form as Lucifer backed up to a nearby window. Real Steel, you and I both know that you can't stop me. In fact, you heroes play into my hand. You're blind to the fact that you can't save everyone. Helping anybody other than yourself is idiotic. That's why Lizardy and Sugarman were both sent to an early grave. The people here will realize that you heroes can't do anything. They will see that your arrival is what ended them, not me. You're delusional. You hurt your own friends and ended civilians for nothing. Gritting his teeth, Tetsu glared at Lucifer as the mention of the 2 heroes he already ended angered him. Had you controlled your anger, maybe you could have prevented what happens next. Activating OFA, Lucifer kicked the wall next to him and threw a support beam as the building started creaking. Turning around, Lucifer threw a waste through the glass window and onto the roof of a building adjacent to it before he himself jumped out. Tetsu, seeing this, tried to rush at the window but was stopped when debris fell in front of him on fire. Looking around, Tetsu was confused. Oasis welds should have held up, so why is the building collapsing fast? Searching, Tetsu finally realized why Lucifer had dodged his attacks instead of fighting back. Every wall that Tetsu struck in an attempt to attack Lucifer had a hole in them, along with the support beams supporting them being broken. He couldn't think about his mistakes for long before Tetsu hardened himself fully, the entire building collapsing on top of him, debris and rubble covering the hero as he braced for impact, hitting the ground floor while the heroes and civilians panicked on the street. On the roof of a building that was a safe distance away from the collapsed building, Lucifer looked at the still knocked out Oasis. He had taken 3 of the heroes out in a single day, but his plan wasn't to stop here. Dusting off his suit, Lucifer was glad Oasis didn't weld the actual suit and instead of the jacket he was wearing when he took out Setsuna. Binding Oasis' hands together with the jacket that was still welded to his hands, Lucifer used Black Whip, moving from building to building trying to get behind the heroes still dealing with the fire. Watching, Lucifer saw Uraraka, Kendo, and Takoyami trying to clear the rubble of the collapsed building, searching for their comrades in distress. Ignoring them, he surveyed the rest of the group, seeing Bakugo looking in the hospital fire with anger while the rest continued to try and put out the multiple fires. Comicman shouting out water noises, Mudman sinking whatever fires he could at the base, Mina using her acid to snuff the flames, Gyro listening for the potential of any survivors in the fire's effect, and finally Yaoyorozu creating fire extinguishers for the rest. Marking down his next targets, Lucifer scanned the groups before coming to a decision. Fukadashi's quirk will be annoying to deal with later in the game, and Gyro's hearing is busy, so I'll take him out from afar. Pulling his hardballer pistol out, Lucifer used Black Whip to get closer as he didn't have his sniper on hand, maintaining a relatively safe distance from Gyro's hearing. Taking aim, a red laser came to life as he went to the spine of Fukachi, aiming for an end shot as he came to the base of Comicman's neck. Breathing out, Lucifer ignored the mind-numbing pain that was invading his hand as he pulled the trigger, and without warning, a large red spot covered the back of Comicman's neck while a bang resonated through the area. The screaming of civilians was all Lucifer needed to know he should escape while he could. Putting his gun away, Lucifer activated his quirk, running off as the heroes searched for him, and the voice of Vlad King sounded out in his ear. Comicman out. Not paying any mind to the announcement, Lucifer got as far as he could from the fire before jumping down in an alley, deactivating his quirk as he secluded himself in the darkness of the night. Clutching his right hand, Lucifer gritted his teeth behind his mask. Sitting, he waited to see if anyone had followed him before he took his mask off, tucking it into his suit as he went towards the apartment he left Oasis on, not wanting the boy to wake up before he got there. Avoiding the rooftops, Izuku stuck to the alleyways, avoiding the entire area before coming back to the apartment he left Oasis on. Picking the hero up by his hero costume, Izuku had a plan in mind for the 1B kid, but first, he needed to move his plan regarding Uraraka into effect, and that started with easing the pain in his arms as his targets to cripple the heroes came into his mind. Time skip. The heroes had finally gotten rid of the fire while also finding Tetsu in the rubble of the building he and Oasis were in, but they found no trace of Oasis, making morale low, especially when Tetsu told them that Lucifer had him, and that was only the icing on the cake as Sato and Setsuna were both eliminated. Sitting in the common room of the hero building, everyone was covered in soot and ash from the fire, listening to the ranting of their leader as civilians were gathered outside of their building asking questions regarding the villain Lucifer, Sugarman and Lizardy were okay, and more. A few freelance journalists also joining in on the action, wanting to get as much as they could. Both students and robots alike didn't relent in their pressure on the heroes. GRRR, someone shut those people up. That effing Deku takes out 3 of our extras and ends a whole shit ton of civilians, and Metalhead couldn't even take down that shitty Deku. Popping explosions in his hands, Bakugo thought of the current situation while the rest were left to their own thoughts. Fear eating away at Tsu, guilt at Kirishima, and by far the most conflicted was Uraraka. Despite what she had been told by Tsu, Kirishima, Ajiro, and even witnessing the hospital engulfed in flames, the main thought in her head was Izuku's proposal, the kind loving eyes he showed in the newsfeed. Overall, she didn't know how to feel about what was happening, but she was brought out of it by Bakugo. Round face. Man hands, go talk to the civilians and get this shit under control now. Getting up from the couch, both Uraraka and Kendo tried to make themselves look presentable before they stepped outside. The rest of the heroes took turns taking showers and resting. This was proving to be harder than they thought this game would be, some even regretting doubting Izuku. Eventually, everything calmed down, but it was late, being already 11:45 p.m., and with that, the group started going to sleep, although many of them were extremely restless, worrying that Lucifer would visit them during the night. Only one group remained awake, being Uraraka, Kendo, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kiwara. Uraraka was in her room changing after her shower and was dressed only in a towel. Looking, she saw her roommate Tsu shaking in her bed afraid. Izuku, what did you do to her? Saying that to herself, Uraraka didn't expect to hear an answer coming from the window of her room. She's afraid of me, but I didn't mean for it to happen. Looking, Uraraka turned atomic red as Izuku sat on the ledge, the moonlight highlighting his features. Covering herself up, Uraraka was about to scream out, but a gloved hand covered her mouth as Izuku's glowing eye looked at her. Please don't scream, I just wanted to see you. Promise me you won't scream if I uncover your mouth. Anxious, Uraraka slowly nodded her head, nervously clutching her towel as she felt Izuku's chest against her. Blushing, she felt Izuku's hand leave her mouth before she looked over at Tsu, who was still asleep. Turning back to Izuku, Uraraka fidgeted as she felt Izuku looking at her state of dress. Whispering, she spoke, What are you doing here, Deku? How did you get in? Waiting for an answer, she got the info she wanted as Izuku spoke out. Like I said, I wanted to see you, and it's quite easy once you get past the Pomeranian's line of sight. Chuckling at his joke, Uraraka thought back to what Izuku said before Sato was killed, and her feeling of love for Izuku started to override her senses, but the hero part of her looked at Izuku with question. Deku, why did you hurt Sato so badly? And was what you said in the video true even about your mom and me? Sighing, Izuku took Uraraka's hand into his. Yes, it was all true, and I'm truly sorry for how I hurt Sato and anything else I did. It was only for the game, but I think somewhere deep inside I hate our classmates, but you're different. I can't find any semblance of hatred for you, and what I said in the news regarding you was true, every last word. Although I might do some bad things during this game, just know that it's true. Hearing this, Uraraka was saddened to hear everything from Izuku's past about his mom was real. Despite her current attire, Uraraka put Izuku into a hug, feeling his hands hug her back, one sliding upwards near her head. Hugging him, Izuku's words resonated within her head. He loves me too. Snuggling into his chest, Uraraka looked up. Izuku, I love you. Leaning in for a kiss, she heard Izuku's soft voice come through. I know. Not feeling his lips on hers, Uraraka was about to open her eyes before she felt a strong jabbing in her neck and her consciousness faded. Holding the limp girl, Izuku put his thumb off a pressure point on Uraraka's neck. Placing the girl on the floor, Izuku stepped past her, shaking off his disgust as he dug into his suit, pulling out his mask. His feelings for Mei had boiled over and he couldn't keep up the act, especially with Uraraka wanting to kiss him. Disgusting. Now what's next? Walking through the halls of the hero building, Izuku made sure his steps were quiet. He had to plant the bombs carefully and without notice of the heroes. Going down the levels, Izuku checked every room, making mental notes of where everybody was sleeping before stopping at one room. In particular, creeping in, he saw Kanoko and Ibara sleeping soundly. Walking up, Izuku stood over Kanoko before he put his hand over her mouth, startling the mushroom girl as he pulled his butterfly knife, holding it against Kanoko's throat. Swiping the knife, he eliminated the mushroom girl before looking at his next target, Ibara, still not woken up. Looking back into the eyes of Kanoko, Izuku felt her shaking as tears escaped the mushroom girl's eyes, with absolute horror invading. Kanoko is out. Hearing the confirmation of Kanoko's death, Izuku put a finger to his mask in a shush motion as he took his hand off the girl's mouth. Getting up, Izuku wanted to instill fear within the heroes even more, starting with the most faithful being Ibara. Going up to the angelic girl, Izuku woke the girl up with a hand covering her mouth, and out of reflex, Ibara used her quirk to manipulate her vines, trying to stop whoever woke her up, but before she could even touch the person, she saw the green slitted eyes of Lucifer along with the mask paralyzing the girl as her vines went slack. Slowly, Izuku turned Ibara's head to look at Kanoko, who was looking back, throat slit and covered in fake blood, along with the look of horror on her face. Staring in shock, Ibara closed her eyes, trying to muffle out a prayer when Izuku leaned down, whispering in her ear, "Don't pray to your god now. Kanoko is already dead." Grinning under his mask, he saw tears escape Ibara's closed eyes as he put his knife to the girl's jugular vein. Crying harder, the muffled prayer became more and more continuous as she could only think of Izuku's current state, and in her mind, Izuku was the real incarnation of the demon Lucifer sent to end her. Ibara continued saying a prayer through Izuku's hand before she felt the knife pull away from her throat. Initially, she thought her prayers were answered before her head was roughly brought back. Staring back into the slitted green eyes of the devil, she heard him speak once again. "I won't end you yet, but let's see if God will answer your prayer next time." Taking the hilt of his butterfly knife, Izuku hit Ibara in the forehead with considerable force, knocking the vine girl out. Getting off, Izuku walked back to the door of the room, looking at Kanoko, who was looking at him. Stepping back into the hallway, Izuku grabbed the doorknob, pulling the door closed. "Be afraid of the boogeyman." Smiling under his mask to Kanoko, Izuku's left eye grew brighter as the door fully closed, and he continued his plan. Bombs at the ready, with the other heroes not realizing he was there. What just happened? Aizawa's tired but shocked tone rang through the monitor room as the entire UA staff looked at the screen, watching as Lucifer planted several bombs in the hero building after slitting the throat of a sleeping Kanoko and putting the fear of the devil in Ibara. So much happened in one day so fast that they could barely process it, and it all started with this morning. Teacher's POV War Day 1. When did Problem Child change so much? What's going on? Confusion ran through Aizawa's psyche, and emotions as one of his students was so much different from what they had previously thought. Thinking back on what Nezu had said earlier about Izuku not trusting them, Aizawa could only think Nezu was right. I'm his homeroom teacher, yet he doesn't trust me. Goddamn it, I shouldn't have accused him without giving him so much as a chance to explain himself. All I did was yell and lash out at him like an amateur. Aizawa felt guilt and remorse as he remembered when Izuku was accused and how he of all people who acknowledge all possibilities using logic and understanding threw everything he could at an innocent kid just because he felt it was needed. Shaking his head, Aizawa banished these thoughts. After all, he still had to get the hero team in the game area, and with Izuku asleep this was a perfect time. Arriving at the dorms, it was barely reaching 4:30 a.m. Walking in, he saw a few of the early risers up and already ready, some having bags of clothes and other necessities like they were going on vacation. Ada being one of the few up, spotted Aizawa. Aizawa-sensei, good morning. A few members of the class are still gathering their things. Where is Class B? We'll get them after everybody here is ready, so tell everyone they have 10 minutes or they're disqualified from the game. Watching, Aizawa saw Ida run up the stairs, alerting his classmates when hearing yelled confirmations, including the hero leader himself. I got it, Sonic the Hedgehog, now F off. Language. Ignoring that entire conversation, Aizawa turned to the rest of the class that was up. Jiro, Yorazu, Ashido, Shoji, Koda, and Takoyami all eating a light breakfast, chatting with each other. They are certainly different. Aizawa could see clear as day that his students weren't all that serious about the game, which was a stark contrast from the cold and calculated look Izuku had shown and given both when they were picking him up and when he was let loose. Aizawa had seen the disconnect ever since the betrayal incident, but he didn't realize till now how separated Izuku was from his class, and not to mention the appearance changes as well. It had taken roughly 8 minutes when everyone had finally come to the common room. Seeing the class all there, Aizawa spoke loudly, catching everyone's attention. All right, now that you're all here, we are going to pick up Class 1B and go to the game area. Now the villain has been released in the area before you but is currently preoccupied, so we will be taking you to your HQ, and from there it's up to all of you. Now follow me. Explaining it quite simple, Aizawa ignored the raised hands of some students as he was on a schedule, and it would be better if he got the hero team in their HQ before Izuku woke up. Going to the 1B dorms, Aizawa, unlike his class, saw every student ready and packed, waiting patiently for him while some small chatter was going on. Why couldn't I have taken this class? Sighing, Aizawa gathered 1B before he took them to the large bus that was transporting both classes. Sit where you want, just get in. With that, both classes got inside the bus, separating into their own little groups, some obvious like Uraraka sitting with and Tsu, and Bakugo by himself saying he didn't need some shitty extra sitting by him. Done with that, the bus started moving, heading to the desired destination with some idle chatter going on. Uraraka, sitting next to some of her best friends, fidgeted in her seat, nervous, which both friends took account of. Tsu, being the blunt one, spoke up. Achako, what's wrong, Ribbit? Yes, if there's anything, please let us know. Smiling at her friend's support, Uraraka relaxed a little bit. Sorry, I'm just nervous that we have to fight Deku. He's really strong, but there's so many of us, I just think it's a little unfair. Yes, while I agree, lest we not forget that Midoriya wanted to be alone on his team, and even though he is on the villain team, it's very heroic and inspiring that he's pushing against the odds. Ada, praising Izuku, looked at Uraraka, who listened carefully. Ada's right, Ribbit. Midoriya is very smart, so I don't think this will be a bad game, though it is unfair, Ribbit. I know, but I'm just worried. He looked sad that he was alone, and I kinda feel guilty. With her selective memory, Uraraka remembered how Izuku had his head down once he saw the teams. Well, we sadly made our choice, but we will just have to support Midoriya by giving it our all. Give it our all. Don't make me laugh, you shitty Sonic. We'll wipe the floor with that shitty nerd. It seems Bakugo had heard the conversation from his seat, so yelling, he told everyone how he saw this game, and most of the classes agreed with him. Hey, Bakugo, Dek, be quiet. Before Uraraka could defend her love, Aizawa stood up from his seat, glaring at the entire bus, his eyes red and quirk activated. This isn't time to underestimate your opponent. That's what most rookie heroes do before they die. Remember that. Sitting back down, Aizawa heard all chatter quiet to whispers, and while some of the group, mostly the ones who thought Izuku could at least draw the game out to 2 days, agreed, but other than that, each student had the same thought as Bakugo. He's just one villain, how hard can it be? Aizawa-sensei is seriously overestimating Midori. That damn shitty Deku, even with All Might's quirk, this will all be over soon. Underestimate him. I'm just saying how it is. In his seat, Aizawa sat silent. The heroes were in for a big surprise. If Izuku had really changed like he thought, then this would be a hard time, and Aizawa didn't know how right he was. After dropping the heroes off at their HQ in the game arena, Aizawa headed back to the monitor room while the hero team got set up. Walking into the room, Aizawa sat in his seat while the rest of the staff also sat by. Thank you for picking my students up, Aizawa. I just wonder how they're gonna do against Midoriya. Vlad King, expressing his gratitude, bowed to his fellow teacher before saying what was on his mind. Yeah, on the ride here I can tell that neither of our classes is ready for this, but by that same right we'll have to see what this Midoriya will do. Leaning back in his chair, Aizawa watched as the hero team set up their own rooms, Bakugo expressly saying he didn't give a shit what they did. The teachers watched impassively until it reached 5:30, the alarm from Izuku's phone catching the attention of every staff member. Well, it seems our villain is awake. Nezu, calling it out, had every pair of eyes on the main villain, watching as Izuku got up, foregoing his pills before heading to the supplies Nezu provided for him. Nezu, what else did young Midoriya request? Watching, All Might saw his successor take out pairs of clothes along with a small case which he couldn't identify. Midoriya asked me for some supplies such as clothes and colored contacts, stating he wanted civilian attire for an identity. It's brilliant. While some villains are recognizable, some have a civilian cover too, lest they want to be caught. Watching, the teachers were impressed by Izuku's foresight. They continued watching. Izuku started taking off his shirt as more of his tattoo was revealed. Midnight, looking at Izuku's body, licked her lips, but before she could say something, Izuku turned his back, scaring her. Everybody was able to see the scars that riddled his back, and while they thought the ones on his arms were horrible, this was something else. Cutting off the camera as Izuku started taking his other clothes off, Nezu allowed the teachers to absorb the situation. How did EG get those scars? Shocked, it was Midnight who put her hands to her mouth. Sure, she had seen some pretty messed up things in her career, but the scars Izuku had were abundant and looked like they had been there for years. No arm scars, just the back. Aizawa had never seen these even during training, and none of his other students knew about this either, or they would have told him. First, the appearance changes. Okay, Aizawa could accept that it was his weird quirk acting up, but the scars. There wasn't any way that those deep and faded scars were from this year. Turning to the school's nurse, Aizawa saw sadness deep within her old eyes. Recovery girl, you had to have seen these before. Did he tell you anything about how he got them? I'm afraid not. Though I've seen the scars, he outright refused to tell me, saying I didn't need to know, but I have an outline of how he got them. What, how? Aizawa, before I was UAS nurse, I worked regularly in a hospital. While becoming a hero, I've seen injuries of almost every kind, so I know what they are. On his back, there are scars of quirk usage, fire being a large part, while the rest are various stabs, cuts, and many more. More and more secrets were being revealed to the staff, and with each one, they felt a sense of failure. Young Midoriya, staying silent this whole time, was All Might. Like Recovery Girl, he had seen the scars, especially when Midoriya first got OFA, but when he tried to speak about it to Izuku, the young boy, for the first time he had seen him do such a thing, ignored him. All Might, of all people, telling him it wasn't his problem to deal with. In fact, thinking about it, the Izuku they saw last night was similar to the one at that time. Waiting for a few minutes, they heard something move from the monitor, and turning the video back on, they saw Midoriya, thankfully dressed, moving the dining room table which his sniper was sat upon before climbing atop it, looking out the window through the scope. That's good, he's scoping his enemy out before he makes a move, and from the comfort of a gun and a long distance away. Hearing Snipe compliment Izuku on his tactic, they agreed it was much smarter to scope your enemy out instead of just rushing in like many villains in this game had done in the past. I don't effing care, man. Hands. Make your own teams and hunt that effing Deku down, and you better tell me if you find him or I'll effing end you. Cleaning out their ears, the entire staff looked at the monitor that displayed the hero team, the loud noise of Bakugo's voice diminishing the quiet nature of Midoriya, who had yet to speak a single word. Despite that, the staff watched as Bakugo kept yelling at the Class 1B's president, going on and on that he didn't care who went in a patrol squad, just that they got out there and stopped wasting their time berating Izuku all the while. Well, it seems the hero leader isn't a leader at all. He shows no care in the work, he just wants to find Midoriya. 13, watching the screen, shook her head in disappointment. Aizawa could only shake his head, a bit embarrassed about his student, while Present might complain. Jesus, that kid is louder than me, and it's only like this when Midoriya is involved. He really needs to learn. He is foregoing any strategy, leaving it to his team members completely. Yes, but surely Midoriya sees this and will use it to his advantage. Nezu, sipping a cup of tea, looked as Kendo started forming teams per Bakugo's request before he looked back at Izuku, who got off the table grabbing his pistols along with capture wire provided by Nezu himself before Izuku left his apartment, putting on a baseball cap hiding his identity. Getting on the street level, the staff watched as Izuku walked through the streets, blending in with the crowd easily. A few times they even lost track of Izuku, which only accentuated how good Midoriya was at this. So far, however, Nezu waited. He still hadn't been contacted about any bombs Izuku had set the night before. What's he doing? Why is he going towards the hero patrols? Confused, Midnight watched as Izuku slowly got closer to the patrol groups as they split off. You're right, Midoriya could have stayed in the apartment and observed, unless he has an agenda and wants to start the game. Hound Dog, looking at all the hero patrols, narrowed his eyes as Izuku got closer to a single group that had all four of what a hero patrol should be: a capture, a powerhouse, a recon, and support. Watching, they saw the group get hounded by fans of the heroes, Sato quickly being separated from the group with a large number of people around him. It was then the staff saw Izuku make his move, luring Sato, who couldn't see through his disguise, into an alley, claiming he heard screams. Sato should have contacted his group by now. They should know to always relay their location if they are investigating an area, especially if a report that a villain was ending someone. Not only that, but he should have his quirk at the ready. Looking at the screen critically, Aizawa pointed out every mistake Sato made as they all saw Izuku walk behind him before getting the student to turn around, where they witnessed firsthand a taste of Izuku's cruelty and power. They saw Izuku effortlessly break Sato's nose before twisting and kicking the hero into the wall, it breaking some bricks, clearly showing that even though it wasn't as strong as they had seen him go, it was a lot. Oh my, Sato's nose is broken and he's most likely suffering from a concussion. Midoriya is still holding back Recovery Girl's comment and assessment. He's taking down one of the many powerhouses in the game. Turning back to the monitor, they saw Sato reaching for some sugar before Midoriya stepped on his hand, making the heroes cringe in pain. Problem child. Aizawa had never seen this type of brutality from Izuku, and it didn't help that once Izuku pulled his pistol out, that his eyes were filled with hate and disgust. All the heroes who worked with Izuku saw his eyes firsthand, the rage and hate-riddled stare of disgust, as if he had just crushed a bug that had the audacity to annoy him. So it seems that wasn't just a one-time thing. Nezu, looking at Izuku, remembered the night of team selections, the same eyes Izuku had shown as he saw everyone against him, though it was well hidden then. You're strong, but definitely not the smartest. You should have tried to escape after the first hit, or at least call for some backup, letting the other heroes know of your location. Yet you neglected that. Tusk. The staff all watched as Izuku mocked Sato, toying with the hero as he looked like a disappointed father. It only got worse as Izuku grinned, and the staff saw Sato visibly become frightened and spooked, and they couldn't blame him. Something about Izuku's grin was off-putting. It wasn't a grin of anger, taunting, nor happy, just vindictive, cold. Well, now that you're like this, you can't be of help to anyone in the hero team. Don't worry, I have the perfect way you could help me. However, the mocking tone of Izuku came back full force. Before everyone in the monitor room was surprised if they thought the earlier confrontation with Sato was brutal, it was nothing once Izuku stepped down harder, a loud snapping that came from Sato's fingers before he was kicked into the wall headfirst. They all could only stare wide-eyed. It was clear Izuku already had Sato beat. He could have just pulled the trigger of his pistol and Sato would have been called out. It wasn't necessary for Izuku to break Sato's hand before kicking him into a brick wall. They were all confused and scared. The ball of sunshine that was Izuku Midoriya was seemingly replaced with his polar opposite, a brutal and unforgiving kid. In fact, there wasn't a hint of remorse in Izuku's eyes as he did his action. Aizawa, putting a hand to his comm, was about to call out Sato's elimination when Izuku spoke up on his comms. Nezu, don't take Sato out yet, you're not gonna wanna miss the show. Looking back at Nezu, the entire staff silently pleaded for him to just call Sato out, but after a moment he answered, very well, Sato is still in the game. Shutting off his earpiece, Nezu was hounded on by Aizawa and essentially the entire staff. Nezu, you should have called Sato out. There's no way he could recover from those injuries to fight still. Sato was knocked out. Just because Midoriya made a promise of a show doesn't mean you should have let it happen. Silence. Yelling out Nezu effectively silenced the staff. They had never seen Nezu react that way. Calming down, Nezu looked to his staff. Do you not all see what has happened? The secrets Midoriya keeps. His eyes were that of hate and rage. The fact he doesn't let even All Might, his own idol, know any information means he doesn't trust us. We all have seen the disconnect between Midoriya and the class as well. If he feels betrayed by us, what's to say it isn't the same for his classmates? Explaining it out loudly, Nezu saw the eyes of the staff turn thoughtful before realization crossed their faces. But sir, even with that, we can't let him hurt our students like that. He has not done anything excessive. I gave him clear guidelines on how much he was allowed to hurt the opposite team, and anything permanent hasn't happened, has it? Looking at Recovery Girl, he silently asked a question, of which Recovery Girl shook her head no. We have all seen his personality, and he's been harboring this anger for a while. It's better if he were to release it in an environment that we can monitor and control. If need be, we'll eject him from the game, and it will be Hound Dog's job to help him and if need be reform Midoriya. The staff, hearing this, reluctantly agreed. If this will help Izuku go back to the way he was before all of this anger, then they would allow him to do so, to what is reasonable. Turning back to the screen, they saw Izuku take Sato to his original villain lair before going to his apartment, grabbing the C4S, and no matter how many times they saw it, the staff always got a little tense watching. They saw Izuku walk into the hospital of the mock city before sneaking through, planting the bombs in various locations before leaving, heading to his apartment once again. But before that, Izuku's voice came through Nezu's earpiece. Nezu, you may want to evacuate the hospital and the surrounding area. That will be handled immediately. Turning his earpiece off, they saw Izuku grin once more, the same one he gave Sato. Things were going to get worse, that the staff was sure of. It has been hours, and there wasn't any movement from Izuku. Nezu decided it would be best to monitor the heroes, leaving Izuku to set up his so-called show, which again caused some uproar from the teachers, but they accepted it. They still haven't started searching for Sato, and Bakugo is refusing to spend any time searching for anybody that isn't Midoriya. Maybe we should have picked someone else to lead the hero team. Aizawa, pinching the bridge of his nose, looked at the hero team. No organization, no care, and the rest are too afraid to stand up to Bakugo for the sake of a fellow hero. God, what a mess. It was plain for everyone spectating that the hero team leader didn't care for anything other than ending the game. There wasn't any cooperation between the leader and his team, which only accentuated the actual difference between the villains and the heroes. Where Midoriya is methodical, opportunistic, impatient, Bakugo was the opposite, brash and headstrong. Bakugo's word as law was what the UA staff had seen through just a little of the interactions in the team. So far, faith in the hero team was diminishing, but they can't just outright give up that the heroes can catch Midoriya. Keeping their eyes on the monitor, they watched as Setsuna and a few others gathered in the common room, turning the TV on only for it to be interrupted and cut to black with the same thing happening to every channel, a red digital countdown ticking. Is something wrong with the arena? Why are all the feeds cut? How or loader was this supposed to happen? Turning to the support hero present, Mike asked the question on everyone's mind. Though the only reason this could happen was if there was an emergency broadcast coming from the news station. This has to be Midoriya. He did say he wanted to put on a show, so let's watch, shall we? Pressing a single button, the largest monitor in the room switched to the feed that was being fed to the TVs in the mock city. Slowly the counter went down, and the teachers all felt a sense of dread wash over them when the counter finally reached 0. Watching, they saw a single light flash before a robot head was clear to the teachers as it started moving around erratically, confusing everyone as they hadn't programmed the robots to have that type of movement. Just as they were going to question it, they heard sounds of muffled screaming come from the screen, of which most of the heroes recognize. No, don't tell me he has real hostages, was the main thought within everyone's heads. Those muffled screams sounded too real. They didn't have the metallic and robotic tone that usually accompanied the robots. SHHHH, the show hasn't even started yet. Chills ran down the teachers' backs as Izuku stepped in to view his features and mask, giving an almost paranormal and demonic appearance to their student. His tone of voice cold, his presence on the TV had them all wanting to freeze. All Might, on the other hand, was reminded of one person as he bit his lip. All for one, Izuku had the same feeling as if he was staring into the personification of evil. Nezu had the same feeling as All Might. His instinct to defend himself as if he were facing a predator in the wild came full force. Reining in their emotions, they waited as Izuku spoke once more. Hello viewers and heroes that are watching this live. I am the villain Lucifer, and I welcome you to a sight to behold. As if Izuku were a showman, he opened his arms, the rest of the lights coming to life as the teacher's fears were confirmed. There were mixes of real and robot hostages, while the robot man was tied to a chair, a cloth covering their body. Seeing the real hostages, the teachers got anxious. Though they highly doubted Izuku would hurt them, anything could happen. There was one, however, that looked at Izuku in curiosity. The choice of name was odd, of course, but there was something connected with Izuku and the name. Lucifer, one of God's angels cast away from heaven and into the depths of hell for his pride, wanting to be in a position that was exclusive to God. But why that name? Now, before you all start panicking, I'll tell you I am currently residing in the local news station, taking control of the airwaves. And before you start racing to come after, I want you to see what happens when someone tries to be a hero. Snapping back to attention, the staff were confused on why he gave the hero team his location, but before they could express this concern out loud, Izuku threw the black cover off of the middle robot, revealing a sight familiar to every person of the staff. That's Sato's costume. Midnight, pointing, pronounced what they all recognized, but what didn't make sense was the robot head until they thought further on it, and the realization scared them. They had stated the robots were supposed to represent real-life people and civilians, so the robot head on a body that belonged to Sato could only mean one thing. Izuku covered Sato's head with the face of a civilian, basically making Sato wear a mask made from the people he was supposed to protect. Nezu was brought back to his first cue, and with Izuku remembering one question. To what extent can I hurt the members of the other team? I see. Well, anything except for ending and permanent immobilization is allowed. Remembering that question and his answer, Nezu realized something. He never mentioned psychological attacks or trauma. Turning to Hound Dog, he got the counselor's attention. Hound Dog, I must ask you to clear your schedule after this game is over. If I'm right, Midoriya may not be your only patient. Hearing Nezu say this, Hound Dog was alarmed before turning back to Sato. What Nezu said was true. If this was real and Sato was forced to wear the skin of a person's face on his own, therapy would be needed. Of course. Now, earlier today, a hero by the name Sugarman stopped to help a citizen in need. Now, being the best hero he diligently followed the citizen, ignoring all signs of potential danger, not even letting his fellow heroes know about his location. Looking back at the screen, they saw Izuku activate his quirk before digging his fingertips into the robot's head before tearing it in half, and the beaten and bloody form of Sato was revealed. God problem child, why? Aizawa didn't recognize Izuku anymore, his cold eyes staring directly at him as his other student was beaten and bloody. This is bad. The heroes can't save Sato, not with him in the building as Midori as hostages. All they can do is watch. Vlad King was very worried about his class and Aizawa's. They had no way to win this hostage situation. Ah, poor Sugarman. Heroes, I have but a single question. How are villains made? The teachers watched as Izuku taunted Sugarman and the hero team as he walked over to one of the many hostages he had in the room. Let's see, it could be a villainous quirk. Rough childhood, abusive parents, bullying, being born quirkless, but my favorite one so far is betrayal. Hearing this, the teachers were silent, no thoughts in their head, only the crushing guilt clouding their minds as he stated betrayal. Sitting silently, they thought of the other reasons he also stated into them. It made perfect sense, but there was one who knew more than they let on. Quirkless. Young Midoriya was quirkless. Does that mean? Looking at his mentor, All Might felt nervous he could let go of what Izuku was doing, but it reached a point when Izuku crushed one of his hostages' heads before digging his heel into another student. The teachers tensed, gripping whatever they had their hands on before Izuku spoke once more. Yes, betrayal is my favorite reason. Now you may wonder why. It's simple. All my life I was betrayed by those I liked close to me, over the fact I was quirkless. My childhood friend turned into my worst bully, beating me every day for 12 years. My father left me a year after I was labeled quirkless. My mother turned on me, becoming an alcoholic drunk, abusing me nonstop every day and night. After years of this treatment, I was at a breaking point, but I refused to give up until the last day of middle school. After the usual treatment, I was told by my bully to end myself. He wasn't the first to do it, but he was the last, and after that school had ended, so walking a different route home when I met my idol All Might. Being the hopeful boy I was, I asked if I could be a hero while I was quirkless, and instead of living up to his words of everyone can be a hero, he simply told me no, throwing my dreams and hopes into the trash as it lit on fire. Anger was all the teachers could see as Izuku tore through a few of the robot hostages, but they didn't focus on that. The story Midoriya had told caused them to go catatonic. They couldn't discern whether or not this was real, but turning to All Might, they, unfortunately, got their answer, causing Aizawa to speak out. Dear God, Midoriya was being abused, beaten down. We didn't do anything to stop it. I should have noticed the signs. Aizawa could only berate himself. He had seen Izuku's interaction with Bakugo, how he flinched at the slightest contact, expecting to be hit with something or by someone, but he thought it was the boy's shy nature. Aizawa wasn't the only one, however. The staff also felt like this was their fault. Midoriya was acting out now. They heard what he said about being quirkless, but they didn't think much of it as there weren't very many reports of the quirkless being abused, that they just skimmed over the possibility, but this caused them to open their eyes as Izuku's scars came back to their mind. All Might could only attempt to wipe the tears in his eyes. How did I not notice? So much time. I could have helped him. All Might covered his face. He had interacted with Enko face to face. The way she seemed so sweet and loving to Izuku should have been a clear signal that things weren't what they seemed. Izuku's body, when he was first training, the way he was so skinny and malnourished looking, and All Might just ignored it. The poor boy, the knife marks, the cuts, stabs, they must have come from home and we failed to see it. I failed. Recovery girl valued her patience above all else, but she couldn't help Izuku the way she wanted to. All Might, was it true about what he said about you crushing his dreams? All Might. All Might. Aizawa, glaring at the symbol of peace, got his answer. Why, yes, what young Midoriya had said was true. I thought it was best to tell him that he couldn't be a hero if he was quirkless, yet I saw how wrong I was after he tried to save Bakugo. I regret everything I said. I changed my mind, and after giving him OFA, I did all I could to make it up to the boy, but I threw that away. All Might couldn't blame Izuku for revealing his story. With All Might rejecting his dream, he deserved everything Izuku said against him. Before the rest of the teachers could cut in, Nezu spoke. It's true, we failed Midoriya in more ways than one, destroying his trust within UA, ignoring his pain and suffering, his ability to function. We are all guilty. We can, however, start making it up to him. I want a full police force ready to arrest Enko Midoriya and place Midoriya into UA custody until he decides on what's next. I also want to investigate Midoriya's previous schools, as they allowed these bullies to roam free. And finally, I ask that we all view what Midoriya does in this game as his therapy. It's clear his unresolved issues will cause more harm if we stop this. Of course, if he goes too far, then it's another problem entirely. And All Might, you aren't off the hook. We are going to have a talk later on. Nodding their heads, the teachers all agreed with Nezu, their guilt taking over as they turned back to the screen. All Might apologizing constantly in his head. When I awakened my quirk after All Might told me no, I thought everything would be better. I could be a hero, so of course, I enrolled into UA High School bright-eyed for the first time in a while as I stared at my dream school. I didn't have the experience as the other kids had, but I tried my best to get into Class 1A. In fact, Sato here along with all of you heroes were my classmate. I thought I could be friends with you all, but once again I was betrayed. So I thank you, heroes. You were the ones to finally open my eyes. Although I hold hate for all of you, there is one I can't for the life of me think of negatively. Confused, the teachers all waited for the reveal as seeing Izuku's eyes switched from hate-filled to love and regret, stunning them on how he flipped seemingly like a light switch. Though the more perceptive viewers had a theory for this sudden change, a self-preservation technique switching to an emotion most suitable for a situation, he was forced to learn this. But to do it now, he must need it for a plan. Gravity, you are someone I hold very dear to me, and it pains me to be fighting against you. So, please join me together. We can reach heights no one else could reach. I will give you a day to decide. We can be together, so please, I'm doing this all for you, so I ask you to ignore what I do next. Izuku's confession had the staff deeply confused, but Midnight saw exactly what was happening as she turned to the hero monitor, watching Uraraka's eyes conflicting with inner emotions, with being sad, happy, and troubled. He wanted to plant a seed of false love. Being who she was, Midnight could see that while Uraraka held Izuku deep within her heart, it wasn't the same for Izuku. Watching, the staff saw Izuku pull out a small cylinder with a button affixed atop it. I thank you all for witnessing what the heroes had created. Oh, one last thing, Bakugo, do me a favor and take a swan dive off a roof. Hearing that line, the staff thought back to Izuku's past, a childhood friend who told him to end himself, who bullied and belittled him every day. The teachers were forced to remember the interactions between Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midori, the burn marks which had a very distinct pattern, Bakugo's quirk, and finally the only name Bakugo used when concerning Midori being that of the name Deku. Nezu, we need to speak with Bakugo. If what Midoriya said was true, then it was Bakugo who had been abusing and beating him as a child. We've all seen how Bakugo reacts to him. We need to do something. Standing up from her seat, Midnight went to Nezu, stating what the entire staff now knew. We will handle Bakugo after the game. For now, we will have to keep an eye out on him. Nezu giving his verdict had everybody turned to the screen as Izuku took out his butterfly knife, slashing Sato's throat, causing the staff to see a large flow of fake blood pour from the knife's point of contact as Izuku pressed a button, an alarm going off on one of the screens as the hospital Izuku contacted Nezu about finally exploded into a ball of fire. With that, Izuku laughed as he walked off screen and the video feed cut off. Seeing this, Aizawa put a hand to his ear. Sato, you're eliminated. Please wait, an ectoplasm clone will come and collect you soon. Well, now let's see how the heroes react. Turning to the screen featuring the heroes, the teachers were quickly disappointed at the state the heroes were in. Almost all of them were frozen, and while they will admit that Izuku's story would cause this, their duty as a hero came first, and it wasn't until Bakugo heard that they all scrambled into action. Seems like we need to focus on more rescue work. 13. Yes, that seems to be the case. Their response time needs improvement. If it weren't for Bakugo, it would have taken them longer. A little distracted at first, 13 responded with her criticism of the hero's actions before watching the entire group rush towards the hospital, Bakugo actually taking control and ordering everyone in specific spots, giving the teachers some hope that Bakugo can actually lead this team. Switching over a monitor, they saw Izuku putting on a large coat over his villain suit before hiding in an empty room waiting. Well, let's see how Midoriya will deal with the heroes tonight. Watching, they saw a single hero team going towards the news station while another screen displayed the news broadcast coming back on with Sato and the other hostages tied up together, not knowing the next moves Izuku will play. In a lone department studio, a pink-haired student laid over her desk. The only noises coming from her were sobbing. In front of her was a tablet displaying footage of Izuku's broadcast. Izuku, saying the name of the person she had been watching. The girl lifted her head, revealing a teary-eyed Mei Hatsum, tears streaming down her eyes. Looking at the screen, Mei started crying even more. What she had heard had saddened her to such a devastating degree. She had never felt this type of pain before, but she didn't like it one bit. It wasn't the fact that Izuku had said some meaningless words to a chestnut-haired girl. It was before that. Mei had no idea of the abuse her boyfriend had suffered, the amount of pain and torture he was subjected to. She saw the scars that morning but couldn't believe what she saw, but Izuku's story made it so clear. The reason Izuku was acting so different was because of people all his life betraying him, hurting him. Mei couldn't believe it. She didn't care Izuku was quirkless or what he did to that big-lipped student. All she cared for was him. Looking back at the screen, Mei spoke. Izuku, I'll be there. Bowing to herself, Mei promised she won't be like everybody else. She'll be the rock Izuku could lean on, and tomorrow she was going to show it. There was no intermission as the chaos of the day continued. Izuku had just exploded a hospital before hiding in the news station. He had hostage waiting silently as heroes dealt with the fire, and another separate team was converging on his location. The teachers watched idly as their minds turned on the revelations that were revealed not even an hour before. Everyone was silent, with only one person was speaking, that of Nezu, who while paying attention to the game was having a very unpleasant conversation with a detective. Yes, that's correct, Inko Midoriya. Abuse, neglect, and assault on a minor. No, he has no idea this conversation is happening. Yes, I understand. Hanging up the call, Nezu placed his phone back into his vest, sighing, which the teachers noticed. So what did Naomasa say regarding young Midoriya's mother, Nezu? All Might, turning to his boss, only saw Nezu's eyes focus back on Izuku. Nothing good. While he will investigate with some officers, they can only hold her on account of suspicion to the crimes I have told him. Naomasa said, without a testimony provided by Izuku and substantial evidence, she can go scot-free, as she may have hidden any evidence regarding Midoriya's abuse and the fact it has taken this long for anyone to have known about it. But we have all the evidence we need. Midoriya himself stated this was true, not to mention the scars and Recovery Girl's analysis. Aizawa, standing up, was enraged at this news. He failed as a teacher already, he wouldn't fail at being a hero. While that might be the case, you do realize that if we were to use footage of Midoriya's broadcast, that would bring a detriment on the investigation. We all saw how he acted. They will brand Midoriya mentally unstable and take his testimony with a grain of salt. The best we can do is wait until the game is over. The teachers all had heard this, and sadly they had to agree, though looking at Izuku and how he really was, they hoped that he would be willing to give the testimony in the first place. The heroes arrived at the news station. Drawing attention, Present Mike pointed at the screen, causing the earlier conversation to end as they watched the heroes look at the main doors of the news station, seeing almost the entire building running with chaos as civilians were screaming and banging on the doors. 13. What do you think they should do? Vlad, turning to the rescue hero, waiting for her opinion, as while they had a lot of experience as heroes, she was tailored to this type of situation. Well, if it were me, I would first make sure the area was clear. Takagi could use her quirk to survey the area, making sure the villains are gone before both Kirishima and Ajiro open the doors. After that, the best option is to control the crowd, making sure they were clamped down and sending in a separate team to investigate the news station on the inside. Though with Midoriya as a villain, there are too many unknowns of what will happen. With her input, the heroes all looked at the screens, waiting if the students would follow along with the basis of what 13 had said, but looking at Izuku's eyes narrow as the hero team failed to survey the area and open the doors, they knew there was a good chance they will have to call an elimination. Aizawa sat in his chair, hands folded in front of his face, as his students opened the doors to the news station, and while he would chastise them for not surveying the area beforehand, he couldn't exactly blame them. They had seen their friend's throat get cut and they don't know if it was real or not. Though this didn't last long, as Izuku dashed out of the room he was hiding in before blending into the crowd, the teachers losing track among the screaming students. Looking back at the small group, it was Setsuna who took the lead, giving calm and clear answers while trying to calm the citizens as one clutched onto her, holding his heart. Seeing this, Vlad smiled, proud of his student. I'm glad Takagi grabbed the reins. She may not seem like it, but she is very calm in these situations. That I have to admit, but I'm glad my students are following the orders with focus. It was about time they took this seriously. Waiting, they looked at the multiple screens, witnessing Kirishima's and Ajiro's reactions, which Aizawa could only sigh. Oh my, that student is playing his role quite well. The heart attack definitely looks real, though there are some missing symptoms to suggest cardiac arrest, otherwise it is very well played out. Gesturing with her cane, Recovery Girl's eyes were focused on the civilian clutching Takagi, but something didn't look right. Wait, wasn't that the same coat Midoriya was wearing? Midnight no longer stated that as a question, but rather as a fact. With the camera's focus on the pair, they saw a silver barrel planted in the area. Setsuna's liver was before muffled sounds came through. Vlad, please call Takagi out. While she may have survived the first 2 bullets, the ones after that destroyed any hope. If this was real, she would have bled out. And with the hospital destroyed, there isn't any way for her to remotely have a chance of survival. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes, looking at exactly where the bullets were shot, and after giving her analysis, she sat back down. Sigh, very well, Setsuna, you are out. You can't move or speak. Ectoplasm's clone will come and pick you up, just sit tight. Taking the hand off of his earpiece, Vlad watched as realization crossed Setsuna's face before the teachers witnessed Izuku's toxic green eye staring straight at Setsuna before he took the gun he was holding, legs sweeping Setsuna before hitting her in the side of the head. No matter how much Vlad wanted to protest this action, he held his tongue. Compared to what happened to Sato, Setsuna would recover from a concussion. It was sudden, but Izuku was already gone, and Tsu, having heard the louder screams, ran to the downed lizard hero, clutching her while yelling out her name. Aizawa for the first time saw one of the calmest and blunt students he ever taught break down. Midnight, while surprised about Tsu's reaction, still couldn't make heads or tails about Izuku's strategy of just taking out Setsuna when he could have easily taken out Tsu as well. Why did He's planting fear into the heroes. Tsu, as most of you know, is one of strong will who barely allows her emotions to slip. But what he just did will shake anyone. Imagine yourself in this scenario. Someone who you were friends with suddenly dropped dead. The only indication of this happening was the screams of civilians as your fellow hero laid on the floor covered in blood. Interrupting Midnight, Nezu looked at the screen. Midoriya was a better villain than he thought. His moves were all calculated, but they still left Nezu in the dark. This was getting frustrating for the smartest mammal. Well, it seems Ojiro and Kirishima also had quite the encounter. Hound Dog's voice brought their eyes to the screen of Kirishima and Ojiro, who not only found Sato but were dealing with another situation as well. A half ring of hostages all tied to one another, each of them sitting still. They watched as Kirishima, taking the lead, spoke to one of the hostages. "Don't worry, you're safe now. We're here to save you. Don't. You'll end us all." Still, even with the warning, the teachers saw Kirishima disregard this simply as the hostages panicking, but the pros could only think of how idiotic a move such as that one was. He's completely disregarding the hostages. I thought Kirishima would have the sense to listen. Sitting back, Aizawa witnessed Kirishima moving the hostage. Another idiotic move, before an explosion of red paint happened, causing the staff to sit up, initially confused by what they were seeing until it was so clear to them. Problem Child planned this from the beginning. When the feed had gone black, we thought it cut, but that was just so he could set a trap. Looking to another screen, he saw the camera that was used for Izuku's broadcast still live, showing Kirishima's failure, allowing the populace to see it. It wasn't just a trap but a setup. He's planning on diminishing faith in the heroes. Not only that, but instill a burning guilt within Kirishima to break his moral. He really did it. He ended the hostages. The staff was looking at the screen as Ojiro comforted Kirishima, but Hound Dog was running his hand through his hair. In just a day he had 4 new patients. He saw both Tsu and Kirishima, the fear, the guilt, everything. The pair then headed out of the building, heading towards the rest of their team when the scream from the civilians had sounded. Catching up with events, the teachers saw Ojiro and Kirishima look at the broken down Tsu and apparently dead on the floor. After contacting Bakugo, the staff turned every monitor's volume down, having learned from their previous encounter with Bakugo's comm usage. "That shitty lizard beach. Whatever, get your asses back here and help with this fire." Hearing this, the staff were yet again disappointed. The hope that Bakugo gave them about leading the team had dimmed with that. And while he did tell them to come help with the fire that was still raging on, he blatantly disregarded the death of a hero as if it were nothing and just a minor setback. Just then, Ectoplasm's clone showed up, taking both students to a separate room, which, much like the spectator room, were TVs displaying the game to its fullest, while there were beds for recuperation. Laying the students down, Ectoplasm's clone disappeared, leaving the students to rest while the original spoke. Both Sato and Takage are in the student rooms. "Well, it's my time to check up on the poor dearies." Walking out, Recovery Girl made her way to the room. Her duty as nurse already being put to the test. "Recovery Girl, make sure to keep watching and contact us if you notice an elimination that we don't." Nodding her head at Nezu's request, Recovery Girl finally left the room. Turning back to the screen, the staff were glad to see Ojiro give a rundown of the situation to the police before telling Kirishima and Tsu their orders before they all left, heading towards the fire. Switching perspectives, the fire of the hospital was still going strong. Even with Minami using Todoroki's quirk, it didn't stop the fire from spreading to nearby buildings. There were heroes rescuing the civilians still trapped and others maintaining crowd control. At least they're following some of the lessons we taught. Both Vlad and Aizawa shared the same thought. Izuku hadn't made a move just yet, so they were glad they had a moment of uninterrupted viewing as their classes worked together. "I found our villain." Turning their heads, Izuku was on the screen, his villain costume and mask affixed to his body and face, while the coat he wore at the news station still on. Watching Izuku, he stared at a single apartment building. Waiting, they saw him spark with green lightning before using a large boost of speed before climbing in at one of the top levels of the apartment building, while Tetsu and Awase were a few levels down rescuing civilians. Watching the villain willingly jump into the burning building, the staff switched screens once again as Izuku showed no sign of damage, having cleanly gone through the fire while holding his hand over a robot's mouth, stopping its wails. It didn't take long, but floor after floor Awase and Tetsu cleared them, saving civilians and sending them down to street level. It was that time that Izuku uncovered the robot's mouth, a large robotic yell escaping. "Help!" With the heroes, Tetsu and Awase rushed up the burning stairs, running towards the cry for help, when Izuku, having already twisted the head off the robot, sparked with OFA once again, taking a position before charging, hitting Tetsu, luring them in with a cry for help. He did this with Sato, yet in this situation they couldn't think twice about it. Paw on his chin, Nezu and the other teachers watched the ensuing fight as Izuku sent Tetsu through the wall before turning on Awase. The welding hero tried to use his quirk only to be punched back, but instead of letting Awase be launched back like the staff thought would happen, Izuku grabbed Awase's ankle before a loud crunch was heard through the spectator room, causing the staff to cringe. Recovery Girl hadn't said anything, so Awase was still in while Izuku stomped on the boys, sending them down several floors before Izuku spoke to the downed hero, who was brought to the floor. "Although I would like to enjoy this, the heat is getting unbearable. How about we continue this outside?" Once again, the teachers heard Izuku's almost joking tone with what he said, but inside they felt the sharpness of a knife strike them as well. Vlad, however, felt sorry for his student. Again, one of his was taken down, but unlike Setsuna, where there wasn't a fight, Izuku was still holding back on Awase. "Come on, kid, do something." Thinking that to himself, Vlad surveyed the monitors viewing inside the building, seeing Tetsu rise up from the rubble before looking down the hole, signaling a ways. Grinning, Vlad felt pride. Maybe if this worked just right they could bring down Izuku, but like the moment of pride he felt with Setsuna, it was flipped on its head as when Awase welded his hands to Izuku and Tetsu went in for a steel punch. Jacket Awase had welded to was slipped off Izuku, now coatless, switched positions, forcing Tetsu to hit Awase. Shit. There wasn't any way Awase could be conscious after that, and seeing the rage in Tetsu's eyes, Vlad could only watch as his student made a terrible mistake, swinging blind, hitting the walls of an already compromised building while Izuku dodged. Midoriya is playing Tetsu in the palm of his hand. Looking through his helmet, powerloader, having helped build the building in the city, recognized what Izuku was doing. And why is that powerloader? Midoriya couldn't have taken Tetsu on just as he did with Awase, but instead he dodged every attack, making Tetsu strike the support beams, which are already structurally damaged by the fire. With this he could collapse the building before anyone can escape. This was the perfect way for only Izuku to benefit, as they all saw him grab Awase after dodging and holding Tetsu away by holding a knife to Awase's neck as he back up. Put the knife down and give up. There are heroes and police everywhere. There isn't a way for you to escape. While in an unwinnable situation, the pros had to admit that trying to negotiate now was utter waste of time. With the building collapsing and with Izuku holding all the cards, it was pointless. Izuku backing up spoke, allowing the staff to hear his words. Real steel, you and I both know that you can't stop me. In fact, you heroes play into my hand. You're blind to the fact that you can't save everyone. Helping anybody other than yourself is idiotic. That's why Lizardy and Sugarman were both sent to an early grave. The people here will realize that you heroes can't do anything. They will see that your arrival is what ended them, not me. While it may have been a rant, more of Izuku's plan was revealed to the staff. Midoriya wants Lucifer to be a symbol. Lucifer, the angel that tried to be God, sent to hell, becoming the devil. Thinking further on it, Nezu's eyes widened, the name Lucifer making sense in his mind. The heroes are a symbol of hope for the civilians, but Lucifer wants them to view heroes as the reason they're in chaos, while he replaces them as the symbol of order. If the heroes didn't show up, everything would be fine. There wouldn't be people dead. There wouldn't be destruction. Witness what the heroes created. Nezu's realization, however, wasn't voiced out as he focused back on the screen, Izuku using his leg before kicking the wall. The building the villain and heroes were in collapsed, but before the feet in the building cut out, they saw Izuku toss Awase out of the window before jumping out himself, while Tetsu was stuck trying to escape. Switching video feeds, they found Izuku on the opposite building holding Awase before wrapping the boy's handing with the jacket that was still welded to his hands. It was after that, though, the worst came to the mind of one staff member. Focusing on Izuku, they saw him extend his arm before a black substance shot out, wrapping itself around a light pole before Izuku, using a technique very familiar to Aizawa's. All Might, seeing Izuku's second work, hardened his eyes into a glare. All for one. Midoriya has two quirks, it has to be. Getting up from his seat, All Might was about to buff up and leave the room, but Nezu's voice spoke out. Do not leave this room. Gripping the doorknob, All Might turned his head to the principal. Nezu, young Midoriya is working with All for One. How else can you explain that? I have to stop him. It's clear that he is now a 6. All Might. Yelling once again, Nezu got everyone's attention. Most of the heroes, seeing what Izuku had just done, caused them to grow suspicious as well, but Nezu once again interrupted. We will not accuse Midoriya of being a traitor once again. But sir, All Might, use your brain. OFA is an evolving quirk, is it not? You have told me that users in the past kept their original quirk and their strength grows with each user. Now think. The change Midoriya has gone through with his appearance means his quirk has evolved. Recovery Girl has stated that nothing was wrong when he first checked in, and why would he reveal this when he knows we are watching? Although he doesn't trust us, do you really believe after what we have seen that Midoriya is nothing less than a genius? If he was sent by the low, he wouldn't tell us his past. He wouldn't reveal the information he has. And from what we have seen, he could easily have ended our students, but he didn't, though he was brutal. Nothing permanent, long-lasting, or irreparable has been done, so sit down. All Might couldn't defend his thoughts by what Nezu said. Everything made sense, and if Midoriya really didn't trust them, what reason would he have to tell them about a quirk when he knows that I'll be suspicious, especially after the incident. Letting go of the doorknob, All Might sat back down. Young Midoriya, you really are worthy of OFA, and I'm sorry for what I was going to do. The other staff were in the same position. They were ready to jump in and stop Izuku as well, and although they were hesitant from what happened last time they accused him, they would do what was necessary. But Nezu stopped them once again from making a huge mistake. Going back to the screens, they saw Izuku maneuvering in a similar way Aizawa does, which had the hobo teacher thinking of how it was possible he could do pretty much the same thing. As Izuku took a position behind the heroes, bringing out his gun, the door to the spectator room opened. Recovery Girl stepping in, having done her work on Sato and Setsuna. It was then that Izuku took aim, but before he pulled the trigger, Snipe and Recovery Girl noticed something familiar as Izuku's hand twitched. His hand, it's in pain. Recovery girl. Seeing this hop, the boy took some painkillers soon. She had seen it firsthand when his hand pain became unbearable, and it wasn't good. Though Izuku soldiered on, firing his pistol and hitting Fukadashi on the neck, Vlad called Fukadashi out, where the bullet landed. In real life, it would have destroyed the spine, seizing all brain function and causing him to bleed out in a matter of seconds. Vlad nodded his head, disappointed he had to call yet another one of his students out, Comicman out. After that, they watched Izuku make an escape, holstering his pistol and blending into darkness as several of the heroes turned to the direction of the building gyro, calling out the gunshot's location. Having the cover of darkness, Izuku was able to escape, and as he took off his mask, they saw him grit his teeth, clearly in pain, as he held his right hand before tucking his mask in the suit, going through alleyways, reaching where he left a ways. The heroes had mostly dealt with the fire then, and eventually it was enough for the firefighters to take over, as Tetsu was also recovered, having been dug out of the rubble. With that, the heroes, having reported the situation, left to the tower, as Izuku was still on the rooftop, turning in the direction of the tower, a calculating look crossing his eyes as he looked at the hero tower. Then it vanished. Picking a waist up, Izuku unknowingly had the staff have a twinge of worry, Vlad especially, as they had seen what happened to Sato when he was captured. All was silent from then on. Izuku dropped a waist off at the villain lair before heading to his apartment, taking some painkillers before cleaning his suit and weapons. During this time, Powerloader received a call from his phone. Answering it, he was surprised by who had made the call and why. "Wait, you want to join the game? Are you sure? Things are getting serious." "Okay. Yes, you can bring whatever you want with you." Hanging up the call, the staff looked at Powerloader with present Mike, asking the main question. "Who is that Powerloader?" "It was Mei Hatsume, my support student. She said she wants to join the game and is bringing a bag with her to the city." I said it was alright, but it's odd she was never really one to join school activities unless mandatory, preferring to stay in her workshop. Nezu, hearing this, had a sneaking suspicion. "Am I allowed help from different classes?" That was one of the first questions Midoriya asked in MS. Hatsume joining now of all times. Though he was suspicious, Nezu decided that this would bring another level to the game, as Izuku did say a game with unknown factors is the most exciting type of game. "Very well, Powerloader. Aizawa, would you please, after our villain goes asleep, that you will bring MS Hatsume to the city?" Sighing, Aizawa knew he really had no option, so he nodded his head. Time skip. It had been hours, and Izuku was cleaning his gun still before he suddenly stood up, grabbing some C4S, leaving the apartment, catching the teacher's attention as they paid all their focus on him. They had watched the hero building earlier, and while Hound Dog was sure Tsu and Kirishima were going to be seeing him after nothing else happened, for the most part only for Uraraka and Kendo handling the press. And after the rest of the heroes went into a restless sleep, while only few remained on guard, though Uraraka had entered the bathroom, so they didn't focus on her. With Izuku, however, they saw him using both of his quirks, traversing the city at an alarming pace and heading towards the hero building. As Izuku arrived, they saw him use Black Whip, swing to the ledges of windows before peering inside, checking each of them before he found the one he wanted while avoiding the security cameras outside the building. Hanging off the edge, the staff turned on the monitor of that room, seeing Uraraka in her towel while Tsu was shaking in her sleep. "Izuku, what did you do to her?" Uraraka's voice came through their speaker as the monitor viewing Izuku saw him pull himself up before laying on the window ledge before he spoke. "She's afraid of me, but I didn't mean for it to happen." The staff were confused watching this. Why would Midoriya reveal himself? But one hero already saw what was happening. "Was this your plan earlier, Midoriya?" Midnight couldn't help but think this, and that was Midoriya was manipulating Uraraka's love right to her face. As if this were a drama, the entire staff watched Uraraka and Izuku speak to one another. Izuku manipulating Uraraka's thinking, telling her how he could never hate her, and while it wasn't a confession, it was clear Uraraka had thought it was, so she too confessed, and just as they were going to kiss, Izuku jammed his thumb into Uraraka's neck, knocking her out. After that, Izuku stepped over Uraraka before leaving the room, shaking himself as he put on his mask, the demonic appearance continuing as the dark hallways of the hero building accentuated his glowing left eye as he stalked through the halls. Going down, they watched as he entered a single room where Kanoko and Ibara were sleeping soundly. Vlad tensed. He had a feeling this wouldn't end well for his students as Izuku went into his suit, pulling his butterfly knife before going to Kanoko. Hound Dog now was paying attention to Kanoko, wondering how the girl would react, and he wasn't surprised once it happened. When Kanoko woke up, her eyes were filled with fear. She was frozen still and hyperventilating as Izuku whispered to her, "SHHHHHH." Getting off the girl, Izuku left her alone as Vlad put a hand to his ear. "Kanoko is out." Again, the process was repeated with Ibara, though instead of ending her, Izuku simply awoke her with a startle. Vlad King had some hope that Ibara would use her vines to trap whoever attacked her, but was surprised when his student froze and her vines went slack. They saw Izuku turn Ibara's head before taunting her, putting a knife to her neck. "Don't pray to your god now. Kanoko is already dead." The teachers could only stare. They figured out what Izuku's plan was doing this, and honestly it scared them how he did so. He wanted to cause even more unrest within the hero building. Finding a teammate dead in their sleep and another shocked and scared despite their usually emotionless demeanor would be a big blow to the team's moral and integrity. After some more taunting, Izuku knocked Ibara out before looking at Kinoko. Be afraid of the Boogaman. The teachers thought their minds were being tricked, but Izuku's eye went brighter. But after that it was free game for Izuku, who going through the building started planting bombs within the hero building, such as the showers, the food storage, the capture equipment room, and finally the bathrooms. Having them planted, Izuku went back up the floors, getting back into Uraraka's room before picking the girl up, placing her in the bed before he jumped out the window using Black Whip to make his way to his apartment, where he undressed, took a shower, and went to sleep. Of course, the staff not watching that part. With that, the first day was officially done, and the teachers were shocked at what Izuku can do along with all his secrets. Nezu, taking the silence, turned to Aizawa. Now Aizawa, would you please bring Ms. Hatsume to the city? She will stay within the elimination area before she officially joins. Sure thing, I'll be back. Walking to the exit, he was stopped by Power Loader. Aizawa, before you go, you should know Mei doesn't sleep in her dorm. She'll be in the workshop at this time. Nodding his head, Aizawa left the spectator room, thinking to himself, problem child, was this always the real you? Despite the late hour, Mei Hatsume was busy at work in the support studio. She had seen the footage of that night, and to say she was pissed was an understatement. She saw how Uraraka had interacted with Izuku, even trying to kiss him, so she went to work trying to get her mind off of it, but to also create something that would be a big help in the days to come. Mei already had a bag of tools and small gadgets ready, but the thing that got her most curious was Izuku's new quirk. She wanted to create something for it, but without seeing it firsthand, she wouldn't know where to start, so now all she had to do was wait for the opportunity to help Izuku mentally and in the game. With Aizawa. In the hallways of UA, Aizawa was looking at the doors to the support studio. On the other side of the door, he could hear the student he came here to pick up ranting to herself as sounds of machinery sounded off. Would Izuku like this? Oh, I have to fix this, can't have it exploding. More and more strings of non-connecting sentences were pieced together until Aizawa knocked on the door and the sound stopped. Come in. With permission, Aizawa walked inside, seeing the pink-haired student resume working while a large duffel bag was placed on the work table. Looking at the duffel bag, Aizawa spoke, "You're Mei Hatsume, correct?" Walking forward, his eyes turned to the gadgets that laid around the shop. Yep. Smiling, Mei finished up what she was working on before stuffing it quickly into the duffel bag while Aizawa was looking around. Burying it underneath a few other gadgets and clothes, Mei zipped the bag up. You're that hobo teacher, right? Are you the one taking me to the game? Irked at what Mei called him, Aizawa sighed. Yes, I'm the hobo teacher who came to take you to the game. Watching, he saw Mei pick up her duffel bag as Aizawa turned, walking out of the room. Escorting Mei to a car, Aizawa made sure she had everything she needed for the rest of the 6 days of the game before taking off. Despite not being in the workshop, Mei in the back of Aizawa's car opened the duffel bag once again, taking out a screwdriver, working on a small device that Aizawa, watching from the rearview mirror, couldn't identify. Though the process of how Mei tweaked it was very calculated, meaning it must have been important. Ignoring the girl, Aizawa turned his eyes back to the road, his mind still thinking about Izuku, his mother, the bull. He was a horrible teacher and he knew that now, but Aizawa swore he would make it up to his student. Time skip. Walking back into the spectator room, Aizawa looked around, seeing the teachers napping with the exception of Nezu, Vlad, and Ectoplasm. Seeing Aizawa's arrival, Nezu turned to the teacher, who was getting a mug of coffee from the concessions they had nearby. So Aizawa, has Mei Hatsume been picked up for the game? Yeah, she's currently waiting in the student spectator room. Good, we'll have Ectoplasm take her down when he picks up the casualty from tonight. For now, get some rest. In a few hours our villain will rise once more, and I'm quite excited to see what he does. Sitting back, Nezu closed his eyes, silently resting while Aizawa stayed up looking at the screen. It's gonna be another long day, isn't it? The bright rays of sunlight filtered through the windows of a room in the hero building. The rays hit one person in particular, and that was a brown-haired girl whose attire only consisted of a white towel draped around her body as she laid in bed. Stirring at the brightness invading her vision, she raised her hand, covering her eyes before sitting up. Rubbing her eyes, she looked around confused. What? Why am I dressed in a towel? Did I fall asleep after my shower? Rubbing her head, Uraraka's memories slowly came back to her, and with it, a large overflowing blush on her face as her head steamed. Though the details were a bit fuzzy, she remembered leaning in for a kiss, but doesn't remember if it actually happened or not. Izuku was here. Did we kiss? Is that why I passed out? Holding her face, Uraraka squirmed the possibility of her and Izuku kissing, bringing her untold joy. Until she was snapped out of it by a voice coming from the other side of the room. Achako Ribbit, why are you only in a towel? Turning her head, Uraraka saw her roommate and best friend Tsuyusui looking curiously at her, though the frog girl had noticeable bags underneath her eyes. I was really tired so I didn't change, but Tsu, are you okay? You look really tired. Concerned for her friend, Uraraka looked at Tsu, who rubbed her eyes. I'm fine, I just couldn't really get any sleep. Ribbit getting off her bed, Tsu got her hero costume case that was underneath the bed before heading to the bathroom. I'll get dressed first, Ribbit. Nodding her head, Uraraka allowed Sue to get dressed first while Uraraka dug out her own case and a pair of underclothes, her mind constantly going back to Izuku last night. I hate our classmates, but you're different. I can't find any semblance of hatred for you, and what I said in the news regarding you was true, every last word. Although I might do some bad things during this game, just know that it's true. That's what Izuku said, but what did he mean by the things he was going to do? Looking down at her hero suit, Uraraka questioned whether she could go through with fighting Izuku, though that thought was interrupted by a loud screaming from one of the lower floors. Hearing it, Uraraka hurriedly changed while Sue, still zipping up her uniform, burst out of the bathroom. Both looking at each other, they went even faster, getting dressed and running out of their room, numbing into Momo and Gyro, both with a sense of panic. Figuring they would apologize to each other later, they rushed down the stairs, hearing even more screams and footsteps as they got closer to the room. Seeing an already large crowd of several other students, all Uraraka saw was fear etched deep within their eyes, all except for Bakugo, who was filled with rage. Pushing past them, Uraraka saw Kendo and a few of the other 1B class surrounding a cocoon of vines, while Kanoko was sitting silently on the bed, dried remnants of the fake blood Izuku used still on her neck, while her eyes drooped tiredly. Running up to Kanoko, Uraraka looked the girl in the eyes. The other night, Ajiro explained the rules for dead heroes, so all she could do was look at the mushroom girl with sadness and guilt. I could have stopped this from happening. I could have kept Izuku with me. But it was too late. Looking at the vine cocoon, Uraraka realized what bad things Izuku was talking about. Going to the vine, Uraraka heard Kendo speaking softly to a small gap in the vine walls. Ibara, it's okay, we're all here. Lucifer isn't here. Though it was quiet, everyone heard a panicked response back. And no, he's everywhere. Those green eyes. Gee God, please help me. Light sobbing was heard into 1B. This was very concerning. They had never seen Ibara act this way. She was usually so reserved and faithful, but now it seems the devil himself had a knife to her throat, though that was what it was. Last night had a bigger effect on Ibara than Izuku meant to. Though one person didn't take this reaction too kindly, especially since it was one of his subordinates. Hey, Garden Head, get your ass up and stop crying like a beach. That shitty Deku may have ended that useless mushroom tip, but you're alive, so get your ass up. Stomping forward, Bakugo popped small explosions in his hands at the incompetence of the supposed hero team. Class 1B didn't take that too lightly, especially Kendo, as the gap she was speaking to Ibara through suddenly closed up tightly. Not even a fingernail could get in. Getting up, Kendo enlarged her hands, pushing Bakugo back. Back off, she's scared. And who are you calling useless, you Pomeranian? What did you say, you man? Hand extra, you want to effing go? This ginger beach dares disrespect me. Popping even more explosions, Bakugo only widened the rift between the hero team, as ever since Izuku's video they had not taken a liking to Bakugo all that much. Just before things could escalate, Kirishima stepped in between the classes. Though like Tsu, he had deep bags under his eyes, guilt having eaten away at him all night. Hey, come on guys, Bakubro, this isn't very manly. We are supposed to be a team. If we fight, Lucifer wins. At the mention of Izuku possibly winning, Bakugo stopped his explosions. I refuse to let that shitty Deku win. Garden Head is useless to fight over anyway. Turning, he walked out of the room. Kirishima, turning back to Kendo, bowed. Sorry Kendo, Bakubro just wants to find Midoriya. Yeah, we can all see that. Turning away from Kirishima, Kendo resumed trying to talk to Ibara. The rest of the students watched until a knock was heard on the doorbell was heard at the main entrance of the building. Hearing it, the students left the area, Uraraka and Tsu included, though every student thought the same thing as they remembered Kanoko. Lucifer was in here. That could have been me. A sense of paranoia crept up to their spines the more they thought about the possibility that their throat was slit while they slept. Answering the door, they were met with Ectoplasm, who was directed to the room with Kanoko in it, taking the poor sleep-deprived girl. On the different side of the spectrum, Izuku's alarm blared to life, causing the villain to wake up groggily. He had forgotten to take his sleeping pills last night, so getting to sleep was a bit of a struggle. Wiping his hand over his face, Izuku threw his legs over the side of the bed. Another day of the game started. And now, with his false love implanted in Uraraka's head, along with his silent, unspoken threat that they weren't safe even in the hero tower, was complete. He had more plans to put in motion, more people to break. That brought his mind back to Awase, the poor kid left in the villain lair, presumably starving and tired, but that's the sacrifice he made for the game. Still sitting on his bed, Izuku heard a loud banging on his door. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku dug his hand underneath his mattress, pulling out his hardballer pistol before getting out of the room. The banging on the door never ceased, so being cautious, Izuku took slow steps towards the door before looking through the peephole, seeing nothing but black. Breathing slowly, Izuku hid the pistol behind his back while his left hand opened the door. The door slightly creaking open, he was ambushed as a very fast figure dove straight into him, taking him down to the floor and his gun sliding out of his hand. Activating his quirk, Izuku was about to attack when the person sat up, revealing long pink hair as a girl with a bright smile and golden, cross-target eyes looked straight at him. Mei, confused, Izuku laid on the ground when Mei suddenly kissed him deeply. Izuku, I decided to join the game. Getting off of Izuku, Mei walked past him into the main living room, setting down a large duffel bag that clunked with a large bang on the table, and after moving Izuku's sniper to the couch, Mei started taking out gadget after gadget. Izuku just watched confused before he realized the door to his apartment was open. Rushing up, he closed the door, making sure no one was looking before locking the door. Jesus, Mei, what the hell? You joined the game. Turning back to Mei, Izuku yelled, seeing the girl take out a large number of gadgets from a single duffel bag. Yeah, that's okay, right? I really wanted to see you. Mei, turning to Izuku, had an almost apologetic look on her face. Sighing, Izuku looked up at the ceiling before adopting a small smile. Yeah, it's all right, you just surprised me. Making Mei smile, Izuku walked up to the girl before pulling her into a hug, lifting her head and kissing her. Mei returned the kiss with vigor, feeling Izuku up as he woke up without a shirt before she pulled away, remembering what she saw yesterday. Izuku, we need to talk. I saw everything yesterday. Letting the silence set in, Izuku took a step back. So you have an opinion about it? Raising an eyebrow, Izuku crossed his arms, waiting for Mei. No, not really. I don't care about what you did, but I heard about your mom and everything else. Tearing up, Mei grabbed on Izuku in a hug, surprising him. I am sorry, Izuku. Your mom, that was horrible. I didn't know you felt this way. Your class, everyone, I won't betray you. Holding Mei as she cried, including her promise to not betray him for the first time, Izuku genuinely smiled, not the ones he had practiced to fake being someone he wasn't, but a true smile. Holding on to Mei, Izuku put her head to his chest, comforting the girl as she lightly sobbed. Thank you, Mei, really that means a lot. Staying there for a while, Mei's light sobs quieted into sniffles. Sorry, I kinda cried into your muscles, heh. Pulling back, Mei wiped her eyes, chuckling a little bit before recomposing herself. Now the real reason I'm here. Come look at all the babies I brought. Pulling Izuku by his hand towards the now gadget-decorated table, Izuku's sweat dropped. It seemed Mei packed almost everything she could into her duffel bag. Looking inside, there was an abundance of tools, but barely any clothes. Mei, did you pack everything except for clothes? Oh well, you see. I kinda just thought about helping you in the game with my babies, so I didn't think about myself that much. Scratching the back of her head with a smile, Mei chuckled, avoiding the stare that Izuku gave her. Anyway, back to the babies I was talking about. Trying to change the subject, Mei turned back to the table, picking up and showing Izuku everything she brought with her, including attachments for his guns, gadgets including a hard plaster gel bomb, and finally the one piece of work she was extremely happy with. And here is the most important, baby. Taking out a small box, Mei opened it to show a small. Mei, what is this? Confused, Izuku took a plate out before inspecting it. And while he had gotten a bit savvy with tech, hanging out with Mei, he hadn't seen anything like this before. Mei, seeing Izuku's confused face, giggled before grabbing it. Here, I'll show you. Placing the disc on Izuku's chest. The disc quickly bonded to his skin, but it didn't hurt at all. So what's that supposed to do? Well, try and activate one of your quirks. So she knows, should have expected that. Reaching inside himself, Izuku tried to activate 30% full cowl, but the lightning and the boost of speed and strength failed to appear. Instead, a sharp pain erupted from the device, causing him to stop trying to use his quirk. What the hell? Grasping the device, Izuku felt all energy from his quirk fade as if he were one again, quirkless. Standing back up, he tried to activate Black Whip and Full Cowl at the same time, and while Full Cowl didn't work, Black Whip did. The disc, when attached, deactivates a person's quirk, and if they try and use it, a sharp pain will erupt from the device each time. I made that after a pair of quirk-canceling handcuffs I might have borrowed from the police station a while ago. Hearing this, Izuku turned to Mei. So let me get this straight, you stole a pair of quirk-canceling handcuffs and made something that basically renders someone quirkless. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds bad. Suddenly, Mei was pulled back into a hug. No, Mei, that's perfect. I couldn't ask for any more useful than this. Grinning, Izuku thought of a very useful tool he was just given, Katsuki Bakugo. Let's see how you like a taste of being the quirkless one. Now I have some work to do, mind getting this off my chest. Pulling off, Izuku pointed to the disc on his chest, which Mei, grabbing a small remote, pressed a button, the disc popping off. I'll see you later. Getting dressed in his villain suit and mask, Izuku left the apartment, not before grabbing his pistols, his sniper, and of course his new tool. Mei, being left in the apartment, decided to start working on a new project as she saw Black Whip firsthand, and just by looking she had a great idea. Everyone on the hero team was anxious. Despite the early hours, everyone expected something to happen. Bakugo was currently going through the footage of last night, trying to see exactly how Izuku got into the hero building, while the rest were eating breakfast. Kendo taking a plate to Ibara as the angelic girl refused to leave her vine cocoon. Sitting down at the table, several members of both 1A and 1B were eating silently, all a bit tired from their restless sleep. They had already lost several members yesterday, including one in their own headquarters. Minda was face down on the table. Guy, maybe we should forfeit. Shocking everyone, they all looked at Minda, with Kaminari speaking out. What? Why, dude? The game barely started. Because Lucifer could have ended everyone in our sleep. We all could have died. The small midget got up yelling out his point, and everyone could see where he was coming from, but Tetsu boosted everyone's confidence. Come on, giving up after the first day, that isn't what a manly hero would do. Maybe we underestimated Lucifer. But that just means that we need to take this game seriously. We can do this. Raising his glass of juice in the air, Tetsu raised everyone's spirits up, and while his mind turned to Oase, he was sure they would find him. Everyone who had a drink followed Tetsu's lead before the sound of glass shattering was heard, and Tetsu's entire lower body was covered in juice. Confused, everyone looked around before more glass shattered and Kaminari fell back in his chair. A large red spot on his forehead as confusion and fear ran across his mind as he wiped his forehead, his hand covered in fake blood. Seeing this, Momo yelled to everyone, "Get down!" Flipping the table over towards the window. Shinso, who was also in the room, used his capture scarf to try and bring everyone down as more shots fired continuously, with Bakugo and the rest who weren't in the living room to yell from the floor above, "That effing Deku has a sniper." Looking at the monitors of security cameras placed throughout the city, Bakugo spotted Izuku firing a sniper from a billboard. Before it stopped, Izuku, turning his head, looked in the direction of the camera before giving a two-fingered salute before putting the sniper on his shoulder. Realizing it was done, Bakugo was about to rush out and find Izuku, but he failed to realize that Izuku's plan was to never end all of them, just to distract them long enough for Oase to make it to the hero building. While Izuku was firing shot after shot, taking out Kaminari just because he wanted to, Oase was slowly walking towards the hero headquarters. In both his hands something was clutched. His entire body ached with pain, dragging his shattered ankle as he got closer to the tower before he made it and the gunfire stopped. Banging his head on the door, Oase essentially knocked, hearing the voice of his classmate Monoma. "Who's there?" Its answering, Oase's mind was suddenly dragged inside itself as his body was under control and his thoughts became blur. Shinso, adjusting the voice modulator on his gear, looked at the door, yelling out orders, "Come in slowly." After a small struggle, the door was finally opened and every student had their quirks at the ready until they saw a severely injured Oase, surprising everyone as Shinso cancelled the brainwash control and Oase dropped to the floor, his hands still held onto the items in his grasp. Running up to his friend, Ibara picked Oase up, trying to get the boy into a comfortable position. "Oase, what happened? Did Lucifer do this?" Oase, coughing, held up both his hands. "He said he would let me leave if I did this. He has a message for everyone. Enjoy the fireworks." One final shot was heard as a bullet hit the side of Oase's head, spraying blood on Ibara as his hands fell in two small detonators, which were dead man switches. Seeing the familiar detonators, the heroes all looked shocked until the hero building rumbled, a large amount of smoke invading the common room and a large explosion from the water plant. Lucifer wasn't going to give them a break. Watching the explosions from the billboard, Izuku strapped his sniper to his back, full cowl activating around him. More members of the hero team were going to fall. Nobody could breathe. The amount of smoke clouding the air burned everyone's lungs as they coughed violently. Their ears ringing from the fire alarms and vision masked, they couldn't do anything to stop it. Eventually, the smoke started thinning and a few of the students could see. However, that didn't stop the influx of smoke continuously making its way inside. A few of the heroes stumbled trying to help their classmates, while Yaoyorozu, having created several gas masks for the people nearest to her, wafted her way through the smoke. "Is everyone okay?" From upstairs, Uraraka yelled out, being a floor above, her voice barely reaching through the loud blaring of two alarms. Momo and a few others started putting gas masks on everyone as Shinso yelled out, "We're fine, Kaminari and Oase are dead." "That PIKACHU knock off. GRRRR. That Deku must have planted the bombs last night. That bastard also blew up the water distribution plant." Yelling, Bakugo finally shut the alarms off. "We have a effing fire where the gear and food storage is. Someone get the F over there and try and stop it." Listening, a small group of Shoto, Momo, Mina, and Kosai made their way to where the smoke was coming from the gas masks. Momo provided, helping tremendously when a large hole and the outside sun were seen. Stunned, the group stayed still. The rooms that they had used to store their hero gear along with the food they were provided with to last through the 7 days was completely destroyed, rubble falling, and fires. Acting quickly, Shoto used his ice, extinguishing some of the fires while the rest helped, Mina using a less powerful version of her acid to snuff the flames, Momo using a fire extinguisher, and finally Kosai using his quirk to cover them from the falling pieces of rubble with solid air. Doing all they could to stop the fires, Mina tried to scavenge whatever she could find, which unfortunately for them wasn't much. "Guys, this is bad. We only have a half-day worth of food left." "Mina, what about the hero gear?" Searching, pieces of what used to be their hero gear laid about. Fragments of Bakugo's gauntlets, Uraraka's helmet along with its, and more. Though Mina was able to find some of the gear that wasn't broken, this severely crippled their power against Lucifer. It seemed to her that Shinso was the only one who had all of his gear left, while the rest of them will have to make do. Still checking, the stomping boots of Bakugo came into view as he looked at his broken gauntlets on the ground. Angry, he gritted his teeth, the rest of the hero team also coming and seeing most of their gear broken. Picking up what was left, they put them on. They already knew what Bakugo was going to say. Once I find that Deku, I quote LFing kill him. You 4 extras stay here and one of you get on the cameras. I want to know where the piece of garbage is at all times. Without his gauntlets, Bakugo pushed through the crowd, the heroes following him outside as the rising smoke of the water distribution plant wafted in the air. This situation was familiar to the heroes. It happened. They were once again divided into 2 separate teams, down several members of the team, and still, they had to follow Bakugo's orders even though in their gut was the same feeling. This was going to end poorly. In an alleyway near the water distribution plant, Lucifer stalked the scene as he stashed his sniper underneath the dumpster. The police and firefighters had already arrived at the scene and were doing all they could to stop the fires when above Lucifer several shadows went past him, and in all their glory the heroes arrived. Though the civilians didn't look relieved in the slightest, Lucifer couldn't blame them. In fact, it's what he wanted. He knew yesterday had significantly declined the faith set in the heroes, especially with Kirishima causing a group of hostages to die on live TV. Still leaning on the wall, Lucifer observed the area and the heroes watching as Bakugo sent them out to scope out the area, apparently learning from not only last night but this morning as well. Fishing into his suit, Lucifer pulled out the device May had given him earlier, his thoughts running when his eyes landed on Bakugo. I need to get him alone, but how? Gyro, Shishida, and Shoji are using their quirks to try and spot me. Even with the gear May made, this was proving difficult, but before he could form a plan, a voice came to life through his earpiece. Izuku, don't yell, but I can help you out if you want. Confused, Lucifer wondered why and how May could speak to him when he remembered exactly who his girlfriend. Putting his hand up, he pressed his earpiece. May, that would be great, but how? Whispering, Lucifer took small peeks out of the alley, making sure he wasn't heard. Well, currently it seems every major building in the city is monitored by the alert system that is in the Hero HQ, and the team there is surveying the entire city, searching for you through the cameras. But I can make a false alarm and draw some of the heroes away. Explaining it simply, May zoomed in on the alley Lucifer was hiding in, while on the screen net to it was the alarm system and city blueprints. At any moment, May could send an alarm signal to any of the major buildings, but if Izuku didn't need the help, she wouldn't do it. Staying silent, Lucifer looked back at the heroes in the area, and it was clear they weren't going to move anytime soon. So thinking quickly, he spoke. All right, May, first I need to contact Nezu. I'll contact you, but prepare to send alarms to every bank, police, and fire station on the western side of the city. Will do. Cutting out, May's voice stopped, and speaking again, he turned to another person who was no doubt listening. Nezu, I need you to clear the apartment buildings on the southern side of the city. I plan on letting loose. There was silence for a few seconds before Nezu's voice sounded. That can be arranged. We are having ectoplasm escort the students out. Robots are still in play there. With that out of the way, Lucifer activated OFA, jumping onto the roof in front of him before looking over the edge. May, if you can hear me, sound the alarms. Waiting, he didn't get a response back, but he didn't need one as the police communications went haywire, along with the firefighters as well. The heroes as well all stopped moving to put their hands on some of their earpieces. Momo was panicking. It all happened so fast, but the alarms at the HQ blared to life. The entire West District was covered in red dots signaling multiple attacks, but it didn't make sense. How could Lucifer be everywhere at once? But she couldn't explain it other than he really was. She knew Lucifer's quirk gave him a massive boost in speed and strength, so that was her only conclusion. Going to a mic that connected to the hero earpieces, Momo spoke into it. Everyone, we have the entire West District littered in alarms, fires, shootings, explosions. It's chaos. We need some of you over there. Bakugo, hearing this, gritted his teeth. Fine, ponytail. Looking at the rest of the students who also received the message, he started yelling orders. Okay, you shitty extras, that effing Deku is attacking the West District. I want man hands, ghosty, birdface, hot topic, and round cheeks to stay the F here. The rest of you pieces of shit, we're going to the West District. Finishing, Bakugo glared at his team, getting them into action, while Kendo, Ryuko, Takoyami, Gyro, and Uraraka stayed. Icy hot, get your ass to the water distribution plant. These shitty firefighters are going to need your help. Having been given their orders, the hero team started moving, running down the streets and some using the roofs to get to the West District as fast as they could. Lucifer having seen everything, but he didn't move a muscle. That was until he heard Bakugo's explosions and saw the explosive blonde blast past him, anger illustrated on his face. Activating OFA, Izuku shoved his hand into the roof he was standing on before ripping a large chunk of it out. He then winded his arm back and lowering the percentage in his arm to 2%, he threw it, hitting Bakugo in the back of his head, causing the hero to drop to a roof he was over, losing focus and yell out in pain. Who the FDID? That you're effing dead. Using his explosions, Bakugo glared at the area around him before spotting Lucifer looking at him from across the roof. Just as Bakugo was going to yell and rush at him, Lucifer took off with intense speed towards the south side of the city. Get the F back here, Deku. Blasting with his quirk, Katsuki chased after Lucifer, officially separating from his hero teams on both sides of him while following Lucifer to exactly where he wants to be. Deku. Ignoring Bakugo's screams of anger, Lucifer kept moving. He was almost where he wanted to be, but something was telling him to dodge. And doing so, he nearly avoided an AP shot that Bakugo had intended to hit him with, but the building in front of him wasn't so lucky, as a room he was nearing exploded, a hole going straight through it. Hope you're seeing this, Nezu. Grinning, Lucifer didn't have to start to get what he wanted, and they hadn't even entered the southern district yet. Using his quirk to 30%, Izuku dodged more of Bakugo's attacks, which all avoided him and hit civilian buildings, causing no amount of small chaos to begin. Finally, Lucifer got into the place he really wanted, and now it was time to ruin Bakugo. Dropping to street level, Lucifer deactivated his quirk while apartment buildings, a supermarket, and robotic civilians roamed about. Though once the robots saw him, they all screamed, and even more so as Bakugo came charging and yelling, "Come on, Deku. Stop being a pussy and fight." Landing on the ground, Bakugo's first instinct was not to contact his team, but to hurt Lucifer as much as he could, no matter what. Putting his hands together, Katsuki released explosion after explosion. AP shots trying to make a hole in Lucifer's body, but with the villain dodging, he only hit the buildings around him and a few of the shitty robots who didn't get out of his way. Die, 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 stop, please. Lucifer screaming out pleas for Bakugo to stop only brought a hellish grin to the hero's face as he continued his onslaught, though he was ignorant to the fact the civilians were also pleading for him to stop, some even recording, and Lucifer knew that, as he also had someone else watching and videotaping everything. Still dodging, Lucifer made the AP shots appear close enough to where it could hit him, but he was still grinning underneath his mask. "This is too easy." Putting a hand to his ear, Lucifer spoke, "May, did you get enough?" "Yep. This will definitely work now. Do your stuff, but I want something in return." Flirting, well, not really, in her own way, Lucifer under his mask sighed. "All right, whatever you want." Chuckling, Lucifer dodged one final attack before he put his act up. "Stop, I won't stand for this. I may be a villain, but look at what you're doing these innocent people, and for what? Shut the F up, you shitty effing waste of space. These aren't real people, they're just getting in my way to F you up. Please, I'll turn myself in, but let these people leave, don't hurt them anymore." Walking forward over a manhole, Lucifer put his hands up and out, his eyes filled with sadness as he looked at the decimated buildings, the supermarket he oh so loved, and of course the pieces of dead civilians due to Bakugo's explosion. Hearing and seeing what was happening, Bakugo was more than pissed. He was absolutely livid. This shitty nerd is giving up just like that. He wouldn't stand for it. He wouldn't win a stupid effing game because the Deku didn't have the balls to fight. Without his gauntlets, he put his hands together, grinning. "Shut the F up and die." Releasing a large explosion, even that bigger than the one he did at the sports festival, a large fire soared towards Lucifer. But not only him, but the buildings and civilians near him, and watching, he saw Lucifer be consumed from the fire, disappearing while the civilians and buildings behind him exploded in fire. Screams from civilians who weren't caught in the attack sounded through the area. Smoke clouded everyone's vision as Bakugo stood there waiting for the announcement he won in the sight of Izuku's burnt corpse. But what happened next surprised everyone. How could you? Stepping through the smoke and unharmed, Lucifer looked at the melted robots, tears streaming down his eyes while a smoking manhole cover was next to him. Looking up with eyes full of anger and hate, he screamed, pointing, "How could you? They were innocent people. You killed them, and for what? You destroyed their homes, their lives. What do you have to say for yourself? How the F did you survive that, you shitty Deku?" Ignoring what he had done, Bakugo cemented Lucifer's plan from the beginning. Now it was time for the end. The civilians were wailing in anguish and horror as their eyes turned to Bakugo, the hero, ground zero leader of the heroes, killed so many of their family, friends, community to try and harm Lucifer, who had done nothing to them until the heroes showed up. "That's it. Fine, I'll stop you myself. I'll save these people from heroes like you." Green lightning arched around Lucifer as Bakugo grinned. "Finally, your fighting took you long enough, pussy. Bring it on, Deku." Popping explosions, Bakugo was surprised when Lucifer, using speed he hadn't seen before, rushed him, and before he had enough time to defend, Lucifer punched him in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood and saliva as he was launched. "It's like All Might punched me." Landing on the ground, Bakugo heard civilians from around him. "Stop him, Lucifer. Stop that murderer." Pissed off, he looked back at Lucifer, who took a fighting stance, so rushing forward, Bakugo used his explosions trying to get in close range before punching and swiping at Lucifer, trying to hit him when the unexpected happened. After one of his swipes that Bakugo didn't feel connect, Lucifer was launched back and into the wall of a building. Groaning in pain, Lucifer slowly stood back up, and this process repeated several times. Attacks Bakugo knew didn't land kept sending Lucifer back until Lucifer had blood flowing down the right side of his face, his white and green hair disheveled and suit dusty from debris. Reaching into his suit, Lucifer grabbed May's device before looking up, hearing the hopeful cheers of the robots making him smile. "And no matter how many times you hit me, I'll always get back up. I'll protect you all." Standing back up, Lucifer's lightning grew visibly brighter along with his left eye as the lightning arced, finally resting at 30% instead of the 15% he was using previously. As a savior who rose up from the dust of destruction, Lucifer ignored the blood seeping down his face as he kept his right hand on the device. Charging forward, Lucifer dodged all of Bakugo's explosions as he got closer before he extended his right arm, and with the power of the people, Black Whip in all its glory appeared wrapping around Bakugo's head, blinding the so-called hero. He attacked, kicking Bakugo as Black Whip released, though he didn't stop there. Going into his shoot style, Lucifer lowered every attack to only about 5% while the rest of his body maintained 30%. Beating up Bakugo, Lucifer had to avoid a few explosions that threatened to harm him, with small attacks successfully hitting him, though with the toughness of his suit and the steel plating in his shoes, Lucifer was clearly winning. Bakugo was bleeding when Lucifer decided to finally finish the fight. Legs sweeping Bakugo, Lucifer wrapped the hero with Black Whip, leaving Bakugo's head exposed. "You effing villain, what is this shit? You are a traitor." Yelling, Bakugo was silenced when Lucifer placed his knee on his throat as he leaned down to Bakugo's ear, taking his earpiece out and putting it into his free ear. "Me a traitor? No. I hid this from everyone, even the teachers, but that's not what I'm here for. All through my life you tortured me, belittled me, crushed me, and for what exactly? Being quirkless. You beat me because I was powerless, but let's see how you will like living in the world I had." Placing more pressure on Bakugo's neck, Lucifer saw the blonde start panicking, struggling to move. And controlling Black Whip, Lucifer opened enough of it to where the smoke from Bakugo's attempts to escape filtered in the air. Taking out his right hand, Lucifer looked at the area before ripping the part of the hero costume covering Bakugo's chest that the opening in Black Whip allowed him to see before he placed the device on his chest. "Enjoy being quirkless, Kachin. It's quite the life, you'll see." Removing his mask, Lucifer showed Bakugo a bloodthirsty, toothy smile, his eyes looking insane. Bakugo hadn't really ever felt fear before, but the face Lucifer just made had him want to piss his pants. And what did Lucifer mean by quirkless? There's no way someone like him can be quirkless. It was then Lucifer put his mask back on before the weird quirk that was wrapped around him suddenly disappeared. Acting fast, Bakugo tried to activate his quirk, but all that resulted was a large burning and electrifying pain. HHHRGGHHHW, what the F? No matter how many times he tried to activate his quirk, all Bakugo felt was pain. "Get this shit off me." Trying to pry the disc on his chest off, another shock went through his body while Lucifer laughed. HHHHH. Stopping his laughter of seeing his tormentor panic, he turned to the watching civilians. "Everyone, the hero has been stopped. He won't harm any of you anymore." But that cheers rang out in the crowd, but Lucifer couldn't celebrate for long as Bakugo's earpiece sounded off. "Ground Zero. We're on our way." The alarms were false, but what were the explosions? Did you find Lucifer? Hearing that more heroes were on their way, Lucifer smiled. The HQ was relatively unguarded and he could do so much more. He didn't see Yaorazu at the water distribution plant, and now the biggest threat to him was unguarded and weak at the hero HQ. OFA arced again before using Black Whip. Izuku launched off before his mind started turning. If Yaorazu were to, let's say, be captured, she could possibly make enough material for Mei to play and tinker with. Oh, this is getting so much more interesting. Momo wanted to pull her own hair out. The water distribution plant was slowly getting under control. The entire Western District had gone up with every alarm possible only for them to be fake. But the worst part was the absolute destruction and fire in the Southern District. Now, while Momo's confidence had grown throughout the year, this was absolutely too much. She couldn't get into contact with her leaders, so she had to have everyone check on the explosions. Sitting down in the surveillance room, Momo checked through the cameras as the rest of her team had finally found Bakugo getting mobbed by civilians. Setting her head down, Momo just couldn't believe her position. This is insane. Midoriya shouldn't have caused this much trouble. She wished she hadn't listened to the classes and actually prepared. "Hey, yeah Momo, are you okay?" Turning her head, Momo saw Mina coming in with a cup of tea. They hadn't had any trouble at the HQ since the fires were extinguished. "I'm fine, Mina, just tired." "Where is Kosai-san?" "He's guarding the hole in the tower. I just thought I should bring you some tea." Setting down the mug next to Momo, Mina sat down on the surveillance room table looking at the cameras. "See anything?" "No, I hadn't spotted Midoriya once. I don't understand how he can avoid every camera in the city." "It's all right, girl. You'll find him. It's barely reaching sundown." Looking through the cameras, both girls saw the horizon barely setting. Sighing, Momo smiled. It really helped that Mina could keep her cheeriness up. "Thanks, Mina. MMMHMM." Smiling brightly, Mina swayed her legs when she spoke some more. "So yeah, Momo, what do you think about Midori after all of this?" "I don't know how to answer that. On one hand, I fear him, but on the other, the stuttering boy from the first day comes back to mind. What he has done is strange. He broke Ibara." She's still sitting in her room. Propping her head, Momo saw Mina jump off the desk before facing her. "Yeah, but it'll be okay. I'm sure Midori is just doing this for the game. But if I knew he was this smart to plan all this, I would have trained harder." Smiling at each other, a cold chill settled in the room and they froze as another voice entered the room. "Thank you, Ashido. I deeply appreciate your kind words. It's a relief to hear that from someone so Naive. Slowly turning, Momo and Mina saw Lucifer walking into the room, tightening the glove on his hand and wiping some blood off his face. Before they could react, Mina's head was wrapped in a black substance before Lucifer yanked his arm down, sending Mina into the surveillance room, controls causing a shortage to erupt and Mina to go limp as the cameras all cut to black, destroyed. Jumping out of her chair, Momo created a staff. She had never seen something like that before, and Lucifer was the one who had it. Momo couldn't even get a single word out as Lucifer, quirk activated, grabbed her by the mouth, hitting the staff out of her hand before he slammed her head into the desk, stunning Momo as her vision became blurred for a minute. Did you really try and tell me to stop? How incompetent are you? Leaning in, Lucifer's face was right in front of Momo's as he grinned under his mask, taunting Momo's insecurity. Though Momo didn't give up, instead she bit down on Lucifer's hand, trying to escape. Though her bite did little but have Lucifer bang her head into the desk again. Do it again, I dare you. Glaring right into Momo's eyes, Lucifer saw the girl freeze again. Trying to speak, Momo's voice was muffled until Lucifer let go but gripped her neck, and with his grip, Momo had a hard time speaking. How did you get in? Choking, Momo's eyes stung with tears as Lucifer lifted her up. It was quite simple. Kosai was the last person you should have had guarded. So easy to strike a deal, isn't that right, Kosai? At the entrance of the room, Kosai walked in, grinning. Oh, you know, Lucifer, it's time for your end of the deal. Seeing that Momo was confused and shocked, Lucifer brought her to the floor where only the tips of her toes touched the ground. Oh, you don't know? Well, let me explain something about Kosai here. Kosai Tsuburaba Hiro, a student in Class 1B. Despite his personality of being competitive and enthusiastic, he often found himself being quite the pervert. Hell, he didn't think there wasn't any girl in or out of his class he wouldn't want to have. Though he kept this side of himself hidden, subtle, not wanting to feed that own side of himself, but it kept getting worse. The hero costumes not only the girls in his class wear but also his rival Class 1 had only grown his frustration. In his dorm, he often pleasured himself to the fantasies his head came up with, all surrounding the girls of UA. It mostly started with the joint training. Though he had seen Class 1 before, his mind didn't turn to them until his fight with Tsuyu. The way her tongue wrapped around him had more fantasies playing in his head. He already had sick fantasies about his own class, Satsuna using her quirk to pleasure him whenever he wanted, Kinoko getting high off of her own mushrooms while he broke her and more. But there was a problem. He wasn't attractive enough, nor did he have a powerful quirk, so he knew there wasn't any chance he could get the girl's attention, so he kept his fantasies to himself. With the war game, Kosai couldn't even find the time to be alone to relieve himself and working with the girls in close proximity. And with the distractions, his eyes always fell to their features, his urges growing more. Though only one person saw Kosai for who he truly was, Izuku Midoriya had seen through Kosai and into his hidden side. Having experienced betrayal from everyone he had introduced into his life, he became accustomed to seeing everyone's true side, especially after he was accused by his own friends and teachers. So really it was all a matter of when Izuku could use this in his favor, and that happened to be today. Hey, Kosai, I'm going to check on Momo and get her a snack. Do you want anything? Mina, jumping off the large piece of rubble she was sitting on, looked at Kosai, who was looking at her with the corner of his eye. No, I'm fine, thank you though. I have to keep watch, can't let Lucifer get the jump on us. With a large grin, Kosai looked back at the large hole in the wall. Smiling, Mina spoke. Okay then, let me know if you want anything. Turning around, Mina walked out of the room, unaware of the stare she was currently receiving. Kosai, having heard Mina start walking, turned his eyes going directly to Mina's ass. With the natural sway she walked with, it only accentuated her feature, which Kosai couldn't help but notice. Ashido's ass looked so big. Kosai always liked Mina's costume. It was skin-tight like Uraraka's and Satsuna's, but hers was more revealing, the window where he could see her cleavage and her movements. It got Kosai's mind running on overdrive. He imagined him over Mina as he pounded into her relentlessly. Oh, he wished he could make that a reality. He only snapped out of his thoughts once a figure outlined in green was seen out of the corner of his eye trying to enter the room. Using his quirk, Kosai solidified the air, stopping the figure and boxing them and revealing a captured Lucifer. Smiling widely, Kosai walked up to the box while Lucifer stood up, still clad in his green lightning. Cautious, Kosai took a defensive stance. He knew that Lucifer could potentially break out, but it turned to confusion when nothing happened. Putting his hand to his earpiece, Kosai was about to tell the entire hero team he had captured Lucifer when said villain raised his hand before shoving his fist through one of the air walls, allowing his voice to be heard. Kosai, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Unless, of course, you want UA to know of your secret souvenirs in your closet. Freezing, Kosai looked at Lucifer. And with his focus off the airbox he had created, it disappeared while Lucifer walked closer. I don't know what you're talking about. How does he know? Kosai was panicking. How did Lucifer know of his secret? I know you fantasize not only of your own female classmates but also my own. I know of the panties and clothes you stole from their rooms when no one was there. I know who you really are. Getting face to face, it felt as if Lucifer towered over Kosai. He was trapped, paralyzed. If this got out, nothing would be the same. His life would be ruined. What do you want? Kosai's competitive nature subsided. His enthusiastic side cowered over the person who had control of his future. A deal. A deal. Yes, a deal. You see, I came here to obtain both Yaorazu and Ibara as they are essential to what is coming. I only want you to turn a blind eye and act as if this never occurred. And in return, I will not only incapacitate Mina and Yaorazu but allow you to fulfill your fantasies with them however you please. Stunning the boy, Lucifer saw flashing emotions cross his face before meekly he asked question. What about the teachers? The cameras? My secret? Please relax, that is none of your concern. I won't tell a living soul about your secrets, and I have someone working with me. She is interfering with the cameras. Nothing can be heard or seen. You're completely safe. So take the deal, get what you want, and blame it on me. No repercussions will come to you. Holding out his gloved hand, Lucifer waited as Kosai was stuck in his thoughts. I can be safe. He offering me a chance to do what I want. Kosai's inner thoughts were dark, his perverted mind taking most of his logic and reasoning. This might be the only chance where he could get what he wanted, and Lucifer's eyes showed nothing but the absolute truth. Slowly Kosai looked at Lucifer's hand before gripping it. It's a deal. Glad we can agree now. Take me to the surveillance room, and the deal will be official. Nodding his head, Kosai led Lucifer out of the room. And by now Mina had just gotten to the surveillance room. Lucifer, silently walking behind Kosai, looked to a camera in the corner of the room, nodding his head. Going up the stairs, Kosai pointed to the door, whispering, "There is the entrance now, hurry." Momo couldn't believe what she was just told. How Kosai could just betray them because he was promised pleasure in their sacrifice. Tearing up, Momo watched Kosai walk forward, his grin growing as he saw Mina's current position, knocked out and prostrated, her head buried, and the thing he most fantasized about, waiting. Momo started crying. If she tried to use her quirk, sure, she may have a chance, but Lucifer's cold eyes made it clear that that chance was 0 to none. How could you, Midoriya? What goes around comes around. Your betrayal when I was accused led to this. Now it's time for repayment. At this point, Kosai finally arrived near Mina. Before he looked at Lucifer, she won't wake up, right? No, and she won't have any recollection this happened, nor will anyone know. What about Yaorazu? I have a plan for her. She won't remember after I'm done. With absolute certainty in his voice, Lucifer enforced Kosai's faith in his plan. Reaching his hands out, Kosai guided them to Mina's ass. As he got closer, he couldn't believe he was going to touch her. He felt elation bubble up inside of him. He couldn't imagine what it would finally feel like. Just as his fingertips grazed Mina, Kosai was suddenly grabbed by the hair, making him scream in pain before a knee found itself in his face. His nose breaking with a crunch and blood leaking out, Kosai fell on the ground holding his injury. Looking, he saw Lucifer stalking up to him. What about the deal? On the ground, Kosai wriggled in pain while Lucifer took his pistol out. Deal? Don't you know? Never make a deal with the devil. Kicking Kosai in the face, Lucifer saw the hero's head at the ground unconscious before he pulled the trigger, emptying the entire magazine of blood bullets before an angry and disgusted Vlad voiced in his ear. Kosai, Tsuburaba is out. That's right, the teachers saw everything that happened. Not only that, but Mei was recording the footage. Silence reigned before a meat-crying voice spoke. Midoriya. Turning, he saw Momo still crying, though a hint of gratefulness on her face for him stopping Kosai. She thought Midoriya was actually going to let Kosai do what he wanted, but she was proved wrong. The betrayal subject Midoriya mentioned was all a play to get her to believe the sham. Yaorazu, your gratefulness is misplaced. I didn't stop Kosai because it was the right thing to do. I stopped him because I want Ishido to feel what I felt when I was accused, trapped, hated, powerless. Taking his pistol, Lucifer hit Yaorazu, knocking her out but not eliminating her as he walked out of the room and up the floors to the one other room he visited the previous night. Opening the door, he saw Ibara, the vine girl, now out of her cocoon, laying in bed. With the door creaking, Ibara looked only to cower in fear. Lucifer was back, and immediately she started to pray, to mumble out to God so he could save her. Her reality of Midori and Lucifer couldn't be distinguished. Closer her eyes, she kept rambling. Please God, deliver unto me your divine light. Save me from the damnation of Lucifer. Spare my life, for I am nothing but your child. Please. Stopping, Ibara felt someone's hands on top of hers. Opening her eyes slowly, she saw Lucifer staring straight at her, but unlike before when she saw only hate and anger, there was nothing but concern. Ibara was confused about how was she not dead now. Scanning the room, she saw Momo unconscious and on the ground, but quickly her head was turned back to face Lucifer. Standing up, Lucifer kept Ibara's eyes on him, seeing the fear etched inside. Ibara, you are a true apostle of God. Confusing the girl, he removed his mask, smiling. Ibara, I know I am a devil, however before that night God spoke to me. He wanted me to test your faith, and now you're being rewarded. I have accosted many sins throughout my lifetime, but with God's guidance I see as light. I tried to show your classmates the same divine light, but they refused, attacking me, giving in to their own sins. You have seen it yourself, have you not? Ibara immediately thought to her class and even 1A. Their talks of premarital relations, lust, wrath, greed, every sin she could imagine resonated with her classmates, but wasn't Lucifer just the same? Her mind was too broken to piece everything correctly, but she voiced her thought, "Aren't you the same? You've committed sins yourself." For the first time, she saw genuine guilt wash over the devil's face, probably the only time she might see it. "Yes, I was. I admired God so much I wanted to be him. My pride consumed me. But you, Ibara, showed me not only that night but in the day as well. God's light was the true path, the right path. Please come with me, Ibara. You can teach me more. I believe God has sent you to guide me back to his forgiveness. And maybe perhaps I could show you who your classmates truly are, along with their sins." Holding his hand out, Lucifer leaned down, his left eye glowing. Ibara stared at Lucifer's hand. Though he was the devil and committed sins, he looked repentant, willing to do anything for God's forgiveness. She could see it in his eyes. And his story of the heroes not taking his offer showed through the streak of blood on his face. Her classmates were sinful, she could see it clearly. She thought she herself could change them, but that proved difficult as they had made no move to purify themselves. What Lucifer said made total sense. Her faith was tested that night, and her prayers for her to survive had been given truth as she was still alive. Finally, here was a chance to know more about the true face of her classmates, those she called friends, and if what Lucifer had said is true, they could save her friends from damnation. Grabbing Lucifer's hand, Ibara was pulled on her feet, and after Lucifer grabbed Momo, he escorted her out of the hero tower. He had to get Ibara to May so he could have another force in his power, while he got Momo into the villain lair. After that, he had to clean up the hero team. Just taking out Kosai wouldn't be enough. If he wanted to win, blood would have to be shed. Why can't I breathe? What are they yelling about? I feel my skin, my hair, why doesn't it feel real? Katsuki Bakugo couldn't understand what was happening to him. He was dominated in a fight by that stupid, useless Deku. And now people were crowding him. He felt closed in. He couldn't activate his quirk. He couldn't do anything. What he didn't know was that he was experiencing his first ever panic attack. An intense one at that. His thoughts were all jumbled up and his anxiety was through the roof. Izuku had experienced this exact same thing every day of his life, though Bakugo hadn't, and he couldn't stand it. "Why did you kill my family? You murderer. I quote LL kill you. You're a freak. The monster." Robots and real civilians surrounded Bakugo, screaming, sobbing, distraught. Cameras and phones in their hands, the bright lights of their flash blinding Bakugo. His nerves getting at him. Bakugo was a sweating mess, his eyes frantic, the device on his chest shocking him every time he tried to use his quirk to get the crowd away from him. Murderer, a hero. Lucifer did this. Yelling, he tried to push robots and people back. "Liar, we saw the entire thing. My daughter was killed because of you. If you hadn't shown up, she would still be alive." A lone robot screamed this out, its peers hearing him. With its functionality, it rushed Bakugo, striking the boy to the floor with its metal arm before it was restrained. "Shut the F up. Your daughter shouldn't have been in the way." Making it worse for himself, Bakugo, his mind racing, said what first popped up in his head, but that only had the civilians angry, shocked, and in disbelief. Everything was being recorded, and that was the final straw. Both students and robots alike attacked Bakugo, forcing the blonde-haired boy to fight back, though without his quirk he had to rely on physical power. That in itself was another problem. The fact he was quirkless now had him scared. He shouldn't be powerless. He was Katsuki Bakugo, the future #1 hero. But then Izuku's smile came back to mind along with his words. "Enjoy being quirkless, Kachin. It's quite the life, you'll see." Was this how that shitty nerd felt growing up? No, he was just weak. That's why I had to show him his place. Auntie and Ko knew it as well. That's why she did it too. I'm right, everyone can see that. I'm the stronger one here. Quirkless or not, that effing Deku will die. Punching a robot in the face, Bakugo kept trying to fight. His only thoughts were to show that even without his quirk he was stronger, that he was better. The numbers only grew as he fought. Every screen in and out of the mock city had only one thing: his massacre of countless civilians, his irresponsibility, his lack of care for those he was supposed to protect, and his fighting. The faith the civilians had about the hero team was replaced. They were devils. The angel Lucifer was their true savior. Ground Zero. Finally arriving, the bruised and bloody Bakugo saw the extras he had on his team finally show up, controlling the crowd. The only reason the cops hadn't arrived was because the Western District alarms. Kirishima was the first to pick up Bakugo, putting his friend's arm around his shoulder before hardening his body. Glass bottles and rocks rain, trying all in vain to strike Bakugo as the others covered him, all confused on why the civilians have turned on them. "Creati, we have Bakugo, but the civilians are trying to attack him. Do you have any sign of Lucifer?" Creati. Something was in the atmosphere. Kirishima, moving, looked at his team, who heard his desperate pleas for their coordinator to help, but no one answered, just static. Trying again, Kirishima felt a knot in his stomach. Pinky, Eris, anyone? The heroes were, well, they couldn't describe it other than nauseous, afraid, curious. But one thing was for sure, their body felt heavier. Uraraka, however, was the first to snap out of it. Guys, we need to get Bakugo to the hero tower and check on the others. Trying to take control, Uraraka, without her helmet protecting her, was struck in the head with a glass bottle, a gash appearing, and the others who didn't have a quirk that boosted their physical prowess weren't doing well either. Breathing through her teeth in pain, sirens were finally heard. Cops and firefighters had finally arrived, and with them, the feeling of heat was finally felt as rows of buildings were on fire. What happened here? Using his quirk, Todoroki arrived sliding in on ice. He looked at the civilians rioting, the police and his classmates trying to restrain them, and finally a beaten and bloody Bakugo. Shodo, stop the fires, Kendo yelled at the dual-powered hero as she pushed back more civilians with her enlarged hands, taking care as to not harm them. Listening, Shodo looked at the buildings. The firefighters were already trying to control the flames, but to Shodo, there was clear there wouldn't be any survivors. Placing his foot on the ground, Todoroki prepared himself before a single large iceberg erupted, covering the fire-encased buildings while his right side quickly froze. The drawback of his quirk hitting hard, as it was the largest ice structure he had created as it threatened to reach the tip of the mock city. Using his left side, he melted the ice on his right, trying to get his body temperature back to normal. With that done, it was now time to escort Bakugo to the Hero HQ and check on the others. They still hadn't responded no matter how many times they were contacted. Pushing through the crowd of mobbing civilians, Tetsu, Monoma, who copied his quirk, Kirishima, Takoyami, Shishida, and Kendo protected their classmates with their quirks, their physical abilities stopping most of the items thrown at them, while some of the police helped. Others just watched their family, were some included in Bakugo's attack. That effing Deku. Once I find him, I'll murder him. He'll know his place. Quirkless ha, don't make me effing laugh. I'll still kick his ass. Bakugo rambled on as Ida supported him, having taken over Kirishima's position. Hearing his team leader say that about his friend, Ida grit his teeth, holding his tongue. Despite what Izuku had done so far in the game, it gave Bakugo no reason to insult his friend. Eventually, they reached the Hero HQ, though it was oddly silent. No lights were turned on, no noise, nothing. Instead of feeling a sense of safety, it felt they were walking into a den of wolves. It sure as hell didn't help that civilians were still following them, yelling obscenities, constantly claiming they wanted justice. But it still didn't answer their question of why they were specifically targeting Bakugo. Sure, he was hard to deal with, but for not only robots but real students to do so was confusing. Opening the door to the Hero building, they placed Bakugo on the couch before Kendo pointed down the hall. Alright, Ida, take Sen and Bondo to the hole, check if Kosai is there, and seal the hole in the wall before the civilians get any ideas. Uraraka, you, Tsu, Shiro, and Shoji look for Yaoyorozu, and Ashido, the rest of you stay here with Bakugo. I'll check on Ibara. Go. Following Kendo's leadership, the ones she pointed out got to their jobs while she herself went to check on Ibara. Ada was deeply conflicted as he, Bondo, and Sen ran to the large hole. Izuku, is this what you can really do? Is this just for the game, or is it more? Ada couldn't wrap his head around his friend's actions. Ada had grown a lot through the year, being able to see if someone was silently in need, but Izuku never showed any sign. Or rather, he hid it so well Ada didn't notice. Getting to the holes, Ada stopped his thoughts as he hadn't been able to get a good look at them that evening, but he couldn't focus on it. Bondo-san, please use your glue to cover up the walls. Bondo nodded before he looked at Sen. Sen, could you drill small holes in the walls so the glue can have reinforcement with the surrounding walls? Sure thing. Despite the current situation, Sen was calm. Despite having his friend shot in front of him, he had to keep his head on straight. He couldn't let it affect him when Lucifer was still out there. Activating his quirk, Sen had his arms become drill-like before he started punching holes where Bondo instructed. Thank you, now let's get this hole sealed up. Spitting out a large amount of glue, Bondo weaved his glue through the supporting walls before he started covering up the main problems, and controlling the rate his glue dried, the wall instantly hardened, covering it up. It's sealed, but the glue isn't very strong. A few large impacts and it will be destroyed. Thank you both, I appreciate the help. Bowing, Ada thanked the Class 1B students before they went back to the common area. They were waiting for the rest of their classmates when Uraraka and Tsu came down the stairs, but with an unconscious Mina, the pink-skinned girl's arms draping over the both of their shoulders. That wasn't it, however, as pieces of material were stuck in the poor girl's face along with dried blood and burn marks. Ada, helping them, took Mina to the couch before setting the girl down. Silence was the only thing heard in the room before Tsu spoke. She was unconscious when we found her. She's not eliminated, but Kosai wasn't so lucky. He's knocked out with a broken nose and dislocated jaw. Ribbit, Lucifer shot him, he's dead. Ribbit, and we couldn't find Yamomo. I think Lucifer has her. Sighing, the entire class sat down in the common room. Some of the students put their faces in their hands. Everything was chaos. Civilians were rioting, aiming for Bakuga's head. They were dirty and hurt. Their medical supplies were already destroyed along with some of their hero gear. They couldn't take a shower as the water was barely running, causing them to have to conserve as much water as they can. Another member was dead. One captured, it was too much. Gyro, crossing her arms, looked at the girls. Where's Shiro and Shoji? They're checking on Kendo, she still hasn't come down. Uraraka answering turned back to Mina as Hagakure picked the small sharp fragments from her best friend's face. How could Midoriya do something like this? Hagakure slowly made sure no discomfort came to her friend as she tried to clean her up, but no one had an answer to her question. It was quiet, but Kirishima looking at Bakugo and more importantly the device on his chest. Bakubra, why did the civilians attack you, and what is that thing on your chest? Is that from Lucifer? Turning, everyone looked at the injured blonde who only glared. I don't know why those shitty civilians were attacking me. And that piece of shit put this thing on my chest, saying some bullshit that I'm now quirkless. Yelling out, Bakugo sat up, his body protesting as he once again grabbed the disc trying to blow it up, but nothing came out. Instead, Bakugo grit his teeth in pain as he hunched forward. Everyone on the hero team watched. They thought Bakugo was playing around, but he wasn't the joking type, and slowly their eyes became wide. You're really quirkless now, aren't you? Kodai, missing pieces of her gear, bluntly stated the obvious, angering her leader. Shut the F up. I can't be one of those shitty quirkless waste of space. I'd rather kill myself than be one of them. Tearing at the device, Katsuki ignored the stares his team was giving them until Uraraka had enough. Walking, she punched Katsuki to the ground. One of them? What's that supposed to mean? Izuku was quirkless too. Yelling, Uraraka had to be held back. The video Izuku had shown on the first day was making so much more sense each minute she spent near Bakugo. The bullying that was clear, the hatred Bakugo had for Izuku, his condition pre-UA with everybody including his own mother. She finally realized who Izuku's tormentor was. It was you, wasn't it? The one who told Izuku to kill himself. That's why he said that at the end it was you. Pointing, tears streamed down Uraraka's eyes. Her outburst started resonating with the rest of the heroes. Jumping in Bakugo defense, Kirishima hardened his body before standing in front of Bakugo. Hey, we can't fight, guys. Bakubro couldn't have done it. He wouldn't. No one really bought into Kirishima's defense, however, as Ajiro walked forward, tail at the ready. Kirishima, you can't seriously believe that? Midoriya wouldn't lie, and Bakugo clearly hates him. Effing Deku, useless piece of shit. Doesn't that sound like what a bully would say? Kirishima faltered at this, but he stood fast. Bakubro calls me shitty hair and everyone nicknames. He just says that to Midoriya as a joke. Are you kidding me, Kirishima? How far are you going to Guys, what hell is going on here? Cutting the entire conversation off and unintentionally saving Kirishima, Zero spoke, coming down the stairs with Kendo and Shoji, but there was no sign of Ibara. Kendo, Ibara still in room. With her broken Japanese pony, looked at her class president, seeing her shake her head. Ibara is gone. There wasn't any sign of a struggle in her room, so either Lucifer took her or she left the HQ at some point. Kendo put a hand over her forehead, pushing some stray hairs out of the way. So what's happening here? Catching Kendo up with the current events, including Mina's and Bakugo's condition, Kosai's elimination, Yaoyorozu's abduction, and finally the argument they were having before she came. Turning, Kendo glared at Bakugo. With him quirkless, they would need a new leader, and it seems right now. But that was only the surface of the issue. Turning to the others, and more specifically Uraraka, Kendo spoke. Tetsu backing her up. Everyone, we will deal with this after the game. First, we need to know what caused the civilians to riot and figure out Lucifer's next move. Yeah, if we fight now, Lucifer will pick us off like nothing. Calming everyone down, they all agreed, though their thinking of Bakugo was extremely strained and they already looked to Kendo to be their new leader. With what they had recovered, everyone started getting patched up. Bakugo, Uraraka, Mina, and everyone else who was hurt during the riot. Holding her blood-soaked bandage, Uraraka pulled her knees up as she sat on the couch next to Mina, who was still knocked out. So much has happened, and they were only 2 days in. Uraraka wished she had picked Izuku's side from the beginning. It was stupid of her. She loved Izuku and him her, so why didn't she join that day? Fear, morals, or was she just too stupid enough to not think this could happen when she had seen villains like the Low V and AFO up close? All around, people were doing many different things trying to rest, yet they kept their guard up even as Kendo started giving out orders. All right, everyone. We need to keep our patrol routes throughout the night. Different patrols will be taking shifts, so while some of us rest, others will patrol the city. We can't keep letting Lucifer catch us unexpected. The heroes all nodded except for Bakugo, who was currently in his room resting while trying to get the disc off his chest. For the patrols, we need to lay out some ground rules. Everyone will watch each other's backs and never separate. That's how he got Sato during the first day, and that's how he has been picking us off. With that, everyone saw what Kendo was telling was the truth. The whole time they were in this game, they were playing catch-up, being led around like cattle for the slaughter, so they need to be on the offensive. Next, if someone sees Lucifer, you report right away. The other patrol squads will back you up immediately. We have to stop Lucifer now when only have half a day's rations, and without Yaoyorozu it makes it even harder. Does everybody understand? Everyone nodded their heads. They were glad Kendo took control. They felt they had a chance instead of just being yelled at. Kendo formed a plan that may work in their favor. Going into deeper detail, Kendo set up the patrols, each one covering the weakness of another member and complementing each other's quirks. The first squad was Takoyami, Kiwaro, Shinzo, and Shishida. The second patrol was agreed to be Aoyama, Hida, Ajiro, and Shaoji. The rest will alternate between those who rest and don't. Setting up the patrols, Kendo looked at the time, seeing it was nearly 8 p.m. and not knowing when Lucifer will strike, she decided it would be best for them all to rest and check the news. The station having recovered from the first day. Turning on the TV, they were met with a regular news channel, a new anchor, and what she assumed was a new crew. Taking a seat, she turned the volume up as the anchor cleared his throat. Are the heroes really the saviors they make themselves out to be? Today they didn't show it. Ground Zero. From our information, the leader of the heroes, who had recently moved into the city, took the lives of many. At approximately 4 p.m. the southern district of our city was destroyed by Ground Zero in a fight he had with the proclaimed villain Lucifer, though many people are now calling that same villain our true savior. Here with us, we have footage from recordings taken at the time of the fight. The images and video about to be displayed some may find disturbing. Cutting the screen, cut to a handheld video of Lucifer's and Ground Zero's fight. The destruction Bakugo did just to hit Lucifer, the civilians he murdered in cold blood while screaming out "die" without a care. The heroes just stared at the screen, the reason why the civilians had turned on them. They kept watching as Lucifer stood up against Bakugo, yelling how he was going to give up to stop the bloodshed when Bakugo did an attack that they were certain would have killed Izuku had he been hit. After that, the fight kept going on and the heroes just stayed silent. Lucifer was quickly becoming an idol, one that rivaled All Might in this city. He wasn't just a symbol of hope and justice, but the truth as well. After the clips ended, it cut back to the anchor, who looked visibly worn out, as if watching the video had been hard for him. That was, sigh hard. We now have our field reporter Satsuki Momoi, who is currently at the site of the catastrophe. Once again, the footage went to another camera showing off a pink-eyed and haired girl wearing a news reporter uniform. Thank you, Mitamura. This is something that affects us all. Everyone in the community, in and out of the southern district, has come together in a time of mourning. The amount of losses hasn't been determined. However, those who lost their lives today did so due to the hands of one of this city's heroes. Turning, Momoi and the cameraman scanned over the people. There were candles set up for everyone who was lost, sobbing students and robots all around. Walking up to a female student, Momoi crouched down, placing her hand on the shoulder of the woman. Hello, we're with MCG News, and if it's not any trouble, we would like to ask you a few questions. Nodding her head, the female student got up with Momoi before facing the camera, visible tears on her face. Now, why are you here? My family was in the attack. My little brother W was killed. He had just turned 6 years old. Breaking down, the woman sobbed heavily, and Momoi rushed the woman, pulling her into a hug, comforting her until the woman's sobs quieted down. I apologize if that was too much. Is there anything you would like to say to the heroes watching now? Nodding her head, the female student grabbed the microphone, looking straight into the camera. Heroes, if you're watching, get out of our city. You caused this. Yes, they did. A new voice came from behind the cameraman, Momoi. And the woman had spotted the speaker, gasped, dropping the microphone on the ground. More and more civilians, having heard their gasps, also turned around, only to freeze. Quickly, the cameraman whirled around, only to freeze like everyone else. Walking forward, Lucifer, his head bandaged, walked with a candle in his hand, while a woman walked with him, cloaked in pure white, the lights from the street lamps falling over the woman as her green vine hair flowed behind her, roses braided seemingly with it. The heroes went wide-eyed, and the only one to speak was Kendo, Ibara. Walking out of the hero HQ, Lucifer kept Momo wrapped in black whip while he walked with Ibara. Getting some distance away from the hero building, he stopped, causing Ibara to look at him. Holding his hand out, Lucifer activated OFA, the small of the ozone, invading Ibara's senses. Come, hold on to me. It will be faster. Listening, Ibara grabbed onto Lucifer's suit while he held her shoulder, his other hand controlling black whip, which brought Momo into a tighter grip. Using full cowl at 10%, Lucifer jumped to the nearest rooftop before running across and into the eastern district, where his apartment and May were waiting. As he jumped from building to building, making sure Ibara nor Momo would fall, Lucifer let his thoughts go, and specifically to the rule he discussed with Nezu. Finally, what if a hero kills another hero? As for the hero killing another hero, the one who had done the killing would be disqualified. The rule book never said anything about a hero becoming a villain, so that rule won't apply if this goes right. Looking out of the corner of his eyes, Lucifer focused on Ibara, who was deep in thought. Looking forward, he spotted his apartment building, and quickly he entered through the roof entrance, and after making sure no one can spot him and Ibara, he went to his floor before using a key to open the hopefully locked door. He told May to do so. Izuku, you're back. Spinning around in a chair, May smiled as Izuku entered the door with Ibara and Momo closing the door. Yep, I'm back and we have a guest. Please, Ibara, think of this as your own home. Gesturing to the apartment as a whole, Ibara gave a small smile and a nod before going over to the couch, sitting down. Izuku on the other hand released Black Whip before taking out a roll of capture wire tying Momo up before he placed her on the ground. Looking up, he immediately saw Mei at the couch speaking with Ibara. Though Mei has her own eccentric way of speaking, it seems she and Ibara were getting along with each other. Izuku had already given Mei a heads up about how Ibara was, and she took the information in stride, though she was a bit unhappy at the fact they couldn't show much affection. Leaving them, Izuku walked into his room. It was barely reaching 5:30 p.m. as his alarm clock told him so, and he had a lot of things to do. But first, it was to make sure he was ready for tonight. Grabbing his painkillers, he took his mask off before taking two, stopping the sting and the headache he was dealing with, having sent himself through several walls with OFA and to make sure his nerves wouldn't start hurting. Walking out of his room, he saw Mei taking Ibara over to her computer before pulling up several video files. Smiling, he started taking his suit and gloves off, leaving his pants and undershirt on. Cracking his neck and fingers, Izuku sat on the couch before Mei sat next to him, her putting her face close to his as her eyes scanned him. "You know, I watched your fight. Did you really have to throw yourself through several different walls?" "It was all a part of the act. I didn't do it because I wanted to." Laying his head back, Izuku felt Mei's hand on his chest. "Well, now we have to cover up that head wound. It's still bleeding, and taking your painkillers won't just cut it." "Yes, ma'am." In a playful voice, Izuku felt Mei get up before rummaging around in the supplies Nezu had given him before she returned with disinfectant, gauze, and a rag. Slowly, Mei began cleaning his wound with the disinfectant and rag before she put a bandage on his head, wrapping it around with gauze. Throughout this entire process, Izuku kept his eyes on Mei. Though he may have manipulated and done horrible things to people just 2 days in the game, she's still sticking by him. Smiling slightly, his eyes turned back to the table, watching as Ibara was reacting to the videos, her hearing consumed by headphones. He watched as she was in a state of utter disbelief and shock before it switched to anger, sadness, disgust, and many more. "Looks like the videos worked." "Yep, I did a little editing while you were coming. By the way, I have some babies I need to show you, but I need your gloves and mask." Standing up, Mei without permission just grabbed said items before walking over to the table, passing Ibara before grabbing some tools. "I guess I don't get a say in, do I? I hope they don't explode." Whispering that to himself, he saw Mei quickly get to work. Laying his head back down, he stretched his limbs. He never knew Black Whip could put such a strain on his arm. "I got to see if Mei can do something about that. But that's later. Now I need to cement my reputation while the recordings of Bakugo's fight with me and his indiscriminate killing already has me in good eyes. Visiting the morning site with someone as angelic as Ibara would do so much more for the public eye, and her faith in what we are doing is right. After all, that is an essential part of being a hero." "What are you thinking?" Snapping his head back up, he saw Mei, oil stains on her face and her goggles down. "Just thinking about visiting the memorial service the public will have. After all, after every major catastrophe, the people always come together, and doing so as a devil with an angel is stronger than anything I can imagine. Anyways, are you done with modifying my gear?" "Well, first, that's smart, but my babies that I'm adding to your gear are going to need a few adjustments before they're ready." Rubbing her head, Mei smiled. "Well, I'm sure you'll do it. But I need you to work with Ibara to make her villain costume angelic. She'll need it for tonight. Also add some protection. I'm sure there will be a fight tonight. I'll need it done before 8 p.m. "Sure thing, but what am I getting as a reward?" Crossing her arms, Mei puffed out her cheeks before she was pulled into Izuku's lap. Kissing Mei, Izuku deepened it, and Mei flowed with it until she remembered who was in the room with her. Izuku stop him, HMI Ibara is our rigot there." Trying to stop her moans, Mei was suddenly released by Izuku, who was grinning at her while her face burned up. "Was that good enough?" Smirking, he felt Mei hit his chest before standing up. "Why, yes." Walking off to the babies, Mei sat down, her blush under control as she got to work. While Izuku chuckled, it seemed only he could do that to the oh-so-blunt and eccentric Mei Hatsune. After sitting for a few minutes, Izuku got up from the couch before walking over to Momo and hauling the girl onto his shoulder. "I'm going to take Ieyasu to the villain lair. I'll be back before it's time." Nodding her head, Mei got back to work while Ibara watched the videos over and over, not even noticing. Leaving his apartment, Izuku adjusted the gauze covering the right side of his forehead and his grip on Momo before exiting through the roof. Momo was the third victim to enter the villain lair. The question is, how would she be leaving? With ectoplasm and a bullet of fake blood? Or free and an ally? Only time will tell. Hell, Izuku still had 5 days. Setting Momo down, Izuku sat back in the villain lair. He had just gotten here and Momo still hadn't woken up. "I thought her insecurities were her weakness. Turns out the butt of a gun is as well." Izuku didn't mind she was still unconscious. Hell, it made it easier for him. The wire he wrapped her body with was durable, and he had already taken her earpiece out, so there wasn't a way she could contact the hero team. Missing his mask and gloves, Izuku inspected his tattoo before he activated Black Whip, the tattoo glowing black outlined in green. Manipulating it, Izuku had time to kill, so he quickly switched hands, of which Black Whip appeared before he used it on both. Alternating, he tried to extend it to other body parts. I can switch to every body part, but it needs refinement. The manipulation can't be too complex, but I need to get better control. What? Where am I? Wait, Lucifer. Snapping out of his thoughts, Izuku looked up to see Yaoyorozu struggling with her binding as she tried to call out for help. Standing up, he jumped down. Yaoyorozu, glad you're finally awake. Struggling on the ground, Yaoyorozu saw Izuku walk up to her and she stopped. She didn't know what Izuku would do, but she spoke. What are you going to do? I merely came to offer you a choice, you see. Sitting down, Lucifer looked Yaoyorozu in the eyes. I need a little help. I need materials so that a colleague of mine can tinker and make stuff for me, and you are the perfect person to provide such material. Why would I do anything for you? You hurt Mina and almost let Kosei touch her. You betrayed her trust, my trust. Standing back up, Lucifer kicked Yaoyorozu in the stomach before he kneeled, grabbing her face. Your trust? What about my trust? I helped you all countless times during school and out of it. Broke my body multiple times to save you and everybody. Yet you act as if I betrayed your trust. Where was my support when I was accused? That's right, there wasn't any. You all turned your back on me, like everyone else before had. Throwing her head back, Lucifer ran a hand through his hair while Momo stayed silent. And Midoriya is right. I am vice rep. I promised to do my best for everyone, but I didn't help Midoriya when he needed it the most. We betrayed him first. He said he needed repayment. Momo's mind turned to the surveillance room. Lucifer talking about what goes around comes around. Looking up, she saw Izuku, her classmate, in a place stuck of rage and hatred, and all she could do was stare down at the floor. Seeing her look down, Izuku's rage-filled face disappeared. Sure, their betrayal hurt him and he hates them for that, but it wasn't the first time it has happened. So losing his cool over it wasn't going to occur. He promised that ever since he snapped at the teachers in the interrogation room. And Midoriya, I am sorry, I should have helped you then, but what you're doing now is totally wrong. You're hurting our class, your friends. What about your Uraraka? Yelling, Momo tried to reason with Midoriya to try and get the boy from the beginning of the year back. Yaoyorozu, if you help me, our friends and classmates won't need to get hurt any more than they need to for hurting me. Crouching down, Izuku tilted his head. Momo looked at her classmate in shock, but her mind started going rapidly before she made a plan. I can alter some of the structure in the materials, make them brittle or too weak. Whatever Midoriya makes, it will be far too inefficient to work. Momo wasn't going to be a helpless damsel in distress. Not only can she make Izuku take it easier on her friends, but she will be introducing weaknesses with Izuku's plans and strengths. So Yaoyorozu, have you made your choice? Fine, I'll help you. But you have to promise me you won't hurt them badly just to eliminate them from the game. I promise. As long as you help, I have no reason to drag the game out. Waiting, Momo was grabbed by Izuku before being put in a sitting position against a rock as Izuku spoke. Alright, for now I need a sheet metal, steel, and approximately a school desk tall, thick, and wide. Explaining what he wanted, Momo got to work. Okay. Momo changed the molecular base to cobalt. It will look the same, but after a little pressure it can shatter like glass. Using her quirk, a large metal sheet started appearing out of her arm, slowly being drawn out, and before it could fully fall out and onto the ground, Izuku grabbed it, holding it up. Perfect. See, that wasn't so hard. And now you have to keep your promise. Looking Izuku dead in the eye, Momo saw him stare down at her before he smiled. Of course, but there is one issue. Raising an eyebrow, Momo was confused until the large piece of sheet metal she made struck her across the face, it snapping in half. Dazed, she felt blood drip down her head. You're really horrible at hiding your true intentions. Well, you'll learn, but I guess this means our friends will feel a little more pain all because of you. Look at the time, I have to get going. Walking off, Izuku waved goodbye at Momo. Exiting the villain lair, the night sky greeted him. He had to get back to the apartment soon. He had to make an appearance. Activating full cowl, he ran off. Walking into the apartment, Izuku saw exactly what he had wanted and expected. Ibara's hero costume had been altered. She looked as if she had descended from the heavens. An artificial light glowed, giving her an even greater appearance, accentuating the roses. But the main part of the costume looked reinforced. The light in the darkest of times. Oh, Izuku, you made it just on time. Ibara's costume has been fixed and the babies I added to your gear are perfect. There's only a slight chance it will explode. Raising her arms up, Mei wiped her sweat before giving a thumbs up to Izuku. What do you mean by slight chance? Here, try your gloves on. Ignoring his question, Mei grabbed the gloves, shoving them into Izuku's hands, who only shook his head putting them on. Though he failed to feel a difference, and he only noticed small notches that run from the knuckles to the fingertips that weren't there before. So what do these do? Well, I was watching how you use your second quirk, and I thought of a baby. So you know how those guys who use puppets manipulate the strings of their figure to make it move? Well, I thought you could do the same. This baby flows your quirk through the notches on the gloves. I had a feeling it works like your first quirk. Showing the notches in greater detail, Mei's baby wanted to reduce the strain on Izuku's arm and give a greater detail of control, which were the main problems Izuku had been dealing with. Thank you, Mei, this is perfect. Seeing her smile, Izuku too smiled before Mei ran back to the table and grabbed his mask. That's not all. Here, I upgraded this baby with a voice modulator as I did for that sleep-deprived kid's gear. Depending on how you want it can amplify your voice or change it entirely. I even put the voices you collected over the days in there as well. With a bright smile, Mei saw Izuku put the mask on, adjusting it before speaking, though it wasn't his voice, instead it was Bakugo's. Yep, just like the voice I remember. Turning it off, Izuku looked at the time before he looked at Ibara. Ibara, it's almost time we give guidance to those who have lost their faith and hope. Are you ready? Seeing her nod her head, Izuku knew there was one last thing he needed to do. Ibara, do you renounce the hero team? The false shepherds who lead our people astray? Those whose sins vary in the many? Standing up straight, Izuku's hand went behind his back, gripping his pistol handle as he sized Ibara up. Standing straight, Ibara looked into Lucifer's eyes. I renounce the hero team. We, the true shepherds, will lead the lamb to its herd. May the sinners whose deeds are unredeemable cleanse their sins in the fires of hell. Smiling, Izuku put his hand, left his gun into the earpiece in his right ear. The hero one in his left has been silent so far. Nezu, you heard that right. Yes, I did. Ibara Shizaki is no longer regarded as a hero. Another thing, keep the Southern District clear of students. After the morning service, if they're not gone by the time the fighting starts, it's on them. Yes, I understand we'll have ectoplasm clones in proximity ready to save students if they are caught in the crossfire. With that over, Izuku grabbed a candle that was on a small couch side table before he spoke. Let's go. Giving his goodbye to Mei, Ibara and Izuku left the apartment, heading back to the Southern District. The roads were quiet. The whole city was mourning. The only lights were that of the street lamps. It hadn't taken long before they both arrived at the Southern District, and seeing it firsthand, Ibara put her hands together praying. She felt horrible for the victims. A true saint through and through. Grabbing Ibara, Izuku jumped down to the street level, walking with Ibara on his right as he got closer to the news crew. Hearing the student being interviewed. Heroes, if you're watching, get out of our city. You caused this. Adjusting his mask, Lucifer spoke, his voice amplified, booming throughout the area. Yes, they did. Walking forward, Izuku was shrouded in darkness as Ibara followed him in under the streetlights. Her radiance grew as they got closer, the light seemingly following her as she walked. Passing the news crew, Izuku and Ibara went to an open spot within the area of mourners before kneeling on the ground. Taking his candle, Lucifer leaned it down so the flame of another lit as he set it down. Ibara next to him spoke out a prayer. All eyes were on him and he could tell, so he spoke. I never wanted for any of this to happen to my people. Standing up, Lucifer looked at Ibara, nodding his head as she went around offering prayers to those who were mourning. The strife the heroes have put you all under is nothing short of absolute injustice. Today I too mourn for this city, for those who lost their loved ones, for those I wasn't fast enough to save. I'm not asking for forgiveness for what I have done, but I do ask you all to view the heroes for what they are. I gave them a chance to leave our city alone. They created me. They made this disaster happen. I offer you all guidance and safety in this time of great catastrophe. If you so wish it, I'll cleanse this city from the heroes. Ending his speech, there was only silence before a few voices screamed out, Get rid of the heroes. Avenge my family. Bring us justice. More and more cheers rang out, all of them claiming they wanted justice and their families to finally rest. The people looked at Ibara, who assured Lucifer's motives, and they started to look at her as an angel of Lucifer, another savior. Momoy wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Grabbing the microphone off the ground, she and her cameraman ran to Lucifer, who was getting surrounded by hopeful citizens. Shoving the microphone up to Lucifer's face, Momoy spoke. Lucifer, is there anything you want to say to the heroes? Yes, heroes, I give your remaining members a choice. Give Katsuki Bakugo, otherwise known as Ground Zero, to us and leave this city and its people, or by the end of the week, you will cease to exist. Uravity, the offer I have given you has closed, yet I hope you see the sense in ending this pointless conflict. Pointing at the camera, Lucifer's voice was low. Your time to choose has begun now. The heroes just stared at the screen. Lucifer had turned everyone against him. Ibara was with him, working with him. Uraraka put her head down. Izuku's offer to join him and be with him had been closed. Even though it was in the context of the game, she could help but feel a bit of heartbreak that even he wouldn't wait for her. Kendo, however, had no such reservations, though one of her classmates turning on them had her shaken to the core. She was sure Ibara was doing it to lower Lucifer's guard. There wasn't any way she would actually join. Everyone who can move, get ready. We're going after Lucifer. If we capture him here, the game will be over. Yelling, Kendo watched as a little less than half of the heroes got up. Uraraka namely staying behind with Mina and Hagakure. With the numbers they have, it was going to be hard. Gathering their gear, they equipped everything they could. It was possible this was the final battle, but they didn't know how wrong they were. Rushing out of the Hero HQ, Kendo nodded to her team as they rushed to the Southern District. Ibara, you better be ready. We're gonna need your help. Holding out faith, Kendo saw her team ready for a fight, though some of them had clear nervousness in the body movement, but she couldn't blame them. Running, she saw the flames of the candles that littered the area along with crowds of people surrounding two figures. Lucifer and his angel, coveting the people before them. Kamakiri, who had spotted them, yelled out, drawing attention to themselves, "Lucifer!" Lucifer and Vine turned to see the heroes rushing towards them. Looking at the crowds of people around him, Lucifer amplified his voice, "Leave us. No harm will come to you. We will stop the heroes here. Do not put yourself in harm's way." Walking through the crowd, Lucifer and Ibara ushered people out of the area, Ibara offering prayers for their safety. "Heroes, have you come to give up? You not only interrupt the mourning of those lost, but you force them out of their loved ones' remembrance. The sins you have all committed bring nothing but darkness to the people. I give you the chance to cleanse yourselves." Lucifer, "It's over, give up." Vine, capture Lucifer. Kendo, enlarging her hands, got her quirk ready, the others following her example while they all looked at Ibara. "I will not. God has sent Lucifer to test my faith, to allow me the chance to cleanse you of your sins. Join me, Kendo. Your sins can be forgiven, however those such as Katsuki Bakugo and Kosai Tsuburaba cannot be forgiven. If you don't willingly wash yourselves of sin, both Lucifer and I will have to do so for you." The heroes were stunned. Ibara outright refused to turn on Lucifer. Instead, she started lecturing them about their sin. Sure, she has tried to change them and has called them sinners before, but this was taking it to another level. "Vine, think about what you're doing. If you won't capture Lucifer, that makes you a villain just like him. Can't you see he's using you?" Yelling Tetsu hardened his body into steel. He couldn't believe what was happening. "No, Lucifer is not. You will not question my faith while you cooperate with Kosai or Bakugo." Ibara, manipulating her vines, had them separate, looming over her like a pack of snakes ready to strike, while Lucifer had OFA active. Bakugo's pride and wrath blinded him. He killed innocents in vain. Kosai gave into his lust, his lecherous eyes gazing at us every moment. "You all share sins. Monoma's prideful ignorance is infuriating. Your Araka's greed. Gyro, your envy. Shinso's sloth. You each commit heinous sins, yet you refuse to accept them when given an offer to be reborn. Lucifer isn't a villain, nor am I." Ibara's barbed words attacked everybody. And to some extent they were true, they had to admit it, but siding with Lucifer just because of her beliefs, it was insane. "Mrs. Ibara, if you continue this, we will be forced to fight." Shishida, as respectfully as he could, try one final time to convince Ibara, but in response that only got more vines to grow and Lucifer's full cowl to grow brighter as he ripped the gauze on his head off. Raising his right hand, Lucifer stared at the hero team before he wagged his finger in a mocking manner, his inner thoughts bleeding in his head. With that, the fight officially began as Ibara wasted no time using her vines to dig underneath the ground, trying to strike the heroes down and capture them. "Everyone separate and take Lucifer out first." Kendo barked out orders as she rushed Ibara, her hands enlarged. Listening, several of the Class 1 and 1B members who had come charged after Lucifer, who had yet to take up a defensive stance. Striking first, Ada used Recipro Burst, aiming at knocking his friend out in one strike. Midoriya. Getting to the side of Lucifer, Ada raised his leg, pushing even more as his leg became faster. Lucifer still hadn't made a move yet, so Ada thought he had caught his friend off guard, but that was anything but the case. Before his leg could strike its marks, a hand gripped hard onto it, stopping its motion while Ida's body twisted, forcing him to fall face first into the ground. "You're too slow." Looking over his shoulder, Ada saw Lucifer's cold eyes bore straight through him. "How?" Lucifer didn't answer. Instead, he looked forward at the rushing class members of 1 and 1B. But instead of taking a stance, he simply winded up and, using his enhanced strength, threw Ada headfirst into the largest group of them as he rushed from behind. His first targets were the long-ranged fighters, starting with Gyro. His quirk ramped up to 30%. Lucifer's speed couldn't be stopped as he jumped over the dog-piled heroes. Though most of her gear was destroyed, Gyro still had options of fighting, so plugging her ear jacks into her boots, she pushed her heartbeat, trying to stop Lucifer's advance. Being hit by the sonic blast, Lucifer's ears started banging like a drum, though they haven't ruptured thanks to the earpieces he had, toning the noise down, though it did sting. However, it only slowed him down as, pushing through the constant sound waves, he finally reached Gyro. Headbutting the girl in the nose, Lucifer kneeled, forcing Gyro ear jacks out of her boots, though she instead plugged one of them into his stomach, sending wave after wave of sound, causing Lucifer to have some blood drip out of his mouth, the damage to his organs growing. With the other ear jack in his possession, however, he pulled on it before taking his other hand, clapping his hands together with OFA infused. It was Gyro's time to fall to the ground, her other ear jack retreating as the purple-haired girl laid on the ground, her head ringing as her right ear jack went deaf, her ear bleeding from the sounds echoing from his clap. Standing up, Lucifer pulled out his pistol, aiming it at the girl. Before he could pull the trigger, however, Sen, his arms drill-like due to his quirk, struck at Lucifer, forcing the villain to dodge, shooting bullets trying to take the hero out, but they were stopped by Tetsu covering him. They're working together quite well. Tetsu, looking behind him, nodded his head as he rushed forward, Sen covered by him while Shota tagged along. Taking every bullet shot, Tetsu punched at Lucifer as a distraction as Sen took over, trying to hit Lucifer, while Shota used his quirk, trying to double the force of Sen's attack. Despite their plan, Lucifer didn't bat an eye. Instead, he dodged both Sen and Tetsu before hounding on Shota. Grabbing the small boy by his head, Lucifer rolled on the ground, shoving the barrel of his pistol into the hero's mouth before pulling the trigger, forcing Showdown to try and spit the fake blood out. Using his technically dead body, Lucifer used Showdown as a shield as Ajiro struck with his tail, keeping it from hitting him. Letting go of the boy, Lucifer twisted his body, kicking Ajiro in the side of his body, sending the tailed boy into a building and through a wall. Looking, Lucifer's attention turned to Ibara. Despite the number of students trying to take her down, Ibara remained calm as she used her vines. Ibara, stop this! Attacking Kamakiri yelled at Ibara, who was forced to defend herself from Kamakiri, who using his quirk tried to slice through her vines, blades popping out of his body as he tried to get through the defensive wall she had placed. Repent for your sins. Striking with her vines, Ibara stopped Kendo, who had come from the side trying to punch her. Though it didn't end there, as she had to put up a wall of vines, Bondo spewing glue at hardening the vines together, forcing Ibara to detach them from her head. Growing more, she looked at Aoyama, who with his naval laser was trying to strike a hole into the large vine wall. Narrowing her eyes, Ibara used her vines, burrowing them underneath Aoyama before they burst through the ground, and her special move Crucifixion, the same as she did to Kaminari. But unlike last time, she tightened the grip on the vines, them crushing Aoyama's armor and his belt, leaving barely any option for the French boy to attack. Though doing so, she was distracted by this move, allowing Zero to wrap her up in a large roll of tape. Struggling to escape, Ibara's vines were still in her control as they burst to wrap her in a cocoon, the thorns on her vines growing sharper as on the inside they cut through the tape, freeing her. The heroes on the outside were checking up on Aoyama. Bondo, Kamakiri, and Shishida kept an eye on the large cocoon. Aoyama, are you okay? Zero, taking off his classmate's broken armor, looked at the boy, who looked a little worse for wear, like life was squeezed out of him. Move that wasn't very magnifique. Even with his French way of speaking, Zero understood perfectly. It looked really painful, and for Ibara to break the armor so effortlessly, it seems Ibara's restrictions have faded. Is this what spending just a short time with Midoriya can do? Trying to pick up Aoyama, Zero had to be helped by Kendo, who spoke. Zero, I'm going to need you to assist the team taking on Lucifer. Showdown is already eliminated. Go. Enlarging her hands, Kendo took over while Zero nodded his head, going over to the group fighting Lucifer. Kendo. Turning, Kendo saw the cocoon of vines growing steadily, the sharp points of the thorns clear for everyone to see even in the darkness of night. The thorns glinted in the lights of the lampposts. Get away. Yelling, it was too late as the vines exploded out, grabbing at everything, while Ibara walked out, her vines chasing down anybody near, while Kamakiri got away. The same couldn't have been said for Bondo and Shishida as vines wrapped around them, thorns digging into their skin. And while it wasn't so bad for Shishida thanks to him using his beast form, the thorns still caused both heroes to bleed. The vines twisting caused Bondo to try and use his quirk to stop them, but the damage was done. The pain was too much. Every part of his body was being pierced by thorns, and he felt his blood drip. Gluing a few of the vines, Bondo passed out from the pain. Kajiro, Bondo is out. Ignoring her teacher's voice, Ibara detached the vines holding Bondo. She could keep fighting for long, but just as she was ready to attack again, Lucifer was sent past her, getting hit into a wall. Rushing over, Ibara saw Showdown, Yui, Kendo, Zero, Ajiro, Kamakiri, Ida, and Pony walking towards them. Lucifer smiled under his mask. He couldn't have asked for a better person to have been placed in his care. Ibara was not only strong with her quirk, but she was easy to manipulate, especially with her beliefs. Seeing as she could handle herself, Lucifer turned back to the opponents in front of him. Checking the chamber of his hardballer, he saw he had expended his ammo shooting at Tetsu, so holstering it, he pulled out his backup pistol. Scanning the field, Lucifer had yet to see Todoroki make a move along with Kodai and Pony. They had been silent, not attacking. Watching, he saw Tetsu, Sen, and Ajiro finally recover the taking stances as they stared him down. Come on, fight, or are you afraid? Lucifer, give up, this will be our last warning. Stepping forward, Todoroki's sides flared, trying for intimidation. Give up. Todoroki, you of all people know that isn't possible, though I can't blame you. After your mother burned you, who wouldn't want to give up? I know I did when my mother took a knife to my skin. Fortunately for you, your mom is now spending time in a mental hospital. Mentioning Todoroki's mother and her current position, Todoroki's face ran with anger, yet he didn't make a move. Struck a nerve, didn't I? It was then they attacked Tetsu again, attacked first, though unlike last time Sen didn't follow up, but Ajiro did. Rushing Tetsu had his body hardened as he went in. Getting ready, Lucifer waited before Tetsu suddenly crouched. Ajiro, using him as a springboard, kicked at Lucifer, who dodged his foot but not his tail, which stuck him in the stomach before it started wrapping around his body. Taking advantage, Tetsu punched Lucifer in the stomach and head, trying everything to knock out the villain. Taking the hits, Lucifer was grateful he took those painkillers, or this would feel so much worse, especially when he felt his ribs creak. The only reason they hadn't broken was because of Mei's woven armor in his suit. God, I love her. Smiling under his mask, he ignored the blood slowly spilling out his mouth. The damage Gyro did being improved upon with Tetsu's strikes. His wound from earlier opened up again as blood flowed down his head. Though he had enough pushing OFA to 15%, Lucifer waited before he grabbed onto a part of Ajiro's tail that was just underneath Tetsu's strikes. Taking a few more strikes, Lucifer suddenly pushed Ajiro's tail up with his strength as Tetsu struck hard on the section, causing Ajiro to yell in pain as his tail loosened. And taking advantage, Lucifer freed himself using Ajiro's tail to swing the student like a bat, swatting Tetsu away before he stepped on his back, and with the hand holding his pistol, Lucifer struck the middle of Ajiro's tail, breaking the large and dense bone as tail didn't follow each other's movements, one part going at an odd angle. Fuck. Cursing out in pain, Ajiro's eyes had tears forming. As Lucifer dropped his tail to the floor, leaning his head back, he narrowly dodged an attack from Sen. Reacting, Lucifer used the butt of the handle on his pistol to hit Sen in the throat, causing the drill-like limbs to stop spinning as he struggled to breathe. Though Lucifer didn't stop as he leg swept Sen, firing a bullet into the hero's chest where his heart was. Turning his pistol, Lucifer was ready to fire when a razor-sharp horn pierced into the back of his shoulders, them carrying him into the floor, dragging him across the concrete. Digging his left hand into the ground, Lucifer stopped the acceleration and the damage the floor was causing. Izuku, I'm fine. Mei's voice was the last thing he needed to hear right now. He knew she was watching, but now wasn't the time. Despite Mei's armor in his suit, the horn still penetrated as Izuku could feel his clothes getting damp with blood. Standing up, Lucifer pulled the horn in his right shoulder out before switching pistol hands, digging the other horn out as well. Rolling his shoulders, Lucifer turned to the other heroes. Todoroki walked forward, looking at Lucifer sympathetically. Shaking his head, Lucifer felt his vision go blurred for a second before the pain brought him back. I have to end this. My PR stunt is already done. I just have to clear a few out. Though now I have to adjust. They think this will put me out of commission, don't they? Well then, I'm counting on it. Don't disappoint me. Grinning, Lucifer had to adjust, though he's taking some damage. He's been through worse, though the heroes don't know this. Taking a position, Lucifer was ready to charge. Doing so, he raised his gun, but just as he pulled the trigger, a large roll of tape coiled around his right arm, pulling down, making Lucifer miss his shot. Trying to pull Zero with his strength, but as he was doing so, his feet started freezing. Looking down, he saw his legs slowly being crawled up with ice. Raising his left fist, he was going to break Todoroki's ice. Yui caught his attention. Like how Uraraka usual did, she put her fingertips together, a glow resonating before some large struck Lucifer, sending him away. As he was hit, he managed to catch a glimpse of Tetsu holding an enlarged street lamp. Hitting a wall, Lucifer's head pounded as he felt Ibara shaking him. Lucifer. Looking up, he saw Ibara concerned, her vines not looking as good as they can. Not only that, but the heroes recovered Ajiro, although his tail was broken, was ready in a fighting position. Realizing the type of situation they were in, Lucifer rose up from the wall, though some parts of his body ached, and his backup pistol was on the ground near the heroes, so it wasn't an option. Ibara, leave. With his hands free, he pushed Ibara, who tried to refuse, but he looked at her, telling her sternly. Listening, Ibara turned to retreat, but before any of the heroes could run after her, Lucifer spoke. Didn't think I would have to use this so soon, but hey, why not? Confusing the heroes, Lucifer put his hands to his side before he activated Black Whip, the hero's eyes going wide at this new quirk. With the help of Mei's gloves, Black Whip flowed through his fingers, making 5 ropes of Black Whip on each hand. Let's begin. Pushing OFA to 30%, Lucifer attacked using Black Whip to wrap around Pony's horns. Yanking her to the side with his strength, he forced the girl's horns to dig into the ground, causing the girl to get stuck. With that, Lucifer let loose, wrapping Black Whip around each member of the hero team's limbs, launching them into the ground. Tetsu, still in his steel form, recovered, rushing Lucifer despite his new quirk. Lucifer, meeting the hero in the middle, punched Tetsu in the stomach, but unlike what Tetsu expected to happen, he felt the metal cave in. Shit, I used my quirk too much. Spitting out blood and saliva, Tetsu fell to the ground, his quirk fading. Lucifer, seeing this, dug into his suit, pulling out his butterfly knife before stabbing where Tetsu's spine was. Getting a confirmation he was out, Lucifer was struck as Todoroki had used his free hand, sending a column of fire. With the resistance of his suit, Lucifer didn't mind the heat, and instead, having Black Whip still on Todoroki, he figured he should get rid of him for now. So manipulating Black Whip, he launched Todoroki out of the area. Though that did little, as Ajiro, using his martial arts, went face to face with Lucifer. But Lucifer had expected this, and using a finger of Black Whip, he managed to throw Ajiro's stance off balance, forcing the punches and kicks he threw to miss. Lucifer didn't let this go. Raising his leg up, he went for an axe kick, aiming for Ajiro's shoulder. And seeing this, Ajiro acted accordingly, waiting to catch the villain's leg, but he didn't expect Lucifer to suddenly switch, as the villain, twisting his hips slightly, instead hooked his leg around Ajiro's neck before he flipped, taking Ajiro down. Taking his knife, Lucifer slit Ajiro's neck. Zero, seeing an open opportunity, shot tape out of his elbows, trying to wrap Lucifer. But instead, Lucifer kicked Ajiro into his place, rolling away as Kendo punched the ground, trying to hit him. Detaching the tape, Zero watched as Lucifer reached his gun, kicking Kendo's knee in before he planted his foot in her face. The barrel of the gun then pointed to where Ciro was standing, and reacting he got out the way, but he didn't hear or feel anything. Looking, he saw Lucifer finally pull the trigger where Aoyama was resting on the side of the building, Ciro forgetting he was there. Aoyama. Ignoring Ciro, Lucifer rolled over Kendo, elbowing the girl in the head, sending her face first into the ground. Taking his pistol, he aimed, looking for Pony, who had freed herself. Launching her horns continuously, Pony tried to get an attack in like she did earlier, but Lucifer kept dodging. Nervous, Pony kept launching attacks, but Lucifer was closing the distance, so using her limited close-range combat, she sent 4 more horns, planning on distracting from the front, while the horns attacked from the back. Getting close, Pony desperately tried to punch and kick Lucifer, who was countering her with ease as if this were a game. Pony, looking past Lucifer, saw her horns turning. Now, giving a command, her horns started flying faster towards Lucifer's back, but what happened next surprised her. Lucifer, punching her in the stomach, put his shoulder to Pony's before vaulting over her. Pony was now in the path of her horns, and before she could get them to stop, one of the horns pierced her shoulder while the other 2 grazed her, cutting her costume and a bit of her skin. Kneeing Pony in the back, Lucifer put his gun to the back of her head, pulling the trigger. Ajiro, Aoyama, Pony, Sen, Tetsu, Shoda, Bondo, Kosai. That enough for today. Kicking Pony down, Lucifer saw his chance to escape, but of course, Kamakiri had to interrupt. Lucifer, "I'll beat your ass." Yelling Kamakiri reminded Lucifer of someone else as blades popped out of the boy's body. Yui and Ida also arrived, all ready to fight, but Lucifer had no time for that, as the pain of the wounds he suffered were slowly catching up, and with Todoroki already on his way, he couldn't stay. "Sorry, but I can't continue this any longer, although you have my condolences." Activating their quirks, the trio wasn't going to allow Lucifer to escape, but he wasn't going to be stopped. Using Black Whip, he gathered the bodies of those he had already taken out before throwing them at the trio. Distracted as they were tackled by the bodies of their friends, the trio had to deactivate their quirks as to not hurt them, but in doing so they allowed Lucifer his chance. Jumping to the nearest rooftop, Lucifer ran as fast as he could to the Western District. If anyone was following him, he could lose them there before he made his way to Mei. "Izuku, you need to get back to the apartment." "I am fine." Mei's concerned voice called out to him in his earpiece, but vehemently he denied her order. "No, you're not. You're bleeding heavily and your bones are under large amounts of stress. They are on the borderline of breaking." "Mei, I can't lead them back to the apartment. They aren't following you. I'm checking everything on the cameras. Even if they want to, they have to deal with the heroes that are dead or injured. Ibara is here as well. Come back." Speaking, Mei tried to reason with Lucifer as the villain stopped on a roof leaning on a power transformer. "All right, I'll go to the apartment. Just stop yelling in my ear." Getting back up, Lucifer stumbled before he took off. If he wasn't being followed, then he shouldn't have a problem getting to the apartment. Glad Ibara could get out of there. She proved very useful tonight, though I shouldn't have let them hit me that much. Time skip. Currently, Izuku was laying down in his bed within the apartment, his body and head bandaged, while Mei slept on his chest. Looking up at the ceiling, he felt Mei snuggle up closer to him as he thought of the events that led to this. When he first got into the apartment, Mei and Ibara had to help him get in the room, and after Mei stripped Izuku's upper body, she got to bandaging him while he took painkillers to stop the pain from getting worse. After a round of disinfecting and some tears from Mei, he had finally been bandaged. After that, it was rapid. Ibara was told to sleep on the couch while Mei made sure Izuku was okay during the night. After that, Mei snuggled up to Izuku, claiming she wouldn't go anywhere, and had him make a promise. "I guess I'm taking most of tomorrow off." Closing his eyes, Izuku fell asleep, him wrapping his arm around Mei, pulling his girlfriend closer, yet not knowing he allowed another nightmare to enter his mind. Everything was so easy for Inko Midori. Despite birthing an absolute waste of space, it all shined in her favor every single time. Her shitty thing had a quirk now, and after 2 more years, she would be able to collect on all the hard work she put into raising it. Sitting on her couch, Inko, despite the early hour, was already at the bottom of a whiskey bottle. Almost there, Inko. Too bad it isn't here so I could hurt it some more. Those were the days. Leaning her head back, Inko sighed contently as an almost nostalgic expression crossed her face. While one would associate making a face like that by remembering the times they had fun nights out with their friends, the only things that came to her mind were nothing of the sort. Its screams are like music to my ears. Inko wasn't remembering the times she had fun with Mitsuki, nor the litany of men she had sex with after Hisashi left. No, it was all centered around the torture she had inflicted on it, that it being her son Izuku Midori. Thinking about it had Inko wanting to grab a knife and make a request to Yue so Izuku could come back to her home, if only for a few hours. That option got more enticing as she grabbed another bottle of alcohol before she started fishing around in her pockets, but before she could pull her phone out and dial a number, a loud knocking was heard at her door. Groaning, Inko got up, making her way to the door of her home. "Who the F is it?" Swinging the door open, Inko saw the body and face of what to her was a very attractive man. Inko Midoriya. Speaking out, the man took his hat off, allowing Inko to get a clear look at him. Inko, seeing the man, immediately smirked as seductively as she could. Her waste of a son could wait, for the man in front of her took priority. "Hello, handsome. Yes, I'm Inko Midoriya. Can I help you?" Leaning on the door frame, Inko tried to seduce the man, appearing as sexy as she could, even unbuttoning 2 of the buttons on her shirt, though the man's face quickly turned disgust-filled before it was wiped away. "I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi with the Musutafu Police Department. Could you please come with me to the station?" Waiting patiently, Naomasa saw Inko freeze for a minute before she spoke, though the way she gritted her teeth told him she was definitely angry. Fishing into his coat, he grabbed handcuffs, though he didn't bring them out. "Oh, is there a problem?" Her fist trembled. She was afraid, rage-filled, and downright ready to murder that piece of shit. "After all I have done for him, allowed him to live, eat my leftovers, this is how he repays me." Gritting her teeth, Inko looked at the man, waiting for her answer. "No, there isn't a problem. That is if the report we received is false." Narrowing his eyes, Naomasa saw Inko's fist clench even tighter, the veins on her hand popping through her skin. Inko couldn't believe this, but quickly she calmed herself down. They didn't have anything, and were they really going to believe a crybaby who could barely do anything right over her? No, that was impossible. So unclenching her fist, Inko's smile returned, similar to her son. She had practiced this one, though not for faking happiness, but for innocence. "Okay, detective, please lead the way." Maintaining her smile, Inko complied with Naomasa even when he told her he had to put her in handcuffs per standard protocol. Everything Inko did was for the faking of her complete innocence. The police had no evidence of any crime they claimed she did. Though Inko knew one thing: when she got her hands on Izuku, she wouldn't just hurt him, no, she'll make sure he never told anyone anything ever again. Inko really regrets her decision to not slice Izuku's vocal cords as a child, though she would fix that mistake once this was all over. The car ride was silent all the way to the station. Inko sat handcuffed in the back of Naomasa's own custom car, though this didn't stop her advances as she tried to blow on his ear, whispering sultry words, all the while making innuendos about being handcuffed. Naomasa, however, kept a straight face. In fact, inwardly he wanted to throw up. The smell of her breath along with her disgusting words only furthered this feeling. Eventually, they arrived at the station, and after getting Inko out of the car, Naomasa escorted her to an interrogation room. Sitting her down, Naomasa uncuffed Inko, only for him to cuff her back to the table, confusing the woman, though before she could speak, Naomasa did. "Stay here." Not saying another word, Naomasa left the room, and the invading white room only had Inko Midoriya inside as Nezu's request was filled. "Everyone wake up, the day is about to begin." Nezu's voice cut throughout the spectator room as the teachers and staff slowly rousing in their sleep. The only one to fully wake up right away was Aizawa, though that may have been because of an early phone call he had just received. "Yes, I don't think it's a good time now." "No, he hasn't been injured. The students are in a wargame scenario. Can't you promise her that she could come another time?" "Fine, I'll speak about it with Nezu." Ending the call, Aizawa pinched his nose, his eyes looking at the monitor at which showed a sleeping Izuku. "Maybe she can help." "Aizawa, anything you would like to share?" Nezu, out of his chair and grabbing a mug of tea, looked at the teacher before deciding to get the man a mug of coffee as well. Handing the cup, Nezu waited as Aizawa took a sip. "Yeah, Mandalay called. It appears that Midoriya has a new visitor wishing to see him." Mandalay said he. "Huh, what's going on? Is it morning already?" Cutting Aizawa off, present Mike, stretching, spoke aloud, causing everyone else on the staff to wake up, all of them groaning as they did so. Shutting his mouth, Aizawa looked at Nezu, who only nodded. "Well, glad to see you're all awake, teachers, staff." The second day of the war games had now begun. With a cheery voice, Nezu held his mug out towards the teachers, who all took a second before looking at the monitors, seeing their students still sleeping, though Vlad spotted Kanoko still awake, barely clinging to consciousness, while a vine cocoon took Ibara's spot. "Have any of them woken up yet?" Questioning Nezu, Midnight looked at every student before Nezu answered. "No, not yet, though they should be soon enough. Ectoplasm, I suggest now would be the time to take Miss Hatsune to the game area." Nodding his head, Ectoplasm got up, but just as he was about to leave, Power Loader spoke. "Ectoplasm, make sure to tell her to stay safe. We don't know what Midoriya has planned. She shouldn't be put in the crossfire. He's dangerous." Nodding his head, Ectoplasm left, but Toshinori raised an eyebrow. "Power Loader, what do you mean young Midoriya is dangerous?" Narrowing his eyes at the support teacher, he saw him about to speak until Aizawa cut him off. "That's because he is. Aizawa, young Midoriya is not dangerous. He has the heart of a hero. Don't take the high road with me, Toshinori. You called him a villain as well. You didn't defend him when he was accused. And just yesterday you were ready to intervene and fight him despite your quirk already being faded." Taking a sip of his coffee, Aizawa heard only silence as he continued. "Midoriya is dangerous, and that's the truth. However, that applies to everyone in our classes. Take Todoroki, for example. He could freeze or incinerate a person to death. Yet just because he wasn't accused of being a traitor, we all keep our mouths shut about the true lethality of his quirk." Leaning back in his chair, Aizawa saw the teachers, especially Toshinori and Power Loader, have a look of guilt. This discussion will have to wait. The heroes have awakened. Cutting through, Nezu gave the staff a way out as they looked to the screens, seeing most of the Class 1 and 1B waking up while Uraraka was in her bed, Izuku having moved her after his escape. Watching everyone, ectoplasm sounded over the comms. Nezu, I dropped Hatsum off. I'm heading towards the hero HQ to pick up Komori. Confirming he had heard ectoplasm, Nezu switched a monitor through the city before spotting the power loader's pink-haired student walking through the city streets with a large duffel bag. While most of the teachers kept their eyes on the monitors concerning the waking hero's power loader, Aizawa and Nezu kept an eye on Mei, watching as she came to a familiar apartment building. Raising an eyebrow, power loader spoke. Isn't that where Midoriya moved to? Yes, it is, but why is Hatsum going there? Does she know? The staff watching Mei searched for an answer to why she would go specifically to that apartment, but they couldn't focus on it as screams from the hero monitor echoed in the room. It seems that Kendo and a few others found Kinko's body and Ibara's cocoon. Turning back to the other monitors on the heroes, they saw most of them quickly getting dressed in their hero suits before running out, the staff witnessing a collision between a few of the students as they rushed to the room. Nezu is ectoplasm there, yet Kanoko looks as though she is about to drop. Concerned for his student, Vlad kept looking at the screen as Kendo, Tetsu, and Yui checked up on Kanoko before Kendo started speaking to Ibara. He's almost there, Vlad, don't worry. If anything, Ibara should be the one to look out for. That being said, now that this happened, the heroes will be having a horrible time sleeping. Midoriya is being very thorough. How so? Questioning Nezu on his thinking, Toshinroi turned to the principal, who answered it quite simply. With Midoriya's childhood, to me at least, it's clear what he is doing. He's making the hero team feel trapped, hopeless, and that he is around every corner. His bullying and abuse most likely had him feeling exactly what he is projecting to the heroes. Paranoia and fear. I must admit, despite the torture I myself went through, Midoriya's was exponentially worse. Taking a sip of his tea, Nezu sat back as Uraraka finally arrived in the room, the teachers' minds filled with what Nezu said. Each time Nezu complimented Izuku on his villainy and tactics, the staff was thankful he had enrolled to be a hero, though this was only the second day. That fact scared them even more. Ibara, it's okay, we're all here. Lucifer isn't here. And no he's everywhere. Those green eyes. Gee God, please help me. Hearing everything, the staff watched as Kendo tried to speak to Ibara. He clearly panicked and shaky voice as she cried, voicing through. Vlad clenched his fists. One of the most composed of his students was breaking down in a way he had never heard or seen before. Midoriya, what have you done to her? Though it was unprofessional, Vlad felt a small sense of anger enter his body as he said that in a low voice. Despite what Nezu had said before, he couldn't help himself when he saw his students like this, and it was all because of Izuku. Vlad. His name being uttered, the teacher turned to the voice, only seeing Nezu sipping his tea while giving him a sidelong glance. Though the message was clear. Calm yourself, Vlad. You knew of the stakes when you agreed to the game. Don't take it out on Midoriya. Getting his message, Vlad silently sighed before he turned back to the monitors. Nezu was right, he shouldn't take this out on Midoriya. The boy was just doing what it took to win. Keeping their eyes peeled, they finally saw the hero team leader show up in the room. However, none of the staff seemed hopeful for Bakugo to step up. Hey, Garden Head, get your ass up and stop crying like a beach. That shitty Deku may have killed that useless mushroom tip, but you're alive, so get your ass up. That one comment caused chaos to erupt within the room. Kendo almost stepping up to fight Bakugo while Ibara retreated, going silent, only crying. Aizawa wasn't even embarrassed at Bakugo's reaction at this point. He just viewed this as another mark to expel him, or at the very least move him from his class and into another, preferably with Hound Dog, who, speaking of which, was writing down what he saw. The confrontation was getting heated if it carried on even more, but luckily Kirishima, who they all noticed looked almost as exhausted as Sue and Kanoko. Stepping, they saw Kirishima calming them down. A sense of relief that the boy had stepped in brought a proud feeling within Aizawa. His student was perfect for situations like these. But Aizawa still couldn't ignore the fact that a huge rift was forming in the team. Aizawa couldn't help but think this is what Midoriya wanted. There's activity where Midoriya is. Pointing it out, the teachers turned to Izuku, who was stirring in his bed. Turning on the audio, unknowingly interrupting Aizawa's train of thought. The sound banging on Izuku's door was the sound that resonated in the room. They all focused on it when Izuku reached under his mattress, grabbing his gun. Always prepared, isn't he? Hound Dog, narrowing his eyes on Izuku, marked something down. Do you blame the little listener? Plus the banging on the door would make me want to prepare a weapon too. Present Mike, grabbing a water bottle, took a large drink as Izuku made his way to the door. Nezu, where's Mei? Isn't she in that apartment? Looking at the monitor and power loader, Nezu kept quiet as Izuku reached the door, slowly opening it before he was tackled to the ground by a figure. Spitting out his water, Present Mike yelled. What the hell? Did a hero find him? They could see it clearly until power loader spoke. No, they didn't, but Mei. The staff was a bit shocked, power loader especially, but that only further increased when Mei leaned down, capturing Izuku's mouth with her own, causing Midnight to speak out. So they're together. What about Uraraka? Toshinori was deeply confused, asking the question Power Loader shared. You may not have noticed, but the show of love he put on for Uraraka was completely fake. Though Midoriya can act lovesick, I know when something as pure as love is false. So why did he visit her last night and say all those things to her? He got exactly what he wanted. Midoriya is crafty. He used Uraraka's love to get inside the hero building without triggering a whole scene. Not only that, but it seems Uraraka has no memory of Izuku knocking her out, so that love is still real to her. Nezu could only shake his head. Izuku was proving that he really could be a nightmare. Izuku, I decided to join the game. Izuku's face of shock was all they saw before he quickly closed the apartment to his door that was left open. While Mei set her duffel bag down as Izuku turned to her, the teachers hearing Izuku almost shouted her, questioning what she was doing there until Mei essentially apologized. Even Power Loader was surprised Mei never really apologized for anything. From there, the teachers watched as Izuku smiled, saying it was all right for her to be there, before Izuku walked to Mei, pulling the girl into him as he made out with her and she felt him up. Most of the teachers looked away at this point, though Midnight and Hound Dog didn't shy away. Midnight was interested in their relationship, and Hound Dog was as well, though for a more therapeutic aspect concerning Midoriya's behavior. If he still allows Hatsune to get close, it must mean there is still some trust he holds, only for those he views as worthy. Still watching, Midnight told the teachers they were done making out, and they looked back at the monitors as Mei spoke. Izuku, we need to talk. I saw everything yesterday. Hearing Izuku and Mei go silent, they all waited for her next words as Hound Dog watched worriedly. If she betrays him as well, it may be the breaking point. So you have an opinion about it? No, not really. I don't care about what you did, but I heard about your mom and everything else. Mei pulled Izuku into a hug while the teachers leaned forward. I am sorry, Izuku. Your mom, that was horrible. I didn't know you felt this way. Your class, everyone, I will won't betray you. Hearing this from Mei, the teachers couldn't catch a break. They had betrayed Izuku even after knowing him the whole year. And yet Mei, who had only talked with Izuku a few times from their knowledge and had known about him being accused, stuck by his side even after watching what happened when most people, the teachers included, saw him differently. Power Loader sighed. He was happy Mei, despite how she usually acted, was close to someone, but the thought of Izuku using her invaded his mind, yet he quickly put that thought away once he saw Izuku smile. Izuku really trusted Mei, and it showed. The teachers all looked on. The couple trusted each other. Izuku showed a genuine smile, one that even Toshinori, who had seen the smile on his face when he gave Izuku OFA, hadn't seen before. If the teachers were to put Izuku's fake smiles next to his real ones, they would have realized how idiotic they were, thinking those were real. It was then that Mei started showing the gadgets she brought with her, some banter going between the two before the small device Aizawa saw Mei working on. And here is the most important baby. Taking out a small box, Mei opened it to show a small disc, confusing the staff. Power Loader included. He had never seen something like it. Mei, what is this? Here, I'll show you. Grabbing the device, the teachers watched as Mei placed it on his chest before Izuku, still confused, asked about it as Mei requested him to use one of his quirks. So Hatsune really did see everything. She must have built a camera into Midoriya's villain suit. She was working on it. Power Loader providing an explanation. They all looked back at the screen watching as Izuku tried to activate his quirk, though the teachers were surprised when it didn't activate. Instead, Izuku clutched his chest in pain. In fact, his quirk didn't work until Black Whip came out of Izuku's arm. They didn't know that Izuku had to activate both of his quirks to even accomplish that. The disc, when attached, deactivates a person's quirk, and if they try and use it, a sharp pain will erupt from the device each time. I made that after a pair of quirk-canceling handcuffs I might have borrowed from the police station a while ago. Every teacher slowly turned to look at Power Loader, who just put his face in his hands. They all agreed to say nothing as Izuku's voice sounded out. So let me get this straight. You stole a pair of quirk-canceling handcuffs and made something that basically renders someone quirkless. It was one surprise after another. A device like Mei had made could absolutely shift the balance in hero society. If these were to get in the hands of someone villainous, it would be devastating. Absolute powerhouses rendered quirkless. They had just furthered Midoriya's strength. Nezu had a feeling Izuku would use this to cripple the hero's power even more. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds bad. No, Mei, that's perfect. I couldn't ask for any more useful than this. Once again, they saw an almost devilish grin cross Izuku's face. They knew whatever Izuku planned next, it would be devastating. Hearing Izuku request Mei take the device off his chest, they saw him gear up before leaving, promising to see Mei afterwards. Keeping an eye on him, they all saw him go to where Awase was, who was screaming his head off in the villain lair, hurt, scared, and confused. Please, someone help me. Nezu, could you please turn that down? Vlad's voice was filled with sadness as he said those words. He couldn't stand to hear Awase's desperate pleas for someone to save him. His ankle and face isn't doing too well. There must be a fracture in his jaw. Inspecting through the monitor's recovery, girl's eyes turned to the severely broken ankle Awase had in his swelling jaw. Well, Tetsu did fall several stories and punch with a steel fist into his face. It's lucky that's all that happened, though there has to be more injuries. With his quirk, Midoriya had to have done some damage. Placing his mug down, Aizawa pointed out how lucky Awase truly was in this situation. That was until Lucifer finally arrived. Awase, please be quiet, this will be all over soon. Midoriya, let me go please. Struggling in the chair he was tied in, Awase tried with all his might to escape, but Lucifer didn't take that too kindly as he grabbed onto Awase's mouth, putting pressure on the student's fractured jaw, making Awase jump in his settee with pain, jolting while he screamed. Awase, I don't want to hurt you anymore, but if you don't cooperate with me then you'll stay here and one by one watch as your friends, classmates feel pain far more worse than yours. So what do you say? Vlad, he's your student, what do you say about this situation? Awase is strong, but with Midoriya anything can happen. Answering Nezu, Vlad looked at the screen silently, hoping as Awase, despite the pain he was in, spit in Lucifer's face, though it only hit his mask. That wasn't very nice. Well, we still have some time, so why don't we negotiate? With his dress shoe, Lucifer stepped on Awase's ankle while pressuring his jaw even more. Before he took his left hand palm, striking Awase in the stomach multiple times, knocking the wind out of Awase and eventually causing the hero to throw up, though Lucifer stepped out of the way. This went on for a few minutes, and each minute Awase's resistance fell until all that was left was a broken boy who started crying. Now do you want this to end? You only need to do one simple task and deliver a message to your friends. Awase, with no other option, nodded his head, and Vlad in the surveillance room sighed, he hands folded as his student gave in to Lucifer. They then watched as Lucifer put his hand to his ear. Nezu, clear the area around the water distribution plant. The hero building is going to experience a little rumbling as well. Understood, I'll evacuate the students. Ectoplasm, you know what to do. Speaking to Ectoplasm, a monitor on the hero who was carrying Kinoko split into several clones of himself before they all jumped away. Alright Midoriya, the area should be clear soon. I'll give you the okay when you can blow the charges. Lucifer then put his hands off his ear before grabbing Awase, throwing the student over his shoulder like a sack of flour. This game just got harder, even more so. How so? Present Mike had no idea what was going to happen, but Aizawa's warning gave clear sign that they should worry. Are any of you interested in ancient history? Well, yes, but what does that have to do with anything? Midnight, answering, being the history teacher herself, looked at Nezu, who continued. Well, in ancient Japan there was no quirks, yet wars bloodier than what the heroes of today deal with were in abundance. Clans fought over territory and killed each other just for control, and there was one man who was the most dangerous, Oda Nobunaga. He relished in conquering and war. Despite the amount of enemies that faced him, his strategies made sure he won, and the reason he was so feared was because of those strategies. Again, how does this relate to what's happening right now? Well, Midoriya just requested to blow up 2 locations, that being the water distribution plant and a part of the hero's headquarters, which coincidentally is where their rations and gear are. So he taking away their resources. Vlad cutting and stated what he thought Izuku was clearly doing. Yes, Oda Nobunaga used strategies similar to this in almost every war he fought. He planned and made the terrain his to control. Midoriya is doing just the same. Both Oda and Midoriya are crippling their enemies by targeting the resources. Midoriya already planted a seed of doubt in the heroes within the citizens, but this move will only grow Midoriya's chances of winning, as unlike the heroes, Midoriya can steal whatever he needs. The heroes can't do the same. His tactics are scary. Luckily, no one has thought of this today. Though they can target us using the media, taking away resources needed on a daily basis like Midoriya has done would be far worse. Aizawa was inwardly grateful they saw this now. In fact, everyone was. If anyone was as remotely strategic as Izuku was, this would be a problem. In fact, Nezu was planning on making a plea to the Hero Association and government to take measures concerning this in the future. Eventually, they saw Lucifer make it back to the street level several buildings away, and though the Hero HQ was in the distance, it wasn't that much. They watched as Lucifer placed Awase on the ground before he dug into his suit, pulling out 2 detonators before placing them in Awase's hands and pressing his thumbs down and into the buttons before Lucifer pushed him forward. Walk and don't forget the message. With that command, Awase dragged himself to the hero building while Lucifer, with OFA active, jumped to a large billboard before taking the snapier he carried off his back, setting it up as he focused on the direction of the hero building. Speaking of which, the teachers looked to the hero monitors, seeing the classes all speaking to each other, a fearful feeling clear in the air while they spoke. Minta, with head down, was amongst the loudest at the dining room table. Guys, maybe we should forfeit. Now, Aizawa always knew Minta was very frightful and easy to cry in tough situations, but the boy had gotten better, but it seems Midoriya reverted him back to the time in the USJ. Kaminari yelled at his friend as the midget boy defended himself. Again, the hero team was in an argument, Minta's point of them taking Kinoko's place causing most of them to go silent until Tetsu stepped up, trying to raise everyone's spirits. Tetsu is a good motivator along with Kirishima. He's talented, that's for sure. He's always been like that since day one in the class, though Kirishima isn't that far off either. Aizawa, sorry to interrupt you two, but Midoriya is making his move. Interrupting the 2 teachers, Snipe's eyes never left Izuku's screen, seeing as the villain was ready to fire, while Awase on a different screen started getting closer to the hero building. A distraction. Snipe looked back to the hero screen watching as Tetsu raised a glass of juice before Midoriya fired the glass Tetsu was holding, shattering by the impact before Izuku shot again, taking Kaminari out with a headshot. Kaminari is out. Speaking through the comms, Izuku's barrage of fire didn't stop even as the heroes panicked trying to get out of the line of fire. Shinso took to using his capture scarf to help bring a few of the slower ones down. The entire thing was chaos and the heroes weren't ready for it. They still have no preparation, though it was sudden after the first 3 attacks Midoriya has pulled on the first 3 nights. They should have learned to be on guard. While that's true, Aizawa remember Midoriya is showing a side he has hidden. They couldn't have expected a large change in someone they had seen as an innocent-go-lucky boy. Nezu couldn't blame the students. Hell, Toshinori was still in shock over his successor's change. Though Nezu had already accepted this Midoriya as the real one, it seems the others are still clinging to someone who was dead. The sniper fire continued only for a few minutes until it stopped. Bakugo, as expected, was ready to rush out when Oase finally made it to the door of the hero building. He's there. This will be bad. Ectoplasm, are the areas clear? I expect Midoriya to use the bombs soon. They're clear. Every student has been evacuated. Hearing that, Nezu looked at Lucifer. Midoriya, the bombs are ready for use. Though even if they weren't, you still would have used them, wouldn't you? Not like I had a choice, Nezu. Deadman triggers can't be disarmed from a distance. Lucifer on the screen grinned, yet they could only tell by his eyes that what was coming would be exciting for him as he stood up, giving a 2-fingered salute to a nearby city camera. Looking back at Oase, they saw the boy bang on the door with his head, and after Shinso changed his voice using his hero gear, they saw the boy get brainwashed before being told to enter, and despite the trouble he went through, Oase finally entered, building slowly before collapsing on the ground, Sen rushing to him. The teachers all watched with anticipation as Sen checked in Oase before the boy uttered some words to his friend. He said he would let me leave if I did this. He has a message for everyone. Enjoy the fireworks. Before Lucifer, he momentarily put the sniper back down, fired a large splot of fake blood splattering on Oase's head and over Sen. Putting his hand to his ear, Vlad was about to call the elimination when Oase's hands dropped the detonators and large explosions happened in 2 places, destroying Ectoplasm's clone that was still in the area and filling the common room of the Hero HQ with smoke. The teachers all stayed silent as they looked on. The only camera that had a visual on a student was the one on Izuku, who, strapping the sniper on his back, activated OFA. Another day had started and Izuku wasn't going to wait. The cameras were still clouded in smoke. The staff couldn't see a thing other than Izuku moving from the billboard he was in. The audio for the Hero HQ wasn't much better. A few students screaming along with the rushing sound of smoke was all that was heard. The teachers just waited. There wasn't anything they could do, but they did question once they saw Izuku make no further attempts on attacking. Why isn't he rushing into the Hero HQ? Wouldn't this be the perfect time to strike? Midnight turned to her fellow teachers, most of them nodding, but Nezu didn't. Instead, he said nothing. He just narrowed his eyes. He could attack, but that would be too easy. All this time he separates the heroes before he attacks. So he must have a motive. If this happened in the real Musutafu, someone would be running intel from the HQ. Then again, Midoriya may have some unfinished business. Turning his head, Nezu looked at the monitor in Ibara's room. The vine girl huddled over her vines, threatening to have her retreat back into a cocoon. Look, the smoke is starting to clear. Snipe, pointing out the fact the smoke was indeed clearing, had Nezu's attention drawn back, watching as Yorazu, along with a few others wearing gas masks, walked through the smoke trying to help their classmates get gas masks on. Is everyone okay? Uraraka from the top floor called out. The staff could see just how distressed the girl was, while Bakugo, who was still at the surveillance cameras, saw Izuku's spot abandoned. And that anger only increased when Shinso yelled out, "We're fine, Kaminari and Oase are dead. That PIKACHU knock off. GRRR. That Deku must have planted the bombs last night. That bastard also blew up the water distribution plant. We have a effing fire where the gear and food storage is. Someone get the F over there and try and stop it." Leaning back in his seat, Aizawa wanted to see how his students handled the situation going forward. Once again they will be divided, but with Bakugo's leadership, will Izuku just pick them off again? Did you think any of their gear survived? Powerloader asked this question. Partly because he really hated the thought of having to remake all of the hero gear and suits. Not only that, but from what he saw this morning, he assumes Mei knows about the relationship between Midoriya and his class, so she most likely wouldn't want to help. I wouldn't count on it, Powerloader. If you remember, the charges he placed were directly on the gear storage. It would be a miracle if anything survived. Aizawa, being the bearer of bad news, heard a long sigh erupt from Powerloader. Of course, they kept their eyes on the screen as a small team consisting of Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Ashido, and Kosai, them working together to snuff the fires. Good, those 4 are the most suitable for the job. 3 of them can take care of the fires while Kosai can protect them. 13 had to give credit where it was due, as the 4 worked together just like how 13 thought they would. The teachers so far hadn't seen anything that had restored faith in the hero team, but they could see slowly but surely they were starting to take this seriously. After the students took care of the fires, Mina searched the room trying to find anything that survived when they heard her. Guys, this is bad. We only have a half day's worth of food left. Hearing this, Midnight placed a hand on her chin, asking a question out loud to Nezu. Nezu, with the rations destroyed, what do you think the heroes will do? Hard to say, Mrs. Kayama. If I were in this situation, Yaoyorozu would be the greatest asset. This mock city uses currency the exact same as out of the game, so using Yaoyorozu I would have her print money so we can purchase supplies. Though I'm sure Midoriya realizes this, so I'm sure even if our students thought of this, it wouldn't be long until Yaoyorozu is eliminated. It was a solid plan, though their students may not know. Yaoyorozu is the one person they should be safeguarding. Thought through Nezu's explanation of what he would do in the situation, the teachers never took their eyes off the screen as Mina checked on the hero gear per Yaoyorozu's request. It was their power loader side once more watching as some of the most intricate gear he had to created were completely destroyed. Damn it, Midoriya. Ignoring power loaders complaining, they saw the rest of the hero team come into the room looking at their broken gear, and more specifically Bakugo looking at his shattered gauntlets. Oh my, this isn't going to go well. Midnight had already started to turn the volume down. The teachers were thankful as, just like they had anticipated, Bakugo started yelling. Once I find that Deku, I quote LFing end him. You 4 extras stay here and one of you get on the cameras. I want to know where the piece of garbage is at all times. After Bakugo was finally done yelling, the boy ignored his classmates who were putting on what remained of their gear as walked outside. The heroes who were ready followed after him, their attention directed to the smoke at the distribution plant. Bakugo then began giving orders, the teams plotting up Kosai, Mina, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu staying behind, splitting up the teams again. Why won't they learn? Groaning, Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Their classes were still making the same mistake every single time. Nezu, where's Midoriya? Clicking through a few cameras, Nezu zoomed into an alley watching as Izuku lifted a dumpster stashing his sniper. Well, it looks as though we may have another incident like last night on our hands. Midoriya is waiting by the water distribution plant. It took a minute or two, but the hero team double-timed their response to the explosion as almost everyone used the rooftops to get there faster. While some had to cut through the streets before they did all they could to stop the fires, some of the students taking positions to defend. Though the teachers noticed that the civilians who crowded the area didn't look relieved as the heroes showed up taking control. Midoriya works fast. The civilians don't even look happy the heroes are there. Vlad, leaning back, focused on the civilians. You are correct, Vlad. That is indeed the case. With Midoriya's speech and the hospital incident, it doesn't seem as though the heroes are a very bright ray of hope for them. So young Midoriya trying to snuff their hope out completely. Toshinori knew that villains often targeted moral as it made faith in heroes lessen, such as the case with Bakugo's kidnapping by the League and his retirement. No, I don't believe that's the case. To me at least, it seems Midoriya doesn't want to snuff out the light of hope, he just wants to replace it. Confused, the teachers were all going to question what he meant when their comms went haywire and a voice sounded off into their ears. Hello, is this baby working? Oops, wrong communication channel. Hatsum, putting a hand to his earpiece power loader, called out to his student. Did you just hack into the comms? Turning to the monitor in Izuku's apartment, they saw Mei sitting at her computer typing away. Yep, sorry sensei, but I have to talk to Izuku now, bye. Mei's voice stopped as power loader turned to Nezu. Nezu, I apologize, I'll discipline Hatsum. I'll also kick her out of the comm channels. Going to a computer, power loader was ready to forcefully shut Mei out until Nezu spoke. No punishment is needed, nor do you have to stop her. Let's see where this goes. Nezu smiled, which didn't look good to the staff as power loader sat back down and Izuku on screen put a hand to his ear, interrupting his intense thought process as the teachers could see while Mei's voice came back, though not directly in their ear, and instead through the monitor watching her. Izuku, don't yell, but I can help if you want. Confusion was evident in Izuku's eyes for a split second until it was quickly changed to acceptance. So even Midoriya isn't surprised by her actions. Why should he? Midoriya had been visiting Mrs. Hatsum quite often after the incident. Nezu, how do you know that? Aizawa turned, raising an eyebrow. Even he didn't know where Izuku tended to disappear to, but apparently Nezu knew. I often look at the security cameras. After Kurogiri's infiltration through his quirk, I always keep an eye on things, and I had seen Midoriya walk into the support studio, though I never looked further. Power loader surly, you have seen him in there. Yes, of course, though when I did he was usually talking to Mei about a baby she had made. But after I left I never knew he stayed there long. Nezu, looking at the monitors, didn't say more. So it seems Hatsum was the only one to not have treated Midoriya as an outcast. That must be why he has so much trust with her, enough to place an important part of himself within her care, with her doing the same. Hounddog wasn't the only one who had thoughts about this development. Midoriya definitely has issues regarding trust, though he isn't forging to giving it, but only under certain circumstances. Writing that down, Hounddog paid back attention to the screen as Izuku spoke. Mei, that would be great, but how? It was then Nezu was finally alerted of a breach within the system, though knowing it was Hatsum doing so he let it slide, ignoring the alert. As long as it wasn't the actual school of UA, the mock city was of no risk. Siphoning off their servers within the mock city, and the hero HQ may gain control of the alarm system that alerts the heroes to attacks. Nezu, are you sure you want to let this happen? Power Loader couldn't help but ask once again. I'm sure. I'm impressed, however, that Hatsum had breached our systems, though I was alerted by it. Your student has more potential other than creating hero gear. Nezu had started taking a liking to Mei's skills. The game was getting better by the second, and while this was about Midoriya getting everything out of his system, Nezu could enjoy it as well. While currently it seems every major building in the city is monitored by the alert system that is in the hero HQ, and the team there is surveying the entire city, searching for you through the cameras, but I can make a false alarm and draw some of the heroes away. While Mei's plan was simple, the teachers can see that even without any complexity they could admit it was a solid plan. The heroes couldn't not investigate the alarms, and by extension the hero team will need to separate even more, giving Izuku even better chances of attacking. Izuku on screen remained silent, but every teacher knew he would take the opportunity, as they would. Alright Mei, first I need to contact Nezu. I'll contact you, but prepare to send alarms to every bank, police, and fire station on the western side of the city. Will do. Hearing this, Nezu already had his paw next to the earpiece as Izuku spoke to him directly. Nezu, I need you to clear the apartment buildings on the southern side of the city. I plan on letting loose. That can be arranged. We are having Ectoplasm escorted the students out. Robots are still in play there. Nodding to Ectoplasm, who got up understanding as he walked out the room. Yet the staff were confused on why Izuku picked that area specifically. The teachers then watched as Izuku jumped to the roof of the building next to him, looking over the edge, before sending word to Mei to sound the alarms, and after a second the teachers looked at the surveillance room which Yaoyorozu was residing in. As the alerts popped on the screen continuously, the girl panicking. So she still falls under pressure. I thought we fixed that. Aizawa shook his head. The whole reason for the final exam was to build a sense of confidence under a tense situation for Momo, yet the girl returned to her old ways. Aizawa, it would be best to remember what they are currently dealing with. Midoriya came as a shock to us. Imagine them. You're right, Nezu. I just hoped even with Midoriya's change some of our lessons stuck with them. Aizawa crossed his arms as Yaoyorozu called out to everyone over the comms, alerting them to the situation at the West District even though nothing was happening at all. Bakugo didn't take the news so well, and again the boy started yelling, commanding his team to move their asses, while Todoroki was told to go to the water distribution plant to help with the fire. Aizawa, why haven't you put a muzzle on that little listener? No offense, hound dog. None taken, though. For Bakugo I do suggest we implement one. Hound dog even agreed with present Mike, though Aizawa found it ironic he was saying that. Everyone, you may want to watch this. Hearing Nezu, they turned back, watching as the students who weren't told to stay ran towards the western district, Bakugo being last and the furthest behind, as Izuku, who hadn't made a move, turned to where the explosions were coming from. Was he waiting for young Bakugo? Does he intend to take out the leader? Toshinori was confused as Izuku dug his hand into the roof he was standing on before ripping out a large chunk. No, at least not yet. Narrowing his eyes, Nezu watched as Izuku threw the chunk, hitting Bakugo and sending the boy to the ground of a roof. Who the f did that? You're effing dead. On the monitor, Izuku just stared down at Bakugo. Hob was raging in the roof before Bakugo spotted him. Bakugo was ready to rush after Izuku, but the boy ran using his quirk to boost his power. Bakugo, yelling, rushed after Izuku, yelling for him to get back there. But as Izuku was running, the reason why Izuku had told Nezu to clear the southern district made sense. He's luring Bakugo there. Does Midoriya have a trap? Midnight questioned Izuku's motives, and the staff and Nezu was confused. No, we would have seen him early in the morning within the southern district, but Problem Child never visited there. Aizawa scooted closer to the monitor, placing a hand on his chin. It didn't make sense why Izuku would lead Bakugo there. They knew one simple gunshot could have taken Bakugo out, so clearly Izuku had something else in mind. Watching the chase, Bakugo wasn't really closing the distance between the two, but something changed that as Bakugo closed one of his hands, making a small circle before explaining his other hand behind it. Recognizing the move, Aizawa stood up. As Bakugo fired an AP shot heading towards Izuku, who had dodged it by a hair, the blast piercing through an apartment building where luckily no students were seen. Bakugo is trying to make his promises reality. Nezu said this out loud as the teachers looked at the damage as Bakugo kept attacking, hitting civilian buildings. If Midoriya was hit by that attack, it would have some severe damage, perhaps even life-threatening. Not only that, but his attacks are hitting civilian buildings, he can be ending entire families. Nezu, we need to eject Bakugo from the game. He just tried to end Midoriya. Aizawa looked at Nezu, and back at the screen the other teachers were agreeing. No, Midoriya did this on purpose. He's showing us who Bakugo really is. Chuckling, Nezu smiled while the teachers all looked at him confused. Midoriya, I may be a hybrid, but you're a fox. Nezu, start making sense now. Alright Aizawa, I'll explain. Midoriya has shown us who Bakugo is, and is shoving it into our face who we allowed into the hero program with no regulations. We even placed Midoriya next to the boy in your class Aizawa. He's telling us not only does Bakugo not care for anyone but himself, but also how if they weren't in UA Bakugo wouldn't hesitate to end Midoriya. Let's keep watching. Let Midoriya expose our student Hound Dog. You'd best be creating a plan for Bakugo. He will be your longest patient within your career. The teachers, despite wanting to stop Bakugo, listened, watching as Izuku dropped to street level around civilians as Bakugo followed after him. It was then Nezu's expectations were held up. Bakugo didn't relent in attacking Izuku. He didn't even hesitate or stop even when he had started hitting civilians, ending them with his AP shots, screaming die. But Izuku's plan was starting to make sense as robots started recording yelling for Bakugo to stop before Izuku also yelled out, "Stop, please." Oh shit. Present Mike just stared at the screen. He, along with everyone around him, had realized what this was. He doesn't want to snuff out the light of hope, he wants to replace it. Nezu's early statement made perfect sense. Bakugo's actions, attitude, disregard the civilian life was everything a psychopathic villain would be and do. This was only cemented as Izuku spoke, the teachers hearing his words. "Mei, did you get enough?" Of course, how could they forget about Mei? Looking, the girl was still on the computer giddy while clicking keys on her keyboard, views from the city cameras on her screen as she spoke into the computer. "Yep, this will definitely work now. Do your stuff, but I want something in return." Ignoring Mei's flirting in the situation, they turned back to Izuku, who responded, "Alright, whatever you want." Yeah, it was after one last attack that Izuku had stopped dodging, yelling out for Bakugo to stop, that there was no reason to end the innocent civilians. Aizawa sat there in his chair silently praying. "Bakugo, remember the situation, don't do it." Unfortunately, there wasn't any god to answer his prayer as Bakugo yelled out, "Shut the F up, you shitty effing waste of space. These aren't real people, they're just getting in my way to F you up. Jesus effing Christ." Putting his head down, Aizawa gave up all hope, and this abandonment of hope was only furthered with what happened next. Surprisingly, Izuku put his hands up, walking forward while claiming he was willing to turn himself in as he reached a manhole cover. This is it, Bakugo could end the game here. Present Mike had a smile on his face, but it froze in place as Bakugo's face contorted in rage, pure unadulterated rage. Bakugo, putting his hands together, aimed at Izuku. "Shut the F up and die." The largest explosion the teachers had ever seen, bigger than even the sports festival. Hell, the spectator room rumbled as the aftershocks of the explosion destroying buildings and ending civilians was felt all the while it headed towards Midoriya. It was then that the explosion covered Izuku. The teachers all got up. Recovery girl was ready to rush out as well. Midoriya could be in life-threatening danger from an attack like that, but as they got to the door, Nezu spoke. "Don't leave. Nezu, the poor boy could be severely injured. I need to get down there." Recovery girl didn't even look at Nezu as she said that, but Nezu said something that froze each of them. "Midoriya is fine. It's the hero team you should worry about." Turning, the teachers saw the smoke from Bakugo's attack fade before Izuku stood standing there, not even a glint of damage on the boy as a melted and smoking manhole cover was seen next to Izuku. Before the boy started speaking, tears leaking out of his eyes. "How could you?" Izuku's face turned to anger. The staff watched Izuku flip through personalities like it was nothing, and seeing as the boy wasn't hurt at all, they all sat down wondering where this was going to go. Izuku then screamed out, asking why Bakugo would do any of this, but Bakugo didn't seem to care except for one thing. "How the F did you survive that, you shitty Deku?" The staff were again disappointed. "Did we really allow a student like this in my class?" Aizawa shook his head. Izuku, however, didn't answer that question. Instead, he claimed he would save the civilians and stop Bakugo, which made the explosion student grin wickedly. Izuku then rushed the boy, striking Bakugo in the stomach after dodging an attack, sending Bakugo back and making the boy spit out blood and saliva. Midoriya is still holding back. Nezu, although he recognized the amount of strength in Izuku's attack, his instincts were telling him it was just a scratch of what he could really do. At that moment, Izuku's plan this entire time came to fruition. The civilians were yelling at Bakugo, calling him a murderer while pleading for Lucifer to save them. He really did it. It's only the afternoon, yet Midoriya has turned everyone against Bakugo. Hound Dog was impressed. Izuku was scarier than he initially thought. Not only did Izuku have control over his emotions to an insane degree, he could manipulate a crowd like nothing. The best thing Hound Dog can compare this to was the way people had looked up to All Might. While Toshinori inspired hope, Izuku can do it faster, better, and that's with just using the situation to his advantage. Bakugo wasn't a friendly hero, and Izuku as Lucifer was a brutal villain, but it all mattered on who saw each side. While the civilians had seen Lucifer end a few citizens, Bakugo essentially slaughtered them when his job was to protect them. They were forced to think which of the two were the lesser evil. To the civilians, the obvious choice was Lucifer. The villain hadn't done anything to them until the heroes showed up, and while people have died at the hands of Lucifer, he had done so with the intent to send the heroes out of the city, promising that no one else would be harmed had the heroes left. Bakugo, or Ground Zero, was ending just to end. Even as Lucifer tried to surrender to stop the bloodshed, the hero didn't stop destroying their community and ending so many of their family, friends, and acquaintances. Bakugo was a monster, a true villain in their eyes. Tuning back into the fight, Hound Dog wrote everything down as Bakugo rushed Izuku, going for attacks, missing each one. After one more attempt, Izuku shot back and into a wall. We all saw that didn't hit right, y'all. Snipe made sure his eyes didn't deceive him. Hell, he was a gunslinger. He knows when and how somebody is hit, but nothing had even touched Izuku. This kept happening as Izuku wasn't hit by any attacks, yet he kept getting launched into buildings until his suit and hair were covered in rubble, disheveled, and his head was bleeding. Nezu, seeing this, decided to ask his staff a simple question. Staff, I wonder, which type of hero inspires hope within everyone that sees them? The staff all thought about it, but they couldn't exactly come up with an answer. Nezu then decided to tell them. A hero that inspires hope within everyone that sees them is a hero that no matter how many times they are knocked down, they always get back up. Nezu had a large smile on his face, watching as Izuku picked himself up, and despite his appearance and injury, Izuku reached inside his suit before yelling out to everyone, "And no matter how many times you hit me, I'll always get back up. I'll protect you all." Izuku in that moment looked like a true hero, even to the staff, as the lightning full cowling had lit up brighter, arcing stronger and faster. It's like the final power-up against a powerful villain. Present Mike smiled. It was like those cliché hero movies. The hero always wins. It was then Izuku rushed forward, assaulting instead of dodging, though the teachers did note Izuku's attacks were held back somewhat. Before Izuku revealed back whip for the first time to Bakugo, wrapping the boy who accused him of once again being a traitor to UA. It was then that Izuku placed his foot on Bakugo's neck before speaking to Bakugo. Izuku's voice was cold and ruthless. "Me a traitor? No. I hid this from everyone, even the teachers, but that's not what I'm here for. All through my life you tortured me, belittled me, crushed me, and for what exactly? Being quirkless. You beat me because I was powerless, but let's see how you will like living in the world I had." Izuku increased the pressure he placed on Bakugo's throat, and the teachers were afraid that Izuku would just snap Bakugo's neck then and there, but he didn't. Instead, Izuku kneeled before reacting some of the quirk they named Black Whip before ripping a piece of Bakugo's hero costume, exposing his chest, placing the device May had made. Midoriya just made Bakugo quirkless. Hey, it's cruel, but as the saying goes, an eye for an eye. Nezu sipped some tea. He didn't need to explain. The other heroes in the room knew what was going on. Izuku had just explained it, but it didn't end there, as Izuku took off his mask, an insane toothy smile and bloody thirsty look on his face. The teachers had goosebumps on their skin as they watched. While they had gotten mostly used to Izuku's grins and smiles, it didn't stop their body from reacting. Nezu wasn't an exception, as his fur stood on end while Izuku spoke again. "Enjoy being quirkless, Kachin. It's quite the life, you'll see." The teachers watched as Bakugo tried to activate his quirk when he was unwrapped by Black Whip, only to jolt and shake in pain with a look of fear on his face and in his eyes. Bakugo kept trying to pry the device off, yelling for Izuku to take it off, only getting a laugh out of the villain. Izuku then exclaimed his defeat of the hero, but before a celebration could commence with the cheers of civilians, the earpiece that Izuku had stolen from Bakugo went off, the heroes converging on his location. It was then Izuku took off with OFA and Black Whip, making his way to the Hero HQ, and the day had come to a close. He's heading to the Hero HQ. What do you think is his next move? Present Mike kept his eyes on the monitor with Izuku, though the rest of the teachers didn't answer him. Instead, they focused on the growing mob surrounding Bakugo, the real students and robots yelling at him. Besides the spectacle going on with Bakugo, Nezu answered. "Like I said earlier, Yoarazu is the biggest threat after his latest stunt, so most likely he is going to eliminate her. And with Bakugo out of commission and the heroes separated, he can take everyone within the hero tower with ease. It's brilliant planning. He could be going back to finish off Ibara too." Aizawa also added in the conversation, though their banter was quickly ended as his eyes widened a bit in surprise. Bakugo, the most confident and outspoken in his class, was having a panic attack. He's freaking out. "Midoriya, this is what you wanted, isn't it? Your abuse being quirkless must have made you feel this way every day of your life, didn't it?" Aizawa finally started understanding how Izuku saw everything. Just in these 2 short days, he saw his student grow into someone he wouldn't have ever expected, but Aizawa thought of how he would be in this situation. Sure, he was picked on as a kid for his quirk, but that's the thing, at least he had one Izuku didn't until he became Toshinori's successor. Without Izuku having OFA, Aizawa could only see 2 options: Izuku becoming a villain or the boy ending himself. Thankfully, it didn't happen, but it struck Aizawa hard. He wouldn't have met Izuku, and after everything that has happened, Aizawa thought maybe he would have died at the USJ if Izuku wasn't there. Shaking that off his mind, Aizawa looked at Bakugo. The explosive student was not only explosive in his actions but his emotions as well. After the civilians he ended and the pressure mounting, how would he react? Not that he expected much positivity now. Bakugo yet again met his expectations. The boy swearing at the robots, yelling how it was his victim's fault they were in the way before the student started getting attacked by the robots. A blatant disregard for life and the attitude of a villain. Nezu, as a rescue hero, we have to place Bakugo under heavy restrictions going forward. We are supposed to save lives and comfort those who lost their loved ones. Bakugo has done nothing of the sort. In an emotional display, 13 got up from her seat. She tried all she could to instill the mindset that the lives of civilians came first, but Bakugo couldn't get that through his head. Nezu just listened to her words. She was right. Have the standards of UA slipped that low? What have we been doing? Allowing students like Bakugo in the school solely based on his quirk? What have we become? Nezu questioned himself on where his standards have slipped. UA was supposed to be the school where the best of the best attended. Individuals who understood the basics of what a hero used to be. Young Bakugo can still learn. We still have 2 years to teach him. Toshinori tried to calm his colleague down. Sure, Bakugo was rough around the edges, but inside Toshinori looked for the small spark of true heroism he saw through the year. Toshinori, as much as I would like to agree with you, you can't ignore this. Bakugo has not only shown his hate for the quirkless but also ended countless civilians, bullied and essentially tortured Midoriya. How can you not see that? Midnight was confused about how can Toshinori still bat for a kid like Bakugo. She thought the villain should have been Bakugo in this game. He certainly fit the requirements. Let him cling to his fantasy. Toshinori has never had the best judgment, but I do. That boy Bakugo hurt my patient. Midoriya is still suffering from everything he has gone through. Hound dog, the only hope for Bakugo is yourself. Recovery Girl cut through her words filled with venom as she said what she did. In a sort of way, Recovery Girl has come to care for the boy. Never has she ever seen the same kid so many times in her office, yet Midoriya was the one. She felt terrible for the boy she knows is suffering, yet she can't treat him. She can only soothe his pain a little bit. Toshinori, being jabbed at by Recovery Girl, stayed silent after that. He was sure there had to be good in Bakugo, and yes, while he can't ignore what Bakugo has done, he can help teach said boy the right path. Maybe this wargame will enlighten Bakugo. Still, the situation with Bakugo wasn't good. The boy screaming and fighting the robots, blaming their deaths as their own faults, had the teachers tired. They all made a choice at that moment to look at the monitor featuring Izuku, who was near the hero building watching Kosai, who was guarding the large hole that the heroes hadn't sealed up. The teachers all sat silently. Midoriya kept surprising them. Eventide he encountered the heroes, but they all narrowed their eyes as Izuku's full cowling activated and he ran into the hero building. They knew Kosai wouldn't have enough power to take on Lucifer. And with Mina leaving to check on Momo, his power was lessened. Vlad crossed his arms while he wanted to believe in his student and Kosai's improvement. The last 2 times Vlad's belief was utterly crushed into dust. Kosai, just trap him. Call for the heroes, alert them, that's your only chance. It was then that it happened. Izuku reached the building and Kosai, reacting, captured the villain, and the teachers waited for Lucifer to break the airbox. He was trapped into smithereens, but he didn't. It seems Kosai was just as confused as he went to contact the hero team, not knowing. Vlad grinned in his seat. But Nezu and Aizawa knew better at this point, especially when Izuku punched a hole into the box, allowing his voice to be free. Kosai, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Unless, of course, you want UA to know of your secret souvenirs in your closet. Standing up, Vlad's chair was knocked over. What secrets was his student hiding? The teachers were also curious as Kosai's pale and sweating face didn't look all that good. Yet Kosai denied it. His focus on the trap Lucifer was in breaking as the villain walked closer to the hero. Lucifer's next words had the teachers shocked, confused, and in Vlad and Aizawa's case trembling with anger and disappointment. I know you fantasize not only of your own female classmates but also my own. I know of the panties and clothes you stole from their rooms when no one was there. I know who you really are. Vlad grit his teeth when he heard this. He knew that the girls came to him with complaints of missing clothes, but he didn't take them seriously. Aizawa did too, as his own female students also told him, but like Vlad, he didn't pay it any mind. Both teachers both thought they misplaced them. Anything but this came to their mind. Aizawa's quirk activated on its own. He wanted to rush down there and expel Kosai, as Vlad felt the same way. Yet they both silently sat down. They already knew Nezu would stop them. Aizawa looked at Izuku through the screen. When and how Midoriya knew was a mystery, but he did know why he didn't tell them. At the time, no one trusted Izuku. He was isolated, and if Izuku did come out with this knowledge, it would have been easy for someone to pin it on him. Aizawa already dealt with 2 perverts in his class, but Kosai did things Mineta and Kaminari wouldn't ever dare to do. They all listened as Kosai asked for Izuku's motives. Relaying this may have some benefit to the teachers, but to Izuku maybe the chance to catch Kosai off guard. But like the devil he had become, Midoriya requested one thing. A deal. A deal. Yes, a deal. You see, I came here to obtain both Yaorazu and Ibara, as they are essential to what is coming. I only want you to turn a blind eye and act as if this never occurred. And in return, I will not only incapacitate Mina and Yaoyorozu but allow you to fulfill your fantasies with them however you please. Don't do it, Kosai, please don't do it. Vlad was nervous, his knee was bouncing up and down and his hands were clammy. While Kosai would get punished for his deeds against the girls if he takes this deal, there was a high chance Nezu would expel Kosai on the spot. What about the teachers? The cameras? My secret? Please relax, that is none of your concern. I won't tell a living soul about your secrets, and I have someone working with me. She is interfering with the cameras. Nothing can be heard or seen. You're completely safe. So take the deal, get what you want, and blame it on me. No repercussions will come to you. The teacher's spectator room was tense as Kosai thought about it. The girls in the room being 13, Midnight and Recovery Girl, hoped the perv boy wouldn't take Midoriya's deal, but sadly their fear was realized when Kosai spoke. It's a deal. Glad we can agree now. Take me to the surveillance room, and the deal will be official. No, Kosai, no. Vlad put his head down. He felt disgusted. How did he not notice this? Why didn't he stop it? He couldn't dwell on it as Kosai led Lucifer through the building into the surveillance room. Lucifer looking into the camera, nodding. That wasn't meant for us, was it? At Izuku's head nod, Nezu looked to the monitor in Izuku's apartment, seeing Mei nodding back with a smile as she clicked a few keys. He's having her record this just like he did with Bakugo. Midoriya can expose this to the public, but something tells me he isn't going to, or at least not yet. Skimming over the monitors, Nezu got a glimpse of the heroes going towards Bakugo's location, but he didn't pay attention there. Instead, he went back to the hero HQ. Momo and Mina were both in the surveillance room chatting together, and Mina working her magic lifted Yaoyorozu's mood, but when it came to the topic of Midoriya, the girls were confused and from Nezu's perspective afraid. At that time, Izuku already reached the pair and mocking them before he used Black Whip to send Mina's head into the control board, the cameras cutting to black. And before Momo could get a word in, Izuku rushed the creative user, grabbing her by the jaw and hitting her head on the desk. Izuku mocked the girl, and Aizawa saw what exactly he was doing. Midoriya, you're playing with her weakness, aren't you? Leaning back, Aizawa had an amused grin on his face. He did the same thing, so he really had no words against what Izuku was doing. Shota, do you mean? Midnight looked at her friend. She knew of Momo's one glaring flaw in all of her perfection. Yes, Nimuri, exactly that. He's picking at her insecurities, much like how I did. Limit her offensive action by taking out Mina and picking at her mental image about herself. But she's gotten better, hasn't she? Midnight, looking at the monitor, had a smile cross her face when Momo fought back, not giving up even as her head was hit again. But as Momo questioned Lucifer, Aizawa spoke. While that's true, she has gotten better. How do you think she'll react to when she is betrayed? Yaoyorozu can and is a leader within my class, but she believes in the goodness of her friends and classmates, so what will happen when? Leaving it open, the teachers all heard Izuku explain how he got in, revealing a grinning Kosai at the doorway. With this, Yaoyorozu shut down just like Aizawa thought she would. While a strong leader Yaoyorozu was, she still had one important thing to learn, to know exactly who she was nearby at all times. Rarely was Aizawa with a hero he didn't do at least basic research on, but that's beside the point. Maybe Midoriya could teach her a few things. The teachers too saw what Aizawa was talking about and waited as Izuku offered the prostrated Mina to Kosai, who took up on the offer, saying that it was Lucifer's time to accept the part of the deal. The teachers hoped with all they could that Izuku would suddenly stop Kosai before he even got close, but the closer Kosai reached, the more some of them started losing hope as Yaoyorozu started crying. I know you'll stop him, boy. Though you have suffered so much, you're still that kind boy who visits my office. Recovery Girl tapped her cane on the ground as Kosai reached his hands up to Mina's rear. Aizawa was holding in a breath. Hound Dog squinted at the screen pen on his clipboard. Midnight had her hands clutched together. Present Mike bounced his knee. Toshinori bit his nail, and Vlad clenched his fist. Fortunately, Izuku turned out to be at least a bit of the boy they remembered as Izuku grabbed Kosai by the hair before pushing Kosai's head straight into his knee, where Kosai's nose crunched and blood leaked out. Letting out their sighs of relief, they heard Kosai through the monitor as he clenched his nose. What about the deal? Deal? Don't you know? Never make a deal with the devil. Izuku kicked Kosai before emptying an entire magazine of blood bullets into the boy's down body. Vlad didn't even need Recovery Girl's analysis for this, as his voice, clear with anger, spoke into his earpiece. Kosai Tsuburaba is out. Vlad sitting back down, waiting for when Kosai was picked up by ectoplasm, as he was going to have a word or two with the kid, but Hound Dog spoke aloud even as Momo looked grateful to Izuku before he knocked her out. Nezu, I will provide therapy for Kosai, though I must ask, what do you wish to do with him for now? I can help him, but I won't if you decide he is too far gone. Nezu placed his palm on the chair he was sitting on, and with his other brought his cup of tea to his mouth, taking a sip. Tsuburaba will no longer be in the hero course. For now, that is, I suggest we transfer him to general class, though he will have heavy restrictions placed upon him. Sexual assault against another classmate isn't something we can tolerate until Hound Dog classifies him as stable. Only then will he have a chance of being readmitted. Vlad King, I hope you understand. That's for the best. But let's get back to watching. Midoriya is on the move. Vlad's tone was filled with sadness, and more so when he saw Izuku ascend the stairs towards Ibara, who was laying in her bed. The teachers felt bad. So many of Vlad's students were being eliminated early into the game. And while he was sort of grateful they weren't getting hurt, he felt he didn't prepare his students enough, as they didn't even get to show what they could do. Vlad was forced to watch as Izuku reached Ibara's room, opening the door it creaking while he did so. Ibara, hearing this, immediately started praying, and to be honest, Vlad expected this. The way she was so afraid that morning clearly showed that Lucifer had become real in her mind. Putting a hand to his earpiece, Vlad at any moment was ready for Ibara to scream before he called out her name, but what happened next was even worse. That he wished Midoriya simply shot Ibara in the head. Walking over, Midoriya threw Momo on the ground before kneeling in front of Ibara before placing his hand on her trembling ones, causing the girl to look at him. The teachers looked on as Midoriya's eyes were full of what looked like genuine concern. Midoriya is a scary actor. I bet you and I would love to have him. Midnight, trying to lighten the mood, was met with silence. Clearly this wasn't the time for jokes, so she closed her mouth, keeping quiet. The confused girl looked around the room, spotting Momo, but Izuku quickly turned her head back to face him, staring into each other's eyes. If it weren't for the situation, Midnight would have found this scene romantic in a sort of way. Standing up, Izuku spoke to Ibara. Opening her eyes slowly, she saw Lucifer staring straight at her, but unlike before when she saw only hate and anger, there was nothing but concern. Ibara was confused about how was she not dead now. Scanning the room, she saw Momo unconscious and on the ground, but quickly her head was turned back to face Lucifer. Ibara, you are a true apostle of God. Nezu's eyes widened as he heard this. No. Is he, the Lucifer, a divine angel banished by God, calling Ibara a true being of absolute purity in the eyes of the Lord? He was. Manipulation to think Midoriya would use it like this, however. He is really buying into his name. Vlad, you will have your work cut out for you and me after this game is done. Hound Dog chuckled as he shook his head. What do you mean? Denying what he thought, he looked at Hound Dog, who merely pointed his pen at the monitor. Ibara, I know I am a devil. However, before that night God spoke to me. He wanted me to test your faith, and now you're being rewarded. I have accosted many sins throughout my lifetime, but with God's guidance I see as light. I tried to show your classmates the same divine light, but they refused, attacking me, giving in to their own sins. You have seen it yourself, have you not? It clicked in Vlad's head. Izuku had planned this. Breaking apart of Ibara's faith and mind was his plan. Vlad knew Ibara was faithful to her religion to an insane degree, and Izuku knew this as well. That's why subtly he was twisting her way of thinking by questioning her faith. Like with Kosei, Ibara's face was contemplated, her mind and faith clashing together, until she, looking at Lucifer, spoke, looking directly into Izuku's exposed face, having taken off his mask. Aren't you the same? You've committed sins yourself. Hearing this, the teachers awaited Izuku's next move, which was one they were surprised he pulled off. A face of utter crushing guilt. In fact, it was so convincing that if Midoriya made the same face without context, they would think he was truly guilty of something very devastating. Yet this seemed to work on Ibara as Izuku continued. Yes, I was. I admired God so much I wanted to be him. My pride consumed me. But you, Ibara, showed me not only that night but in the day as well. God's light was the true path, the right path. Please come with me, Ibara. You can teach me more. I believe God has sent you to guide me back to his forgiveness, and maybe perhaps I could show you who your classmates truly are, along with their sins. Izuku leaned down with a smile on his face, holding his hand out. It was clear what he was doing, and Vlad didn't like it one bit. Putting a hand to his ear, Vlad was about to yell into his earpiece to call out to Ibara. He didn't want Izuku corrupting her mind with his words. He wouldn't stand for it. Nezu, looking at Aizawa, nodded, and not needing any further instruction, Aizawa, using his capture scarf, wrapped it around the teacher's head, silencing him as Ibara kept silent, grabbing his Izuku's hand. Vlad was able to see this out through a small sliver in Aizawa's scar and was livid that they stopped him, and more so that Ibara took Izuku up on his offer. Izuku tore down his student, twisted her mind, manipulated her for his own purposes, trying to activate his quirk. He couldn't, as Aizawa had his on. Vlad, calm down. Shizaki made her decision. You can't control any part of this game. What Midoriya did follows under the rule book. Just because he's capitalizing on our students' weaknesses doesn't mean he is in the wrong. He's doing us a favor. He's showing us how to deal with our students, what we need to work on. Aizawa, calling out to Vlad, tried to calm the teacher down. While he understood Vlad's emotions, it didn't make sense for him to interrupt the game because of his personal feelings. If that was the case, Vlad should have stopped it before Kosei attempted to touch Mina. The rest of the staff also agreed, and Vlad slowly calmed down. They were right. What the students did in the game was of their own free will. If he interrupted, it would mean he had little faith in his students. And not only that, but Aizawa's reasoning was right. Midoriya was doing him a favor. Perhaps after this, the blind devotion to her religion would break for Ibara. Sitting back down, the scarf was unwrapped from his head as he placed his fist on the desk near the monitors. I apologize, Nezu. I shouldn't have attempted to do what I was going to. Shizaki made her decision. I just have to teach her after this is over. You're right, you shouldn't have even attempted that, though I don't blame you. For right now, your students are their own person. What they do in the game is all up to their choice, and Ibara decided to take Midoriya on his offer. There isn't anything we can do to stop it. Now the heroes seem to have made it to Bakugo. Reprimanding Vlad, Nezu turned every staff member's attention to the screen with Bakugo. The heroes have arrived, and their panicked faces didn't spell anything good as Todoroki extinguished the large fires caused by Bakugo. Bakugo's condition from the last the teachers saw him was anything but perfect. He was beaten and bloody, and as Kirishima and the other heroes tried to control the crowd, the civilians threw anything they could, bottles, rocks, anything. Kirishima, putting a hand to his earpiece, called out for Momo, who was currently being carried across several rooftops by Izuku, who with his other arm was carrying Ibara. Their destination had to be Izuku's apartment. It didn't make sense if he didn't head there, or at least the villain lair, but that wasn't their main concern. Looks like Uraraka is stepping up as a leader. It seems despite Yorazu or the others not responding, Uraraka, per Snipe's call to attention, was trying to remain control, ordering the heroes to escort Bakugo back to the hero HQ, but a bottle was thrown by a robot, striking the girl on her head, making a deep cut and for blood to flow down her face. She wasn't the only one, as every other hero that didn't have a physical empowering quirk was also doing bad, such as Koda, whose skin could only take so many hits from Rock's Minda, who already has a black eye forming, and others were suffering heavily. The teachers sat back, Recovery Girl watching critically. Their wounds, while not all that threatening, will hurt them for the rest of the game. Pushing through the crowd, the heroes had all of those who could tank the hits, covering those who were already injured. Slowly but surely they started reaching the hero tower. But the mob continued following them, berating them, calling them villains, and yelling for them to leave the city. There were even some who were calling out for Lucifer. Midoriya really flipped the roles on their heads, didn't he? Snipe adjusted his mask while taking off his hat. The way he saw it, the hero teams were the villains, and Midoriya was the lone hero in a city full of disorder and chaos. The civilians thought that way as well. That's why it was ironic the pillars of support for the heroes became one of their biggest obstacles. While they had 5 days to win over the civilians, it didn't seem likely. Has this ever happened in previous years? Toshinori questioned out loud. He couldn't remember during his time in UA that something of this magnitude occurred. No villain team has ever won the civilians to their sides. In most cases, those who were on the villain team played their roles as stereotypical as they could. Evil monologues, speeches, and destruction. Midoriya is different in that regard. Cunning, strategic, and while destructive, he has controlled everything like an excellent villain and an excellent hero should be or could be. Nezu remembered every year they did this game, but no one provided as much entertainment as Izuku had. Well, it seems that's not all. The police force has also been split. Pointing his teacup at the screen, the teacher saw that while some of the police officers that had arrived were escorting the heroes and Bakugo, there was a majority who sat there and watched. Bakugo's actions damaged the relationship between heroes and police enforcement. That kid can ruin relations with the public like it's his day job. Aizawa wiped his face with his hand. Bakugo already had a reputation in actual society as a hothead maniac. But now in this war game, he was a hothead, ruthless, psychopathic murderer. Finally, the hero team reached the hero HQ, and by then Izuku had retrieved his sniper and was heading to his apartment where Mei was editing something on her computer. When the heroes got inside the HQ, Vlad was glad to see Kendo take control as she ordered Ida, Sen, and Bondo to seal the hole while she checked on Ibara, and a few others looked for Kosai, Mina, and Momo. We should have had Kendo lead. Sadly, she didn't win the draw of the leader. President Mike saw the leadership Kendo displayed, and it was disheartening that Bakugo was picked randomly. It wasn't random. Every teacher looked to Nezu, who looked at the monitors sipping his tea. What do you mean it wasn't random? I mean what I said, Aizawa. The drawing of team leaders wasn't random. I specifically picked both Bakugo and Midoriya to be team leaders. Did I expect this turnout in Midoriya's sudden change? No, I didn't account for such instance, but the lots were rigged from the start. Why would you do that, Nezu? Standing up, Aizawa was confused. Why wasn't Midoriya the leader of the hero team? Aizawa, staff, I watch our hero students carefully. I've seen both Midoriya and Bakugo and how they acted per the incident, I should say. Bakugo, as we have seen, displays core traits one would see as villainous, which is why I remind you the League kidnapped him and why they thought they could manipulate them. On the other hand, Midoriya before he was accused was what everyone would describe as the next All Might. The principles of a true hero were infected into every fiber of his being. Stain saw that, which is why Midoriya was saved by the Namu. His self-sacrifice, along with his hesitation to hurt people, and his inspiration to others, was primarily the reason why I did what I did. Sighing, Nezu took another sip, watching as the heroes searched and sealed the large hole in the tower. I asked myself, what if the roles were swapped? After Midoriya was accused, he showed no change, but my instincts told me otherwise. Bakugo's villainous tendencies only got worse. so I wanted to know if the both of them would adapt to their roles. Would Bakugo be the hero we can see inside? Will Midoriya adapt a villain persona against his friends or classmates? The answer here isn't as simple as I hoped it would be. Midoriya, although different, is still the hero in this situation, and Bakugo is just another villain in the people's eyes. Midoriya shows no care for his class or who used to be his friends. He is cunning and manipulative. He knows every weakness the class has. Not only that, but he knows what triggers an emotional impulse for most of the team from what we see. Did I think he was going to be alone when the students chose the team? No. Did I think out of everyone Bakugo was the best leader possible? No. But this was an experiment that I still don't have answers for. Midoriya is an enigma. The fact we still haven't figured it out is due to how well Midoriya controls himself, something no one could realistically hope to accomplish. The teachers sat in silence. Nezu just dropped the mother of all bombs on them. Nezu saw what they denied and played his hand, but through this Midoriya took the cards that were stacked against him and struck back. Looking at Midoriya's monitor, they saw the villain, hero, the boy getting only a few blocks away from his destination. They still had Nezu's words in the back of their mind, but Recover Girl already accepted this. She saw the boy more than others, and while she never said anything, she had peeked behind Izuku's mask a few times. For now she had to focus. The hero team were busy searching and repairing what they could, dusting themselves off, while those who were injured sat on the floor or parts of the couch. Before Tsu came back along with Uraraka, who was carrying an injured Mina, saying Kosai was dead and how Yorazu was missing. With Gyro questioning where the other three heroes were with Uraraka, who was picking pieces of the surveillance room controls out of Mina's face, told her they were with each other checking for Ibara. Hagakure, who went to help out her pink-skinned friend, spoke, questioned how Izuku could do what he did, but Kirishima too asked an important question. Bakubro, why did the civilians attack you, and what is that thing on your chest? Is that from Lucifer? The teachers watched as every student turned to the boy in question, who grabbed onto the device Izuku had placed on him. Power Loader really had to ask Mei how she made it, but that was for later. I don't know why those shitty civilians were attacking me. And that piece of shit put this thing on my chest, saying some bullshit that I'm now quirkless. This won't be pleasant. Vlad stared at the screen. He saw one of his more blunt students, Yui Kodai, open her mouth, words already forming and being voiced. You're really quirkless now, aren't you? Shut the F up. I can't be one of those shitty quirkless waste of space. I'd rather end myself than be one of them. Hearing this, the teachers were absolutely shocked. Quirkists were a thing. It was a small minority of the population, but there was in a sense racism against quirkless individuals. It was apparent Bakugo shared the mindset of these people. His reaction to possibly being quirkless spilled everything that the blonde thought about quirkless. Not that they needed Bakugo's reaction. Izuku's scars were enough proof of this notion. One of them, what's that supposed to mean? Izuku was quirkless too. It was you, wasn't it? The one who told Izuku to end himself. That's why he said that at the end it was you. Uraraka, the bubbly girl she had been, was filled with hatred and rage. Aizawa had seen all of his students and how they felt. Well, he couldn't really saw that about Midoriya, but he would have never expected Uraraka to be filled with this emotion so heavily. Her outburst garnered nothing but glares at the boy, who was clutching the disc on his chest with pain visible on his face. He's still trying to activate his quirk. He's like a dog with a shock collar that still barks. He knows he will get shocked, but he doesn't give up. It's idiotic, pointless, just illogical. Aizawa was at his wit's end with Bakugo. The boy has shown little improvement over the year. It was astounding how ignorant and hard-headed the boy was. The hero team was starting to divide even more as Kirishima jumped in Bakugo's defense, but each and everyone who spoke poked holes within Kirishima's defense, and it was only by luck that Zero interrupted, though it was short-lived, as Kendo, who had told the bad news about Ibara, was caught up with the current events. Though Kendo remained in control, claiming they will handle this later, and for now they needed to rest and try and predict what Izuku's next move was. The heroes started bandaging themselves. Recovery Girl taking notes on how they did. She just from watching decided courses in first aid would be needed. The bandage jobs the students did were amateur at best, and while they did do their job, they could have done much better. Though the teachers didn't know, this was only a slight intermission, as the closer the sunrise came to falling, the more students will drop dead and the more Lucifer will be hailed as a savior. The sunrise was quickly falling and the teachers sat in their seats anxiously. It hadn't been long ago when the students were attacked by a mob. It was unexpected, but the students had regained control, and having bandaged themselves, the teachers were now witnessing a person who showed true leadership skills. Kendo's putting in the effort, isn't she? Snipe, leaning back in his seat, looked at Kendo, who currently was gathering the members of the hero team, explaining several patrol routes and precautions against Lucifer. Well, that is certain, though I am glad to see our students being more competent. The first day and most of this one hadn't convinced me otherwise. Nezu agreed, and adding on with Snipe sipped his tea. He had to admit the students, although not near Midoriya's level, were improving substantially. They took too long. They should have been like this during the first day. Aizawa, however, saw the negative. It took several losses on the hero side for them to get in order, and from what he has seen, if Midoriya wanted to, then he could have taken them all out on night one. Aizawa, you can't just be critical. The students need our support, plus young Kendo is leading now. Toshinori placed a hand on Aizawa's shoulder, smiling as he said that. Yeah, support. We already failed that aspect. Grumbling out the last part, Aizawa's eyes went towards the monitor in Midoriya's apartment, watching him enter with Ibara to an exited and happy May, and just by watching, Aizawa could see the tilt in Izuku's face, indicating a smile underneath his mask. Midoriya made it back to the apartment. Speaking to his colleagues, Aizawa drew attention to Izuku, who had Ibara sit on the couch, saying for her to make herself at home, while he tied Momo up with capture wire, placing her unconscious body on the floor. Looking up, they saw May having a delightful conversation with Ibara, which surprised Vlad and Powerloader. They're getting along better than expected. Vlad just looked at the screen oddly. Ibara seemed to be more lively, with Harum even having a small smile on her face as she talked. Turning his eyes away, the teachers watched Izuku walk into his room, grabbing the container of painkillers, taking off his mask as he took out two. Recovery Girl, watching this, had sadness in her eyes. She hated watching the boy take those pills. Every time he does, Recovery Girl was reminded that he needed those to live, to even function at full capacity on an everyday basis. Sighing, she remained silent as he left the room, holding his head as he reached the door. He was certainly sustaining a concussion by the walls he threw himself into. Not only that, but his nerves must have been hurting once more. Cutting her thoughts off, she waited as Izuku left his room, looking at May, who was bringing Ibara to a computer. When they got there, May started clicking a few files, which from the teacher's perspective looked like videos, before May placed a set of headphones on Ibara's head. Powerloader, can you access Hatsume's laptop from here? Turning in his chair, Nezu looked at the support teacher, who had a hand placed on his chin, before nodding his head. I should be able to. If Hatsume used her computer to hack into the comms, then it should be possible to hack it going the other way. Going up to a monitor, Powerloader borrowed the keyboard connected to it, making present mic move as he got to work. With that going underway, they turned their eyes back to May, who by this moment in time was sitting next to Izuku, her voice coming through the speakers in the room as she looked at Izuku, who had taken most of his villain costume off, sitting on the couch. You know, I watched your fight. Did you really have to throw yourself through several different walls? It was all a part of the act. I didn't do it because I wanted to. They saw Izuku lay his head back, looking at the ceiling, until May placed a hand on his chest gently. Well, now we have to cover up that head wound. It's still bleeding, and taking your painkillers won't just cut it. There was truth to May's words, as the wound on Izuku's head was still bleeding, and while it wasn't a lot, it can turn into one. Recovery Girl, hearing this, nodded her head. She was glad May had spotted it, as the said girl got up, rummaging in the supplies Nezu provided, grabbing some disinfectant and gauze, before returning back to Izuku before taking her seat, before she started cleaning and wrapping Izuku's wound. Vlad, how is Hatsume proficient in addressing wounds? She certainly looks like she has had experience. Recovery could recognize when someone was good at cleaning and dressing injuries, and May certainly looks as though she has had experience. Still not stopping on trying to pull up the footage from May's laptop, which Powerloader had to admit was harder than he thought it would be answered. She mostly works in the support studio. That being said, being around dangerous machines and equipment is common. There have been a few mishaps in the workshop that required some treatment, so that's mostly where her experience comes from, I guess. Taking the answer, Recovery Girl nodded. She would have May start working alongside her in the infirmary. If she's going to be in a relationship with Izuku, it's better that she knows more beforehand. Not only that, but if the support area is as dangerous as she knows it is, then it wouldn't hurt to have that knowledge. Watching the process, May was in. The teachers all saw Izuku's eyes focusing on her, as she was finally wrapping the gauze around his head. They all saw Izuku smile as his eyes turned to Ibara, whose face was contorting in several emotions. Powerloader, are you finished yet? Yes, I'm pulling it up now. Typing a few more keys, Powerloader finished as one of the screens was replaced with the footage of the surveillance room. Reliving this moment, Vlad sat quietly, as it was the moment Kosai's hands were about to touch Mina. But what was odd was Izuku didn't look the same. His eyes were filled with disgust as his voice echoed in the room, and the grip on Momo's neck looked less hurtful than before. Kosai, do not touch Mina if you do. Oh, come on, Lucifer, just a grab won't hurt anyone. Kosai's grin looked warped, somehow more lecherous, as his eyes held a hungrier look. This was edited. Nezu narrowed his eyes. It was clear to everyone in the room that this was true. Izuku never said that, and neither did Kosai, but the way they flowed out looked natural. Audio replaced while features were changed. This has to be Hatsume's work. Powerloader looked at the screen. There were several indications, but the main being that before all this, Izuku had looked in the camera, nodding. Not only that, but with May hacked into the security system to view and collect footage, this had to be certain. Looking back at Ibara, it seems May had finished wrapping Izuku as she grabbed his gear, heading to the other side of the table, grabbing a few tools. They now understood why Ibara looked at the computer this way. The anger, disgust, hatred all culminated into the video she was watching. With Shizaki the way she is and with her lack of knowledge pertaining to these events, she won't be able to tell what's true or false, though I believe this is just for her to see Midori in a greater light. Nezu would admit this is something he would think of. In fact, he has already used it before. It wasn't often, but yes, Nezu had used similar tactics to win over those who were deeply affected psychologically, though he had never used it to convert and warp a person's thinking radically. Taking his mind off it, he looked at the screen, overseeing Mei watching as she had Izuku's mask flipped over, screwing something with a screwdriver while her goggles were on and quirk was activated. She was pouring a lot of effort and at a fast pace to that was until her eyes looked up at Izuku, who was on the couch seemingly spaced out as he was deep in thought. So problem child, what's your next move? Aizawa had also spotted this. Every time in class when he had seen Izuku get like this, it meant something big was on his mind, something thought-provoking and planned, more so with his no real self being realized. With his eyes sharpened, Aizawa looked on as Mei walked in front of him before speaking out loud, asking what Izuku's thoughts were, and his response had everyone surprised, yet they quickly realized what he was doing. Just thinking about visiting the memorial service the public will have. After all, after every major catastrophe, the people always come together, and doing so as a devil with an angel is stronger than anything I can imagine. Anyways, are you done with modifying my gear? The staff's brains went into overdrive as they heard this. The message was clear in their mind at the last part. All this time, Lucifer, which they assumed was named after the devil, was supposed to be the villain, but now he is a force of which unites the people against who? Well, that was the simple part, against the heroes. In fact, he was so much of that force that he was a devil visiting the site of destruction caused by Bakugo, who was already viewed as a villain with another hero, one who is more like an angel than the others, one that the public hadn't seen much of and anywhere near the side of the heroes. This is absolutely brilliant. Nezu caught everyone off guard. He was laughing and laughing hard. Tears were in the animal's eyes as his teacup shook in his hand. Though there was one flaw that came to Nezu's mind with this plan, it was almost the perfect setup. This will be a PR stunt of the ages, more so than the one we had with Bakugo's kidnapping. The League then didn't capitalize on this opportunity, but Midoriya is fixing their wrongs. Nezu smiled widely. When the training camp happened, the League had taken Bakugo, hoping to turn the boy to the side of villainy. But they didn't succeed. They had thought Bakugo's anger and villain-like attitude would make it easy. In that case, though it may have been easier to kidnap one of the other few students, but Izuku is doing what they didn't. He has already poisoned Ibara's mind, and with her beliefs, she may have even visited the site of memorial service by herself if she had watched the footage of Bakugo, which she most certainly did. It was perfect. Then again, there was the flaw. Despite this, there will be a fight, the heroes will show up, and when that time comes, Ibara will be disqualified if she were to eliminate one of her fellow heroes. Midoriya, you already know this, don't you? Izuku stop MHMI Ibara is our rigged there. It seems Nezu and the teachers had been too stunned to pay attention until Mei's mons came through the speakers of the room. Power Loader shivered in disgust while the rest of the teachers looked at the monitor, watching as Izuku and Mei were in a heavy makeout, getting more intense by the moment. Midnight, watching this, had wide eyes. Not ever did she expect this, especially from Midoriya. And not only that, but right behind the person he was trying to manipulate as well. But she couldn't lie, Midoriya had some technique she wouldn't mind testing. Biting her finger, she was wrapped in Aizawa's scarf and brought headfirst into the desk, hitting her forehead, taking inspiration from Izuku. Oh, rubbing her head with tears in her eyes, she looked at Aizawa, but before she could complain, his glare cut her off. I was just joking. Sitting down, Midnight was, in reality, doing just that. She wasn't so depraved to go after Izuku, she was just playing into character. Aizawa didn't have to make her hit the desk so hard. Aizawa, taking his glare off, Midnight looked back at the monitor, watching as Izuku released Mei thankfully before speaking to her seductively, causing the inventor to blush and Power Loader to groan. Mei, hitting Izuku's chest, admitted it was good before she left, planning on heading to work on Izuku's gear. Waiting, they all saw Izuku get up after a few minutes of rest before he grabbed Momo, carrying her like a sack of potatoes. He then spoke up, telling Mei he was going to be heading out to the villain lair. Said lair had not been a place any of the teachers wanted to see their students go. The last two who were in there met with horrible fate. Sato was broken and bloody before he had his throat slit, and Awase, who like Sato was bloody and broken but also forced to walk to the hero HQ before delivering 2 explosions that crippled the hero team. In any case, a trip to the villain lair was most likely a trip the heroes won't be coming back from. Aizawa showed no reaction, but he knew there had to be more. He recognized Momo could be a threat to Izuku and his plans, but why keep her alive? It wasn't just that, but like Nezu had said, Izuku was doing this for a sort of payback against the class, so there was bound to be more. Aizawa was sure of it. Watching, they saw Izuku still without his mask, gloves, and overcoat of his suit exiting the building, once again growing to roof before jumping off, not holding back any speed as he quickly traversed the city. While he was doing that, some of the teachers looked back to the monitor of the hero team, watching as Kendo, with a large map of the city they were provided with, drew patrol routes when they were switched, where they would meet up. faster travel spaces in case of emergency, and finally establishing rules of contact. The staff was impressed. Midori wasn't the only strategic one, as Kendo actively drew the plans, answering any questions that were brought up in stride. Vlad had a large sense of pride well up in him. He knew Kendo was a very level-headed person, and anyone would want her as a leader. Doing so now with a rough start, she was making excellent progress. It seems we both have leaders in our classes, don't we, Aizawa? Turning to his colleague, Vlad saw the man watching Izuku. Yes, that's true. Our classes have a few people who can take charge and lead. I have Yorazu and you, Kendo. But one of those who was more of a leader among them has stopped holding back. Yorazu already fell to him, so do you think Kendo won't? Aizawa, giving Vlad a side eye, turned his attention back to Izuku. Before all of this, Midori was in a sense the leader of Class 1, and many of their ideas always had some implementation from Izuku. He was brave and ready to help anyone in need. A real kingmaker if giving Ida the president position in class told him anything. Though that did bring up why Izuku may have given up the position. From what he remembered, Bakugo wasn't too happy Izuku had the president role of the class. Not only that, but he wasn't good with all the stares he had gotten. Aizawa had noticed that after the votes were decided. Now that he thought about it, Midoriya may have given up the position out of necessity rather than willingness. Sighing, Aizawa shook his head. He yet again realized the early signs Izuku had been giving. Crossing his arms, Aizawa still hadn't heard a response from Vlad about what he said. Turning, he saw the teacher watching as Vlad was deep in thought, a worried look on his face as he looked at the heroes. Turning back, he finally saw Izuku enter the villain lair. Putting Yorazu down, Izuku started inspecting his tattoos. Since the game started, they didn't have time to fully inspect them with the help of Recovery Girl, but the staff was able to gain some knowledge. First, it wasn't ink, more like his skin had been burned to form the designs. Not only that, but when he activated his second quirk, the tattoos grew darker every time. They watched as Izuku activated the quirk, changing appendages, meaning that it didn't just have to be his left arm to use the quirk, but it looked barely controlled as he did so. They had no idea the quirk had barely awakened around 3 days ago. If they did, then they would have been deeply impressed that he could even use the quirk at all in some capacity. Still, they were taken out of this when Momo's screams were heard. What? Where am I? Wait, Lucifer. Looking, they saw Momo panicking, tugging at the wire that was binding her. She looked close to having a panic attack as she struggled. Aizawa watched closely as his student panicked, even more so when Izuku spoke. Yorazu, glad you're finally awake. What are you going to do? I merely came to offer you a choice, you see. Hearing this, Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Izuku is offering Momo a choice rather than Kosai, where he threatened a deal. Aizawa's thoughts ran a mile a minute. If he was in Izuku's position, what would he offer her? A rich girl who is admired for her looks and basically has anything in the world. There shouldn't be anything to offer unless you're going to use her caring nature for the class, aren't you? Problem child. I need a little help. I need materials so that a colleague of mine can tinker and make stuff for me, and you are the perfect person to provide such material. It made sense to the teachers. Having someone with a creation quirk like Momo and someone who can invent gadgets on the fly like Mei can be a perfect duo, but Momo's face when she heard that made it clear that she wasn't going to give in. Why would I do anything for you? You hurt Mina and almost let Kosai touch her. You betrayed her trust, my trust. Your trust. What about my trust? I helped you all countless times during school and out of it. Broke my body multiple times to save you and everybody. Yet you act as if I betrayed your trust. Where was my support when I was accused? That's right, there wasn't any. You all turned your back on me, like everyone else before had. The teachers were silent. It was true, Midoriya may have broken the trust Momo thought she had in the boy, considering what happened with Mina, but what Izuku said was stronger. He had no support, no one to help him, and those who could weren't there when it happened, nor were they notified due to it just being swept underneath the rug. Hell, Izuku's own mother broke his trust as well. The teachers sat silent. None of them wanted to speak as they watched Momo come to a realization in her head, putting her head down. Izuku, on the other hand, looked enraged, almost like he snapped. Toshinori, looking at his successor, saw the rage and hatred along with the small body movements Izuku made. It was clear to him that Izuku finally let his emotions slip, but one person thought he was wrong. No, he didn't. Hound Dog had been watching the entire time, and he knew Izuku didn't just snap because of what Momo had said. He knows when people snap. He does because of the drawback of his quirk making him burst out sometimes. Not just that, but he has been a counselor for years, and Izuku did not snap. Hound Dog, look at him. He lost it. Why would he lash out like that otherwise? 13 asked the counselor. She had no idea what he meant by Izuku not snapping. You all remember him before this, for an entire year, and most likely even before that. He had an act up, a mask per se put over his personality. He has control over his emotions, that much we know, or else he would have snapped when fighting Bakugo. He could use his quirk to demolish the buildings around him with a single strike, but he doesn't. He is aware of how people perceive him. Look, does that look like a person who has snapped? Pointing with his pen, Hound Dog saw the teachers turn, watching how Izuku's face full of rage vanished in an instant, as if he didn't care in the first place about what Momo had said. am murderer. I am sorry, I should have helped you then, but what you're doing now is totally wrong. You're hurting our class, your friends. What about your Uraraka? Yorazu is trying to get the old Midoriya back, isn't she? Midnight watched how Momo yelled. Her eyes looked straight into Izuku's, not even minding how they looked different as she tried to reason with the boy. The teachers heard her and all agreed that Momo was doing just that, but they all knew her pleas would go unanswered. And with Uraraka they had seen he held no love for the girl, so what Momo was doing equated to nothing. Yorazu, if you help me, our friends and classmates won't need to get hurt any more than they need to for hurting me. The staff, and more specifically Aizawa and Nezu, watched carefully. Yorazu was clearly in shock, but they knew she was making a plan. Whether that plan would work in her favor, however, remained to be seen. It seems Izuku had caught onto her pause as her contemplating an answer, as he crouched down asking what her decision was. Aizawa hoped his student wouldn't try and go against Izuku, at least not at this time. In fact, from what he saw, joining Izuku may be the right choice in this situation. If Momo were to join, it could buy her time while she can formulate a plan that is guaranteed to work. But Momo had no such plan. Fine, I'll help you, but you have to promise me you won't hurt them badly just to eliminate them from the game. I promise, as long as you help, I have no reason to drag the game out. Aizawa folded his hands in front of his face. If Momo was actually going to do what he would, then there might still be a chance that the heroes could win the game. Vlad too watched carefully. His student Ibara had already been taken in by Izuku, but to see Yorazu also comply with Izuku as Aizawa had predicted was chilling. But one thing confused the teacher: why was Ibara allowed to be free, to not have the same treatment as Momo? Shaking that question off his mind, Vlad and the entire staff heard Izuku. Alright, for now I need a sheet metal, steel, and approximately a school desk tall, thick, and wide. Complying with his order, Momo's chest glowed from the open part as the metal Izuku requested was created by her quirk. Nezu looked at the screen as Izuku picked up the large sheet metal. Something was off about the piece of metal, but he couldn't tell. Aizawa saw Nezu focusing on the piece of metal, and following he did so too, especially after Momo spoke out as Izuku started inspecting it. And now you have to keep your promise. Of course, but there is one issue. Aizawa watched as Izuku taking the piece of metal hit Momo across the head, the metal he was carrying snapping in two pieces with little resistance, meaning it wasn't steel that she made it with. Momo was dazed while her head had a streak of blood flowing down slowly. Yorazu should have waited. She made the metal weak, but that wasn't the time to do so. Aizawa's inner thoughts criticized Momo while her plan was good in concept. Putting it into practice so early made the entire thing fall apart. You're really horrible at hiding your true intentions. Well, you'll learn, but I guess this means our friends will feel a little more pain all because of you. Look at the time, I have to get going. So he's making Yorazu in a sense take the blame for her classmates. Hound Dog nodded his head at this move. While Izuku had tried to play with the girl's insecurities, he knew from what Aizawa had told him, along with several psychiatric evaluations with the students after villain attacks, that Yorazu's care for her classmates ran deep to her core. While Hound Dog doubted Izuku would have refrained from hurting the students badly, offering Yorazu the choice of stopping pain and then promising more for her disobedience was the best thing Izuku could do to get into Yorazu's head. The dearie is most likely suffering a concussion. Nezu has Kosai arrived with ectoplasm yet? Recovery girl, giving her input of Momo's wound, looked to Nezu. Having already sent the teacher out to collect the boy, Nezu looked at the elderly nurse before pressing his earpiece, speaking into it. Ectoplasm, have you collected Kosai as of now? Yes, and pertaining to your instructions, he has been placed in quirk canceling cuffs. Hearing Ectoplasm's response, Nezu looked to Recovery Girl, nodding his head. He's on his way, best you wait in the student spectator and room. Recovery Girl nodded her head, looking back at the monitor as Izuku left the villain lair. Shaking her head, she left the room. Now outside, Recovery Girl walked down the large corridor that led to her temporary office in the student spectator room. Walking Recovery Girl sighed. Izuku wasn't making her job easy, that was for sure, though she knew the boy was still holding back. She could only imagine how the eliminated students would have been had Izuku not been who he was now. Tapping her cane on the ground, Recovery Girl thought about Izuku's change. She had been caring for the boy since she had found out about his joint pain, and even before that, but she hadn't expected to see the Izuku she saw sometimes would fully reveal itself. Recovery Girl held a clipboard, looking up at the injured boy lying in her office unconscious. She had just done surgery on one boy, Izuku Midoriya, Toshinori's successor. She had planned on allowing visitors, but she wanted to give the boy time to recuperate. EAKAGOUKATSUKI wins. Turning to the noise, Recovery Girl's eyes focused on the small TV within the room, seeing a rabid Katsuki Bakugo yelling at a down Todoroki. So he won the sports festival, did he? Recovery Girl shook her head. That boy Bakugo was ruthless in his fights. Treating Uraraka was a pain to deal with, especially when the girl thought she was going to be charged money. That was for another time though. Her patient now took priority. Looking back at Izuku, recovery girl shook her head. The boy's vitals were fine, but she was curious. When she had cut into Izuku's hands to get the bone fragments out, the boy had woken up during the surgery, though instead of freaking out, his face only grew a dark expression as he looked at her. Recovery girl got a chill up her spine as she remembered his stare. It was lifeless, as if he felt the pain yet took it in stride like he was used to it. She had seen the scars adorning Izuku's back, but for him to show no reaction, and even waking up with copious amount of drugs in his system, had made her intrigued and worried. Any normal person would have freaked out, maybe even damaged themselves further, but instead, Izuku had laid back on his bed, going back to sleep if nothing had happened, his look disappearing while his eyes closed. Despite that, the surgery went off without problem, though the repercussions of breaking his bones multiple times was extremely severe. In fact, recovery girl had already made a prescription for pain enders. Thinking about the pain enders brought a pang of sadness within her heart. She wished she could relieve the painfully, but she couldn't. That damn Toshinori. Why isn't he training the boy so this doesn't happen? Shaking her head, recovery girl clutched her cane. The next time she sees Toshinori, he will be black and blue. Taking her mind off that, the doors to her office opened. A slightly injured Todoroki stepped in. The boy's heterochromia eyes looking at her before shifting to the downed Izuku. "Oh, dearie, that was a well-fought match. Do you need a fix-up?" Looking at the boy, recovery girl spoke, getting the boy's attention back on her. "Yes, ma'am." Hearing his response, recovery girl had the boy sit down, using her quirk to heal most of his injuries and bandaging the rest, as Todoroki still had to accept his medal for second place. Watching the boy leave, recovery girl looked at the TV in the room, watching the award ceremony, even witnessing how confined Katsuki had to be, a muzzle over the boy's mouth. It had taken some time, but the award ceremony was done, and after the students were sent home, Izuku had yet to wake up even as the sun had started to set. That was when Toshinori entered, and after a beating or two, the pair sat waiting for Izuku. "So, recovery girl, how is young Midoriya doing?" Looking at Toshinori, recovery girl grabbed her clipboard, the one she set down, as she wailed on Toshinori. Well, the surgery went off without a hitch. He did wake up during the surgery, but that was the only hiccup. The fragments in his bones did cause some damage to his nerves, and he will suffer from some pain, but it shouldn't be severe. I say the best thing he can do is train OFA better. This self-destruction isn't doing any good. Sorry, recovery girl. Looking up, recovery girl and Toshinori watched as Izuku sat up, looking at his bandaged hands with his head down. The boy stuttered an apology, one of which recovery girl accepted, though did express how he needs to control his quirk better without hurting himself. Toshinori, now with Izuku awake, spoke to the boy, the minutes on the clock ticking down until recovery girl spoke. "Well, Midoriya, your injuries are mostly healed, and there are some pain enders from any pain you may experience. With your condition, I say it's all right for you to head home." Looking at Izuku, recovery girl saw the boy grip the sheets of the hospital bed tightly before it was quickly let go, Izuku's stuttering voice speaking out. Okay. If it's fine T to go home TT, then that's for T the best." With a shaky smile, Izuku looked at recovery girl. Recovery girl thought it odd that Izuku had reacted that way, but before she could prod further, Toshinori spoke, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Come, young Midoriya, I'll get you home." Helping Izuku, Toshinori sat the boy up, giving him some privacy so Izuku could change before escorting him out of recovery girl's office. Recovery girl watched as they left, her mind going back to Izuku's reactions to both the surgery and the news of going home. Something felt off about Izuku, but she couldn't pay that any mind, especially since Aizawa walked in for a checkup on his injuries from the USJ. She didn't know it, but Izuku, when he got home, was subjected to extreme pain. And Midoriya stepped on Izuku's injured hands, damaging them further, stealing the pain enders, leaving the boy to grovel in his blood-stenched room with his hands in pain, lucky enough to have not received slashes to his back. "I shouldn't have sent him home that day." Recovery girl, still walking down the corridor, felt guilt enter her system. Knowing what she knew now about Izuku's home life, she regretted sending him home that day. She even remembered Izuku coming into school after the short break and straight to her office asking for pain enders, stating he had lost them by accident. At the time she thought nothing of it, but now it was different. So many things could have been avoided if they paid more attention. Recovery girl stopped her walk as she looked to her left, the door before her leading to the student spectator room and joining at her temporary office. Stepping in, recovery girl attracted the attention of several of the already eliminated students. Satsuna hugging Kanoko, who had sleeping pills within her hand, shivering as her eyes looked through her hair. Sadu laying on his bed, his eyes still a little dazed with painkillers at his side. Kaminari sitting on his bed, knees to his chest and a bandage on his head. Awase laying down like Sato, though his back was leaned against a wall with pillows behind him. He too carried pain enders. And finally Manga sitting in one of the many chairs within the large room with a water bottle in his hand. Seeing who it was, the students all turned back to the screens adorning the room, watching either Izuku, the hero team, the city, or Mei and Ibara. Hearing the silence, recovery girl sighed. Izuku did quite the number on the few that were here already. Shaking her head, Recovery Girl started walking forward and towards a locked door on the far side of the wall. Reaching into her coat, she grabbed a pair of keys, putting a single key into the keyhole, but before she could turn it, her ears picked up on a quiet conversation. Betrayal is a monster, he's no hero. He's even turning Ibara. Turning, Recovery Girl looked at Setsuna, who had a bitter, angry look on her face, though she wasn't the only one. The rest of the students didn't say anything, instead only nodded. Kanoko was the only expressive one as she covered her ears as she heard his name. Recovery Girl, hearing this, had her grip tighten on the key she was holding. She couldn't stand it. Although she knew what Izuku had done was partly wrong, they had no right to say that after what he's been through, and only if they knew how much he was holding back, which was a lot. Sighing, she let go of her anger, finally opening the door. And just as she was going to step inside, the door to the spectator room opened with ectoplasm carrying a still unconscious Kosai, whose hands were in a pair of handcuffs. The girls, seeing who used to be their friend and classmate, looked at the boy in disgust, more so Setsuna, as one of her hands detached, shooting towards Kosai's already broken nose, but before it could reach its target, ectoplasm making a clone caught the fist, glaring at Setsuna. Takage, do that again and you will face suspension. Her fist reattaching, Setsuna glared at the boy. Her face was riddled in disgust. She really didn't want to share a room with Kosai after seeing what he did and hearing what he said. Either way, Setsuna turned away, hugging Kanoko once more as ectoplasm carried Kosai to Recovery Girl. Bring him inside. Leading ectoplasm, Recovery Girl had the teacher place Kosai on the medical bed. With that, she began fixing Kosai, and after giving him some anesthetics, she placed her hands on the boy's nose. The way it was broken meant it would heal properly until it was reset in the correct position. Being bent at a left angle along with the bond threatening to break the skin, Recovery Girl counted to 3 when she pulled back with all her strength, a large crunch resonating in the room and Kosai jolting in pain. The anesthetics the only thing keeping him asleep. Looking, Recovery Girl saw the nose was turning pure purple, like how Midoriya's arms looked after the sports festival. Still wrapping the nose up, Recovery Girl couldn't see any other wounds that were severe enough to warrant full treatment. Not only that, but she didn't like the fact Kosai had done that to the girls, so she refused to use her quirk on the boy. Though she did make sure it would heal properly, it would take a lot of time, especially with that kind of break. Finishing her job, she turned to ectoplasm. His nose will take a while to heal. Other than soreness and bruises on his body and head, he will be fine. Take him in the room with the others. Nodding his head, ectoplasm picked Kosai up, making sure the cuffs were still on before leaving, placing Kosai into a bed, making sure that it was far enough from the girls. Just in case, however, he decided to stay in the room to make sure things were civil. In the spectator room, the rest of the staff in the room watched. The hero team was in the common room still. Despite the amount of time passed, Kendo didn't waste any time. While they were resting, she was speaking with the members of the team, trying to get as much information about Midoriya and his quirk, weaknesses, and more. The teachers, and more specifically Vlad, were satisfied with the information gathering. Though the information would be outdated and wrong for the most part, it didn't hurt to get at least some info. Jesus, Bakugo needs to chill. Midnight, can you go calm him down? Present Mike cut through the silence, him cowering in his chair as he looked at a specific monitor featuring Katsuki Bakugo. Although the screen was on mute, they could see the boy was yelling, clawing at the device on his chest. And when he was shocked, he broke apart the frame of the bed in his room, punching through them or trying to split the wood in half. My gas doesn't work on him effectively enough. He's like a wild animal. Midnight shook her head. Bakugo was an anomaly when it came to her quirk. Plus, she didn't want to even go near the room the boy was in. Ignoring the pair, power loaders searched the screens, watching as Mei was with Ibara dressing the girl in large white fabric. To power loader, it looked familiar until it clicked. Shizaki's hero costume. Why is Mei? Confused by his students' actions, power loader watched closer, already seeing that Izuku was almost to his apartment. Though they had noticed power loader looking at Mei, they were focused on something else. The city was bright. Being nighttime, even with every building light on it would hold this amount. Changing through cameras, they spotted civilian robots and student civilians alike holding candles, solemn looks on their faces, while the robot civilians and some of the others started what sounded like crying. They were all going towards the southern district, into the site of destruction. It was true what Izuku had said. The people would gather together, though Nezu wondered how he will use it to his advantage. Shaking the thought off, he looked at another screen, watching as a newscaster and a cameraman followed and tried with the group before they reached their destination. Nezu, seeing the group set up to record, his beady black eyes looked at Izuku's apartment, seeing the boy arrive, only to see something that surprised the teachers who hadn't been looking at the apartment screen. Ibara was dressed in her hero suit, but there was something off. While her original hero suit had little protection, this looked noticeably reinforced yet comfortable. Not only that, there was a glow to Ibara's hero suit. The teachers had thought Ibara was what some would call an accurate description of an angel. With the roses adorning her hair, Vlad looked on. Mei's work was excellent. Even he could see that the fact Ibara can protect herself, even more, had him questioning Izuku. He couldn't understand why he, the only villain, would give a hero an upgraded version of their hero suit. He couldn't dwell on it as Mei, picking up Izuku's mask and gloves which she had been working on, looked at Izuku holding out his gear with a smile as Izuku questioned the girl when he put his gloves on. "So what do these do?" "Well, I was watching how you use your second quirk, and I thought of a baby. So you know how those guys who use puppets manipulate the strings of their figure to make it move? Well, I thought you could do the same. This baby flows your quirk through the notches on the gloves. I had a feeling it works like your first quirk." The teachers were impressed at how quickly Mei had thought of a way to make a gadget for Izuku's quirk despite only seeing it once. In fact, it reminded them of Izuku's notebooks in a way, though he was a lot more detailed in his explanations and theories. "Thank you, Mei, this is perfect. That's not all. Here, I upgraded this baby with a voice modulator as I did for that sleep-deprived kid's gear. Depending on how you want it can amplify your voice or change it entirely. I even put the voices you collected over the days in there as well." Hearing that, Aizawa went wide-eyed at this realization, and even more as Izuku's voice after a few adjustments sounded exactly like Bakugu's. Aizawa knew this was bad. Shinso had used this gear to get the advantage in fights with his quirk, but Izuku having it was something else. Izuku had the physical strength and power Shinso didn't. Even without brainwashing, Izuku could separate the team or cause disarray with just his voice before he takes them out. Recognizing this did little for him, however. The hero team is who should be worried about this new development. Suiting up, the teachers heard Izuku speak, playing into his role as Lucifer once again. "Ibara, it's almost time we give guidance to those who have lost their faith and hope. Are you ready? This won't go down without a fight. After Ibara takes one of the heroes out, she will be disqualified, won't she?" 13 by now knew that whatever Izuku planned to do will attract attention to himself, but with Ibara still a hero, he would quickly be left alone against them. Yes, 13 in most standards Ibara would be disqualified. "But you have forgotten Midoriya is always a step ahead." Nezu responded to 13, but his tone showed a little excitement. "Ibara, do you renounce the hero team, the false shepherds who lead our people astray, those whose sins vary in the many?" Hearing this sent Vlad into panic, his thoughts running wild. What is Midoriya doing? "Ibara won't do it, will she? Her friends are in class. She won't hurt them." A nervous grin crept on Vlad's face, sweat dripping down his back. Not only that, but he was fearful for Ibara as he watched Izuku reach behind his back, Izuku's hand resting on the grip of his pistol. "I renounce the hero team. We, the true shepherds, will lead the lamb to its herd. May the sinners whose deeds are unredeemable cleanse their sins in the fires of hell." Vlad froze in shock, the other teachers looking at him before the teacher put his hands up and into his hair, gripping slightly. "It must have been hard to hear your student say that, especially after said student was convinced by the villain, the one whose trust was broken by you." Vlad started mumbling to himself. The words spewing from his mouth all revolved around Izuku and Ibara, how Izuku manipulated the girl. While he had been reprimanded about speaking badly about Izuku, he couldn't hold back. Nezu wanted to say something to his employee, but before he could, Izuku's voice rang in his ear along with the other teachers. "Nezu, you heard that right." "Yes, I did. Ibara Shizaki is no longer regarded as a hero." Looking at Vlad, Nezu had paused after confirming he heard before he made a decision, recognizing that Ibara was no longer a hero in the game. "Another thing, keep the southern district clear of students after the morning service. If they're not gone by the time the fighting starts, it's on them." "Yes, I understand. We'll have ectoplasm clones in proximity ready to save students if they are caught in the crossfire." With Izuku's second demand, Nezu complied, speaking to ectoplasm to send clones to the southern district ASAP. With the communication cut of, Nezu chuckled, putting a paw to his forehead. The teachers were all confused, especially Vlad. Seeing that they wanted an explanation for his chuckles, Nezu just shook his head, his laughter quieting down. "My apologies. This development just reminded me how far ahead Midoriya is about this game and how he saw through every single one of the rules I put in place." The teachers took this answer not because it was good or thought-provoking, it was simply because they couldn't understand how Nezu saw it as funny. Still, they turned back to the screens. That was then they heard a noise coming from the Hero HQ, and looking they saw Kendo and the rest of the students stop talking as they turned to the TV. Already ahead, Powerloader switched one of the screens to the broadcast system within the city. Watching as a new reporter replaced the student that Izuku had ended on the first day, started speaking, and more specifically about the incident, with Bakugo handheld footage of the event being shown. On the other side, Izuku and Ibara left the apartment, making their way to the southern district. The hero team was confused about how this happened, but their faces colored with realization. The teachers saw that they were finally catching up to speed with why they were attacked. That wasn't all, as when the news reporter started interviewing civilians, Izuku and Ibara arrived near the location, readying themselves as they heard a conversation with a grieving woman. "I apologize if that was too much. Is there anything you would like to say to the heroes watching now? Heroes, if you're watching, get out of our city. You caused this." The teachers watched the tearful student make her demand to the heroes, pinning what happened in these past days due to their arrival. Watching Izuku, Nezu saw both he and Ibara step down, Izuku adjusting his mask before speaking out loud. Yes, they did. Walking together, Izuku purposely walked through the darkness of the streets. The candle he had grabbed from his apartment was the only thing lighting his features while Ibara walked underneath the lamppost. Light and dark. He really is trying to play the part, isn't he? Nezu had to hide his laugh. Izuku's role as a devil was perfect, keeping in the dark while Ibara attracts the most attention as a glowing angel. Izuku's voice had the news cameraman turn the camera onto them, causing the hero team to go into shock seeing Ibara with Izuku. The entire area was silent. That was until Izuku got closer, spoke to the camera and the people. I never wanted for any of this to happen to my people. The staff watched as Izuku looked to Ibara, signaling for her to go, which she did, offering prayers for the grieving families. The strife the heroes have put you all under is nothing short of absolute injustice. Today I too mourn for this city, for those who lost their loved ones, for those I wasn't fast enough to save. I'm not asking for forgiveness for what I have done, but I do ask you all to view the heroes for what they are. I gave them a chance to leave our city alone. They created me. They made this disaster happen. I offer you all guidance and safety in this time of great catastrophe. If you so wish it, I'll cleanse this city from the heroes. He's rallying the people together. This is dangerous. Snipe looked on the scene, giving his recollection of the event taking place. Izuku was turning the city against the heroes even more than before. Get rid of the heroes. Avenge my family. Bring us justice. Hearing the cheers come from the people along with their movements crowding around Lucifer, who either prayed with them or hugged them, Toshinori was reminded of himself when he was the symbol of peace. The cheers from civilians was all he would hear. They looked to him as a sort of savior. When Toshinori gave Izuku OFA, he expected it to be the same when Izuku came of age and rose through the ranks, but to use the same concept as a villain to turn people against the heroes reminded him how much power he had. I could have done just the same. If I told the people to fight villains, they would. As long as I was there, they would do anything. Young Midoriya, you knew this, didn't you? Momoi, the news reporter, ran to Izuku, putting up a microphone to his mask as she cut through the crowd, asking if he had anything to say to the heroes. The staff were waiting. Depending on what Izuku said next or does will either help him or give the heroes a chance to save face with the public. Yes, heroes, I give your remaining members a choice. Give Katsuki Bakugo, otherwise known as Ground Zero, to us and leave this city and its people, or by the end of the week, you will cease to exist. Gravity, the offer I have given you has closed, yet I hope you see the sense in ending this pointless conflict. Izuku's threat wasn't just some baseless demand, no. It was true. The teachers all saw how he dealt with the others, and they knew that Izuku could take the entire team out. Looking at the heroes, they saw them take the demand in different ways. Uraraka had her head down. Kendo glared at the screen, her fists clenched. Ida crossed his arms. The rest were a mixed bag of fear and anger. They knew Izuku was dangerous, but that feeling was amped when Izuku pointed at the screen. Your time to choose has begun now. As the teachers expected, the heroes started to mobilize, Kendo ordering everyone who can move to come with her. Aizawa had spotted 6 of his students, and the lineup was something that could work in their favor. Ajiro, a close-quarter combat. Shoto with his overwhelming power. Gyro, Yuga, and Siro with capture and long-range attacks. And finally Ida with his speed. This will be a tough fight, that was for sure, and with Shoto as their trump card. They had a formidable team, not to mention the other 1B students tagging along. Now, while he could see that the heroes rushing to Izuku and Ibara were formidable, he didn't deny another outcome. Izuku wasn't how he was before. This Izuku is different, and with Ibara no longer a hero, she is another one of Izuku's trump cards, the first being his new quirk that the heroes had yet to face. Vlad, we better take some notes. We have a golden opportunity to see our students in action. Yeah, Vlad's tone was still bitter with Ibara's resignation from the hero team, but Aizawa just ignored that as his eyes went towards Izuku waiting as the hero team arrived on the scene. Kamakiri yelling at Lucifer, bringing the civilians and the villains' attention to the hero team. Lucifer stepped down, his voice amplified once again, the teacher inspecting his words as they came out. Leave us. No harm will come to you. We will stop the heroes here. Do not put yourself in harm's way. Still, despite the situation, Izuku was making this about the civilians, ushering them away. Some civilians hide and recording with their phones in secret. A simple thing to say. Most heroes say the same, but after the incident with Bakugo, Midoriya's words carry more weight. He truly was becoming the savior of the people. Nezu smiled at this, though Izuku was portraying a villain while he was in reality a hero. It was ironic. He was accused of being a villain as a hero, and now it was just the opposite. Heroes, have you come to give up? You not only interrupt the mourning of those lost, but you force them out of their loved ones' remembrance. The sins you have all committed bring nothing but darkness to the people. I give you the chance to cleanse yourselves. Again, Nezu picked up on Izuku's words. They were all tailored to have a stance in Ibara's belief, still using her beliefs as a way to win. Vlad's quiet voice went unheard well for the most part. Nezu heard this as he side-eyed the teacher. Though he had told Vlad to stop viewing Izuku negatively, he couldn't blame the teacher. Vlad was actively watching one of his students being played like a puppet, a very good puppet at that. Lucifer, it's over, give up. Vine, capture Lucifer. She's in for a surprise. Midnight crossed her legs as she heard Kendo's order to Ibara. They knew Ibara wasn't a hero anymore, but the ginger-haired girl didn't, and that's why they weren't surprised when Ibara denied it. I will not. God has sent Lucifer to test my faith, to allow me the chance to cleanse you of your sins. Join me, Kendo. Your sins can be forgiven, however those such as Katsuki Bakugo and Kosai Tsuburaba cannot be forgiven. If you don't willingly wash yourselves of sin, both Lucifer and I will have to do so for you. Seems like those videos worked well. Power Loader thought back to the videos Mei and Izuku had shown Ibara. The pair had gotten inside Ibara's head thoroughly and it was paying off. Fine, think about what you're doing. If you won't capture Lucifer, that makes you a villain just like him. Can't you see he's using you? Vlad, hearing this, waited for Ibara's response. Tetsu was always a pillar of strength within the hero team. He tried to get along with everyone, including Ibara, so Vlad wished that Ibara would consider the boy's words. Hound Dog didn't think so, however. He looked at Ibara, and the resolve and faith she had when looking at Izuku painted a clear answer on who she would side with in a fight. Hound Dog was impressed. To overturn someone's thinking in a day was a feat not even the best psychologists or therapists could do. Hound Dog wondered if Izuku really needed psychiatric help or not. The boy seemed to know what people thought or were going to think. He doubted he could do anything for the boy that would change him in any way, but as he watched, Hound Dog found himself wanting this Izuku. He watched every student over the years, and when Izuku had his act on the teacher, always felt something was wrong. That the green-haired nervous boy wasn't right in the head. With this Izuku, however, Hound Dog was seeing something that psychologists would be jealous of, an aware, controlled enigma of a human being. Hound Dog didn't think of Izuku long as his mind went to Ibara. She was faithful to a fault. And while being religious wasn't a problem, the way she went about it was. The way Lucifer twisted her mind made it similar to how in the pre-quirk era there were religious fanatics who carried out God's will to an absurd degree because someone who heard God told them to. Her next words made their way into Hound Dog's notes. No, Lucifer is not. You will not question my faith while you cooperate with Kosai or Bakugo. Bakugo's pride and wrath blinded him. He ended innocence in vain. Kosai gave into his lust, his lecherous eyes gazing at us every moment. You all share sins. Monoma's prideful ignorance is infuriating. Your Araka's greed. Gyro, your envy. Shinso's sloth. You each commit heinous sins, yet you refuse to accept them when given an offer to be reborn. Lucifer isn't a villain, nor am I. Ibara's vines looked ready to strike, and Vlad looked at his student. Her religious faith hadn't been a problem before, but it seems he would have to work with her to break this way of thinking. If Izuku could manipulate Ibara after a traumatic experience, and by using her faith, who says a genuine villain couldn't if they said the right words? Her words also poked fun at the hero team's insecurities that they had no idea Ibara had a way of learning. Suspecting Izuku had spoken to her or may had influenced it as well. Izuku, reaching, ripped the gauze on his head off, leaving only the bandage as he put up a single finger, wagging it in a come here fashion, mocking the group of heroes. Saying a few words, the fight had begun, and the staff watched closely as Kendo gave out orders, rushing Ibara, who had started attacking. Aizawa watched as some students from his class and Vlad's rushed Izuku, Ida using his super move, and right off the bat. Aizawa, watching this, couldn't criticize the move, and while it was risking due to Ida's engines overheating, it was the best move using his speed. Though it was stopped, Izuku had seen the attack coming. Nezu was watching closely, noticing the subtle movements in Izuku's eyes, meaning he never lost sight of Ida for a moment. Not even speed is effective. While Nezu knew Izuku's quirk enhanced Izuku's physical speed greatly, Ida was still considered faster than anyone in both classes. Aizawa was surprised by this, but even more so by Izuku's next move. Having studied martial arts, Aizawa got good at reading different fighting styles, and what Izuku did was very impressive. He grabbed Ida's leg while it was in momentum, but he didn't stop it. No, instead Izuku redistributed the motion, twisting his wrist, making Ida spin before going face first into the ground. The other teachers were stunned having seen this. While the concept of using a villain's momentum was something they learned and knew about, to see it against such a fast and hard attack was something they couldn't imagine doing. Izuku didn't stop as he threw Ida into the rushing heroes, making them stop as they were hit, them falling over, while Izuku used this to his advantage, setting sights on Gyro as he rushed, jumping over the down group. Aizawa got nervous. In all aspects, Izuku outclassed Gyro, mentally, physically, quirk-wise, and even in the long range. He was an ace of all trades. Still, he was glad to see Gyro still try and fight to send sonic waves after waves, slowing Izuku down. All she has to do is buy time. Aizawa looked at his student. Her attacks wouldn't stop Midoriya, that was evident, but she could buy time for the other heroes to help. But Gyro wasn't able to, as Izuku reached her, forcing Gyro's earlobes to retreat from her boots and to stab one into Izuku's stomach. Aizawa could tell what she was doing, and fundamentally it was the best idea the girl could do. She might not be able to harm Izuku on the outside, but the inside was fair game. Though on a different scale, Izuku could do both. That fact was proven as Izuku grabbed Jiro's free earlobe, and watching Aizawa was forced to see Izuku clap directly into his hands, a large boom coming from the hands connecting with each other. Jiro's screams filled the spectator room as they all looked. The girl was laying on the ground, her body shaking as she held onto her earlobe. It was noticeably dyed in blood as the metal part of her quirk looked crushed, her ear also leaking some of the crimson liquid. The teachers grimaced. They didn't need Recovery Girl to know that Jiro's right ear was damaged heavily, though they couldn't know if it was permanent or not. Aizawa put a hand to his ear as he watched Izuku pull his gun on Jiro, but he put his hand down, seeing Sen save his student with his quirk active, making Izuku back away. Vlad grinned as Izuku trying to shoot Sen was stopped as Tetsu covered Sen with his metal body. Their teamwork has improved, was the main thought in every teacher's heads as they watched Tetsu, Sen, and Shota work in tandem trying to hit Lucifer with powerful attacks, while the others distract or support the other. They do work together well, but Midoriya doesn't see them as a threat. He's toying with them. Nezu looked at the scene, commentating on how Izuku wasn't even breaking a sweat dodging the attacks. His movement fluid. The teachers got a little nervous hearing this, but Aizawa spotted Ajiro readying himself as he rushed to the trio fighting. But as he was doing so, Izuku dodging grabbed Shota, firing a blood bullet into his mouth. Shota is out speaking into his earpiece. Vlad watched as Izuku held on to Shota, and with Aizawa, they saw what he was doing as Shota was used as a body shield when Ajiro's tail struck at him. Smart. Aizawa would have done something similar in Izuku's position. Without taking an unnecessary attack, Izuku could strike back with no repercussions, which he did, twisting his body as he kicked Ajiro into a building. Despite the excitement building in Izuku's fight, they turned to Ibara's fight, watching as the girl defended herself from her classmates with a large vine wall that was until she spotted Aoyama shooting lasers. With Ibara's vines burrowing underground, Vlad put a hand to his mouth. Aizawa, be ready to call Aoyama out. Listening to the teacher, Aizawa put his hand to his earpiece, watching as Aoyama was wrapped in a large ball of vines. Aizawa recognized the move from the sports festival, though unlike last time the ball seemed to be collapsing on itself, or that was until Siro wrapped Ibara in tape. Aizawa was glad his student took this opportunity as Aoyama dropped from his confinement. His armor, or what was left, was cracked and parts of them were broken into pieces. It was that easy. Power Loader was confused. How much power did Ibara use? Aoyama's armor was built to be strongly capable of taking several attacks and remaining functional, but Ibara crushed it with little effort. With Ibara captured, Vlad was glad his student was stopped, but it was short-lived as Ibara's entire body was wrapped in a vine cocoon similar to the one she had put herself in after Izuku's scare. Unlike before, those sharp thorns appeared on the outside, as the cocoon grew slowly in size. Despite the situation, the teachers saw the hero team dealing with Ibara regroup, Siro checking up on Aoyama until he was directed by Kendo to assist the team fighting Izuku, as the boy was currently dealing with Tetsu shooting bullets at the boy repeatedly. They are ignoring Ibara. That's a mistake. Vlad could see the steady increase in Ibara's vine growth. The heroes ignoring this was bad, and Vlad's criticism was proved right, as after a late warning the cocoon exploded, vines chasing after the hero team, and more specifically Bondo and Shishida wrapping them up as Ibara stepped out, pieces of Siro's tape falling to the ground. The vines wrapped around the two boys started digging into their skin, and after a valiant struggle Bondo passed out, his body bleeding from the thorns. Kajiro Bondo is out calling out another of his students dead. Vlad sighed. At the same time this was happening, Toshinori, Aizawa, and Nezu were watching Izuku's fight as the boy kicking Tetsu and Sen away from him jumped back, checking his pistol before holstering it, grabbing his back up. The teachers paid attention as Izuku opened his mouth, speaking, "Come on, fight, or are you afraid?" Every time he could, Izuku taunted the heroes. It was a good strategy with kids prone to their emotional responses. For the most part, Izuku's taunts, while small, had a purpose that they all recognized. Izuku's next taunt, though, wasn't small as Todoroki stepped up, his sides flaring for intimidation with his quirk. "Lucifer, give up. This will be our last warning." Shaking his head, Aizawa grumbled. He should incapacitate Midoriya while he can. This warning does nothing. Aizawa, young Todoroki and Midoriya are friends. You can't blame his hesitation. Toshinori chastised the underground hero. While he hesitates, Midoriya is already thinking of his next move. He should see by now that offering a chance of surrender against a villain at this point is ridiculous. Aizawa shot back. He couldn't forgive this mistake. What if he gave the League a chance to surrender if he faced them? It was illogical. It didn't make sense to offer it at that point. What Todoroki is doing was the opposite of what Aizawa would do. Give up. Todoroki, you of all people know that isn't possible, though I can't blame you. After your mother burned you, who wouldn't want to give up? I know I did when my mother took a knife to my skin. Fortunately for you, your mom is now spending time in a mental hospital. The staff was silent. They knew about Todoroki's mother's hospitalization due to an accident, but Midoriya using it showed he really didn't care what it took to get the advantage. The taunt was meant to pick at Todoroki's greatest weakness, his family life. Struck a nerve, didn't I? You sure did, Aizawa thought to himself as he watched Todoroki's fireside flare up even higher, and though he couldn't feel it, he knew the fire had to be scorching hot. Still, it wasn't Todoroki to attack, instead Tetsu once again taking the front, rushed Ajiro following behind, and as if they were one mind, Tetsu crouched as Ajiro used the boy as a springboard, kicking at Izuku, his tail ready to strike as his foot missed. Aizawa was impressed at how much his student had devised this, as Ajiro's tail hitting Izuku wrapped around Izuku as Tetsu struck at the open parts and at Izuku's body. Young Midoriya is finished. If this keeps up, he won't last long. Toshinori watched as Izuku took several hits from Tetsu in the stomach and head, which reopened Izuku's wound. Why isn't he attacking? Nezu was confused. Toshinori was right, though Izuku had armor crafted from Mei. He didn't get why he was taking the hits when he could use his quirk to escape. That was until Izuku pushed Ajiro's tail upward, causing Tetsu to hit Ajiro, loosening the tail as he escaped, using Ajiro to hit Tetsu away before stepping on Ajiro's back and with his gun hit in the same spot as Tetsu, breaking Ajiro's tail as the boy screamed. Sen had tried to take this opportunity, but the teachers looked on as Izuku dodged, hitting Sen in the throat, leg sweeping, and shooting the boy. With Vlad not watching, Aizawa took over. Ibara is out. From there, Izuku was finally hit with another attack coming from Pony, another long-range fighter, and using her horns shot them into Izuku's shoulders and dragging Izuku through the street. Aizawa watched as Izuku's coat became damp, obviously with blood. Midoriya has to finish this early if he wants to escape. His previous fight with Bakugo had cost him a lot of blood already. He'll pass out if he continues for long. Aizawa looked at Izuku as Shoto walked forward, noticing ice spreading from Shoto's foot as Izuku recovered, digging the horns out of his shoulders. Good, immobilize him. Shoto was the only one who could really take this opportunity to capture Izuku. It seemed as if Izuku didn't notice it as the boy looking at Todoroki shook his head before readying himself to rush forward, and raising his gun Izuku was ready to fire until his arm was wrapped in tape by Shiro, who Izuku tried to pull with his strength but was stopped when his feet were trapped in ice. He's going to break the ice, but on another monitor, Aizawa looked at Kodai, who shrunk a telephone pole with her quirk, picking it up off the ground before giving it to Tetsu, who swung it like a bat, and at that moment she pressed her fingers together, the pole growing back to its original size, hitting Izuku, who had stopped trying to break free from the ice. Being hit, Izuku was sent back, passing Ibara as he hit a wall. From there, Ibara rushed to Izuku, shaking him, screaming out Lucifer. The teachers watched with anticipation as the heroes recovered, surrounding them, except for Aoyama and Shishida. This was the hero's chance as Izuku rose from the ground, pushing Ibara away, commanding her to run, and after some resistance she finally ran away. The teachers watched as President Mike looked on. Why aren't they chasing Shizaki? His question was answered once Izuku spoke out loud. Didn't think I would have to use this so soon, but hey, why not? Izuku confused the hero team as his gloved hands shot out black strands of his second quirk. Izuku was using Black Whip. From there, the staff could only describe what happened next as a pure one-sided fight. Izuku used his quirk to wrap around Pony, shoving the girl's head into the ground where she got stuck. His quirk was visibly brighter, letting the teachers know Izuku was using more of OFA. Tetsu trying to attack, only for Izuku to rush head-on, striking fist as the metal coating Tetsu caved in before fading from his body. With Tetsu down, Izuku pulled out his butterfly knife, pulling it out swiftly, with skill and sleight of hand faster than Snipe had seen. Stabbing down, the teachers heard Recovery Girl speak through their earpiece. Midoriya hit the boy's spine. He is out. Listening, Vlad spoke through the earpiece. Tetsu is out. Tuning back into the fight, they saw a column of fire strike Izuku. Todoroki off to the side was sending waves of fire, clouding Izuku's upper body in the inferno. Aizawa waited as he spotted Izuku's form in the fire, not moving, though a rope of Black Whip tied itself to Shoto's leg before Todoroki stopped using his fire as Black Whip launched him into the air and out of the area. He got rid of the powerhouse of the team. Without Todoroki, Midoriya has a good chance of escaping. Snipe assessed the situation. It was clear Shoto was the only one that could give Izuku a good fight, but with him gone, the others were in deep trouble. It seemed the students knew this as Ajiro tried to attack, but Izuku managed to keep himself from getting hit. Aizawa, seeing that with Black Whip, Izuku was forcing Ajiro to make slight changes in his stance, causing him to miss. As expected, Izuku took advantage, raising his leg for an axe kick, though Aizawa saw Ajiro put his hands up in a guard. Being a martial artist, he saw Ajiro was prepared for the kick, expecting to catch it, but in a show of flexibility and speed, Izuku twisted his hips, changing the angle of his leg to curl around Ajiro. Aizawa knew this was difficult to pull off. He could only do something similar because of how much he trained, but Izuku managing to do it now and with precision was tenfold what Aizawa could do currently. It didn't stop as Izuku flipped, using his body weight to fall straight on top of Ajiro and with his knife to slit Ajiro's throat. Ajiro's carotid artery was severed. He'll bleed out in seconds. In real life, he is out. Ajiro is out. Aizawa without missing a beat called out on Jira. As the boy being used like how Shota did took an attack from Zero getting wrapped up in tape as Izuku rolled away from a large fist colliding into the round cracking it as Kendo taking charge attacked while Zero tried to move Ajiro out of the way. Dodging Kendo, Izuku kicked the girl's knees in as he grabbed the pistol that was knocked out of his hands when he was hit with the pole. Vlad watched. There was a chance Kendo could be taken out then, which would devastate the hero team as she was the only stable leader as of right now. Luckily, she wasn't the target as Izuku aimed towards Zero's direction and after Zero dodged fired hitting Yama in the head. Yama is out. His combat expertise is frightening. Throughout the fight, Nezu watched closely even as Izuku rolled over Kendo, planting his elbow into the back of the girl's head, knocking her unconscious as her face hit the floor. Izuku was showing serious fighting school. Not only that, but it was a perfect mashup of several already known fighting styles, something that of which was extremely hard to do. The scariest part to Nezu about this, however, was that he knew Izuku had no formal training in these styles. Izuku being quirkless at a young age meant no one would willingly teach him, so he learned this himself. His marksman skills weren't to be taken lightly either as Izuku aimed looking for Pony, who had just freed herself, and before Izuku could fire, Pony shot horns towards him, causing Izuku to dodge before rushing her, dodging the horns with impressive speed, closing the distance quickly. This isn't good. Pony isn't a close-range fighter. She has barely any training. Vlad knew it was impossible for Pony to take Izuku head-on. As Izuku got closer, Pony took a stance, sending 4 more horns past Izuku. Her stance was full of holes and her guard was easy to break through. Combat training for Pony was the only thought in Vlad's head as Pony made desperate swipes, Izuku countering them with ease, toying with the girl even as the horns she shot curved back around, aiming directly for Izuku's back. Nezu looked at the screen and more specifically into Pony's eyes, seeing a small reflection of her horns. So that's what he was focusing on. Nezu sipped his tea. Izuku was using Pony's eyes reflection to spot the horns. That was until Izuku punched Pony in the stomach, knocking the air out of the girl before Izuku put his shoulder towards Pony's before rolling off the hunched girl out of the path of the horns. Where the teachers saw the horns graze Pony, with one even hitting her shoulder, her hero's suit, the pink and white, growing darker with blood as Izuku kneed her, putting his gun to her head, pulling the trigger before kicking Pony down. Pony is out. The golden opportunity to escape was presented to Izuku, but before he could capitalize, Kamakiri interrupted. Both Aizawa and Vlad looked at the remaining hero team. Even if Izuku was injured, there was only a small chance they could hold him back. His engines were overheating, meaning his speed was significantly slowed. Kodai's quirk was limited in this area full of her classmates as she couldn't make things too big, and Kamakiri's blades wouldn't be enough. They didn't have to worry about that though, as Izuku using Black Whip gathered the unconscious and dead heroes before throwing them at the remaining group before jumping away. His quirk activated, leaving only a green blur as he ran towards the western district. Good had Midoriya stayed and Todoroki returned, the fight would have been tipped in the hero's favor. Nezu's words spoke only the truth as he watched the injured Izuku, no doubt suffering, as he ran and jumped away to the western district. It was obvious he didn't want to lead the hero team back to Mei and Ibara, speaking of which, Mei started yelling at her computer, talking to Izuku, calling him to come back, stating that the hero team wasn't chasing him. Her words were correct as the staff looked at the hero team, Yui, Ida, Kamakiri, and Kendo recovering as Shoto came back. Almost everyone was injured as Nezu told Ectoplasm to go collect. And with tails between their legs, the hero team reformed, Kamakiri cutting Shida free as Shoto provided ice for some of them. I hope you both have plans for your students' developments going forward. Nezu turned to Aizawa and Vlad, who both nodded. Aizawa speaking. Yeah, I have ideas, but I'm wondering if there is anything to teach Midori. Aizawa scratched his head confused as he turned back to the screens. Civilians were crowding the dead heroes as the ones who remained tried to keep them away, and while they were mostly successful, that didn't stop the civilians from cheering. Thank you, Lucifer. Get out of here. Lucifer will get you next. Ha. The civilians mocked the heroes, who couldn't do anything but listen quietly until Ectoplasm and a few of his clones showed up, picking the dead students up while the rest retreated back to the HQ. After they entered the HQ, the teachers watched as most of the students who were awake looked shocked at their condition, bruised and beaten as they walked in. Mina, who woke up, questioned them while the rest got medical supplies, of which were quickly depleting. Gyra, taking up most of the help as she wasn't feeling, fell, throwing up as she complained of a headache along with deafness in her ear. The heroes were once again shown who reigned supreme in the city. Luckily, Kendo and Todoroki were still in the game, but Uraraka and a few others, namely Shoto and Shinso, though of Izuku, while they went to their rooms. Kendo, however, did order Mainta, Takoyami, Shinso, Shihai, and Tur to go out on patrol. The squad was good, though instead of adopting his hero suit, Shinso went in street clothes. Aizawa was glad Shinso did. Having trained the boy to be an underground hero, being inconspicuous was the best thing he could do as they set out on patrol. At Izuku's apartment, they watched as Izuku walked in blood dripping on the floor as Ibara and Mei rushed towards him, helping Izuku to the bedroom, siding him down as Mei stripped Izuku, causing Ibara to blush, but it quickly went away when she saw scar marks, Izuku's tattoo, and when she looked at his back where the blood was dripping down the scars. Ibara, go get the medical supplies. Yelling, Mei order Ibara, who quickly went to go get the supplies. Turning back to Izuku, Mei looked as Izuku took a few painkillers, his body relaxing. You idiot. With Mei yelling, the staff watched Mei's eyes fill with tears as Ibara returned with the supplies, and Izuku was cleaned up before being bandaged up tightly by Mei, who was still crying, Ibara helping any way she could. After Izuku was bandaged and everything was fine, Izuku suggested they get some sleep, Ibara and Mei agreeing, and as such Izuku offered the pair to shower. Girls, go shower up. The water in the city should be on its emergency supply. It should last 2 days. Use any of the clothes in the supplies. It was then Nezu pressed a button shutting off Izuku's apartment monitors completely, no sound or visuals coming up. And waiting for an hour, they witnessed Mei and Ibara dressed in oversized clothes due to them being in Izuku's size. Ibara being told to sleep on the couch while Mei stayed with Izuku in his room. Laying down, Izuku took off his pants, throwing them to the floor as he was dressed in his boxers, quickly putting on a pair of shorts. The teachers watched as Izuku and Mei got into bed, Mei snuggling up to Izuku, but not before having Izuku make a promise. Izuku, you got hurt really bad today even when I told you not to. Did you know how worried I was? Mei was looking up at Izuku as she said this. Midnight chuckled a bit. Mei was very loving from what it seemed, and so was Izuku if his answer proved anything. Mei, I'm sorry. What happened tonight? I'm sorry for making you worry. Is there anything I could do to make up for it? Izuku's hand held onto Mei's, who placed it on his chest. Yes, you can. You need to rest after tonight. So tomorrow promise me that at least for most of the day you won't get into a fight and spend time with me. The teachers and Nezu waited. If Izuku makes the promise, tomorrow would allow the chance for both teams to recover the hero team more so. While personally Nezu wouldn't make such a promise, he understood when Izuku did make the promise to Mei. Well, it seems tomorrow will be an easier day, at least for us. Now Aizawa, we need to talk. Nezu, hopping out of his chair, walked towards the door, Aizawa in tow. Please alert us if there is any change concerning either of the teams. Stepping out into the long hallway, Nezu walked forward, speaking to Aizawa. Now Aizawa, this morning you brought something to my attention before we were interrupted, though I may know where this is going. Please tell me. Stopping his walk, Nezu looked as Aizawa nodded. I was contacted by the wild pussycats. As you know, Eri was placed under their care temporarily when Midoriya was accused. Now having been forcefully separated from Midoriya, she has been making a fuss. Long story short, they want to bring her to UA to see him. Leaning on the wall, Aizawa crossed his arms. This was a delicate problem. How would Eri react to seeing Izuku the way he was now? His act of being the Midoriya of Class 1 was still up at the time. Nezu, hearing this, put a paw to his chin, thinking of the situation. His mind turning to Izuku as he too thought of the reactions she might give before he nodded his head. Tell them to bring her here. What? Nezu, hearing Aizawa's question, turned around, his back facing the sleep-deprived teacher. I thought of this situation the moment you said Eri wanted to see him. The more I think of it, the less I see this as a bad thing. Eri was tortured and abused by Overhaul. Her skin is littered with scars. You've seen that. In many ways she resembles Midoriya greatly. Both tortured souls. Still, I believe that when Midoriya and Eri interacted with each other, it was genuine. Much like how he is with Hatsune. In fact, Eri is most likely one of the few people who could get close to Midoriya. So please let them know that they can bring Eri here. Sigh, all right. Nezu looked at Aizawa, who pulled out his phone, making a call. With that handled, Nezu walked away. Tomorrow would be quiet. With the team's recuperating, day 2 had come to a close. Tomorrow was a mystery to Nezu, and he couldn't wait for it to be solved. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.